We'll run you through your grid in a little bit, but first an overview of how the start procedure goes. It is a rolling start. So we'll go around, we will see the track, and when we get to the start line, we just keep going, and before you know it, the race is underway. The drivers, there's a minimum of 2, a recommended maximum of 4, but it is just recommended. The maximum stint time rather is 2 hours and 10 minutes. That's the whole time in the car. So if you were to come into the pits and refuel half the way through that, then that would include your in the pits time, so to speak. And you must rest for at least 1 hour between stints. So if somebody gets out the car, they will not be getting back in until 60 minutes later. We'll get to pit stops and all that sort of stuff as it comes along. In terms of the racing you're expecting, it'll be pack racing. We will have just about everything going on, and a lot of it will be slipstreaming in behind. Whether that's to overtake or to save fuel, you'll have to wait and see. The other big change in all of this is that normally we would have had an hour-long qualifying session this morning. That didn't happen as a result of our technical difficulties, so instead we have a random grid for this one, which is bound to cause absolute chaos. Your random grid looks as follows. The 7 of G&B Finch Racing is on pole ahead of the 121 of Calamity. The 65 of Autotech Motorsport is on row 2 alongside the 55 of Cash Strapped Racing. You'll notice a lot of puns in this grid. Then on row 3 you find the 40 of Touring Cat Racing and the 112 of Catastrophe, teammates of Calamity actually. Then you get back to 7th place, that's the 88 of Camel Racing, ahead of the 5 of Wolf Motorsport. 46 start goes from 9th, that's Millionaire Racing. Your top 10 rounded out by Original Checkers Racing in the 67 car. The 11th grid spot is home to the 49 of LDR Performance Tuning. Alongside them, you'll find the treble 8 of Boston Racing. Larv Motorsport, they go from 13th in the 747 car. And that machine brilliantly prepared as well. Alongside them, you'll find the 341 of JW Motorsport. 15th is the 74 of Orca Sport. 16th is TCS Motorsport's 8 car. 17th, home to the 114 of KM Racing. The 180 of Shine Automotive goes from 18th. Your top 20 completed by the 22 of AFK Racing and the 33 Graves Motorsport machine. Burton Power Racing go from 21st in the 1 car. Alongside them, Axiometrics.com in the 18 machine. 23rd is where you'll find 11 Tenths Racing, and you guessed it, the 11 car. Head of 77 Racing in, you guessed it again, the 77 car in 24th. GM Performance, then in 9 goes from 25th, with a 26th spot home to 148 North Motorsport. Race Logic start from 192, that's the 27th grid spot. Alongside them, Graves Motorsport 44 car, the 2nd Graves Motorsport machine out there. Number 2 is NJM Racing. They'll start from 29th, with your top 30 completed by the 81 GM Performance car. Behind them, the last couple of rows, it's the 12 Pro-Am Racing and the 64 Autotech Motorsport, followed by the 3 Wingat Racing and the 126 EnduroKA. We've gone through the grid. It's a big grid. The drivers are already around towards the back of the circuit, and it will just be the 1 green flag lap. So we are moments away from going racing here. Cars to keep an eye on. From the back, Wingat Racing will want to get involved very quickly, as will Pro-Am Racing. They won the last round at Cadwell Park. They're starting on the final and penultimate rows respectively. Midfield, Graves Motorsport, they're always quick in the orange car. And in turn, Wolf Motorsport near the front in the 5. The Pink Pig will be very, very quick indeed. The safety car has its lights out. We've got both lights on up here in the commentary box because I'm in here and Andy Webster's returned.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, I'm starting to get a little bit sick of those stairs, I have to say. but it won't be the last time I'll be up and down them. Just have a good rest later on in the week. But this should be an awful lot of fun here today.
It should indeed. We're all set to get going in this one. It's going to be utter chaos at the start. Everybody wants to be in the lead group, and as soon as you're out of it, your race changes very quickly. So there's huge stakes here on the run down towards turn 1 and the subsequent corners. Red lights are on. We wait, we wait, we wait. And eventually they go out. We race here. G&B Finch get a good start. The 7 car is ahead of Calamity's 121 on the run down towards turn 1. Everybody else tucks in behind. The 747 is in that group as well. And 65 Autotech Motorsport. That's the silver car. But it's G&B Finch who leads by the time that they reach Red Gate for the first time of asking. Everybody else will sort themselves out. The question is going to be a few of these guys who started further back. Can they carve their way through before this field splits up? As already you see a breakaway of 4 at the very front.
Absolutely, yeah. It's good to see everybody making it through and recognising that it's an endurance event. It's so exciting to get underway. That, of course, they started testing on Friday. It's now Sunday, and they've had very little by way of track time to actually enjoy as we go the double yellow side by side through the old hairpin.
That's going to be Camel Racing attempting to gain a position. They've been very quick over the course of the season. They were actually challenging for the podium at various stages in Cadwell, but couldn't quite get there come the finish. Top two look very, very racy in the early stages. G&B Finch and Calamity, the 1-2-1, applying pressure, but crucially not so much that they slow each other down. Camel in the yellow car further back have found their way to the head of the field, but now they need to set their eyes forwards because they're already at least a second, if not two, behind the lead group.
Yeah, Boston Racing getting up very well there, the 888, and it looks like our touring car racing number 40 losing out over the course of that second sector, and we've got a side-by-side battle going down into the Robert chicane for this first time.
It's going to be Calamity on the inside, takes the position off of G&B Finch Racing. Then in amongst all of this, Milnair want to be involved. That is the 46 car, so making a lot of progress off the start. They started in 9th, and Milnair Racing, they're second by the time they complete lap number 1.
And looking at first as well, and having a little look in towards Redgate, getting a tighter line going in, and they try to make it work. But as we see the cars filing through, there's a little correction on the inside there, as these little Ford KAs are having a lot of fun out there and trying to find the grip at the moment, but battle for the lead continues.
It does indeed. It's now Calamity versus Milnair. Milnair down the inside at the old hairpin, makes that one stick. Calamity, they stay wide, they don't fight it too much because they know that the secret to this is all about carrying the momentum, and if anything actually, the Slipstream is not able to compensate for their bad exit here, so Milnair make a breakaway. I can assure you that will be temporary because behind them, GB Finch and Wolf Motorsport in that Silka. They both attempt to try and move their way up the order, joining the battle in that little group as well. I think that's Cash-Strapped Racing's 55. It is indeed. Cash-Strapped Racing pull themselves up. The top 5, top 6, all running together in a breakaway group.
They are, and obviously finding a lot of challenge going through these corners, especially over the crest here through Coppice. And as they continue then all the way around the very, very long corner, they'll be waiting to try and get tucked in behind the drivers in front. They can afford to do that for a few laps, I'm sure, but engine cooling might be an issue later on. It's not a particularly warm day today, and coming out of the Robert chicane come our leaders.
On to the start-finish straight then, yet another time. You'll get used to this as we get through the race. The first 3 are relatively calm, but then Wolf Motorsport have some pressure coming from Cash-Strapped Racing. Cash-Strapped are purple with the yellow bumper. Wolf Motorsport, they're in the purple with the white Silka inspired livery. They'll go around the outside, no opportunity there, and if anything actually, so good a line from Cash-Strapped that they immediately apply pressure to G&B Finch. Here comes Cash-Strapped Racing. They're on the inside for the first part of Craners. That means they're on the outside for the second part. They're still neck and neck as they come down the hill. Into shot they come, and G&B Finch will just about hold off that attack for now. All of that slows them down, however, and they'll need to work their way back towards the lead pair.
It looks like the Wolf Motorsport entry is certainly ready to pick that battle off in the Silk Car livery. I need to be very careful how I say that so that I don't slip into cigarette advertising, but as it is, the Milnair entry pulling away nicely now from the front, and there's a little twitch and possibly a touch there from the Boston car.
Boston trying to get involved in this one. As you say, there was in fact a little touch as they approached the back of the Wolf Motorsport purple, yellow and white car. Autotech look a little bit vulnerable in these early stages actually. They've got Adam Nakar behind the wheel just now, and Andrew Fells for Boston Racing has made some progress past them. Lar Motorsport with Neil J are there or thereabouts as well. Here comes a late move on the brakes from the treble 8. That's Boston Racing Andrew Fells. He wanted a position of Cash-Strapped Racing in the 55. He couldn't quite get there.
No, patience though will reward our drivers more than anything, as the Boston 888 is shaping for a move here, either defensive or attacking move. They'll split the difference on the way into Redgate for this run, and Finch versus Wolf continues. Wolf on the inside there, Finch in the green and yellow car. and just holding on at the moment. But I think that Wolf Motorsport has got the inside line going. Comes the outside, the inside through Hollywood, the outside through Craner, and should be well positioned then into the old hairpin and should be through.
It's not often you get a fight between a wolf and a finch. It's quite an unusual combination in that one. Your leaders are already on their way through Schwantz and in towards McLean's. The top two breaking away. It's still Milner racing with Jack Wright ahead of Marcus Betty's Cat Lamity. Then the squabble is all happening for third. The treble 8 goes around the outside. G&B Finch initially give way and then think, you know what, actually, I don't think I want to. And they come back at them on exit. They're going to rub some more on the run up towards Coppice. It's all getting a little bit aggressive back in the pack. It allows everybody else, Axiometrics I think that is now, axiometrics.com, they're up the inside of 1, they're upside the inside of 2.
Absolutely, there was a wheel on the grass there from Finch as they were sort of being boxed out slightly and crowded out of the racetrack, and it's not going to be a good place to put your tyres, this freshly wet grass here at Donington today.
Yes, we spotted that in our previous race actually. Paul Street tried to calmly pull himself off the road and actually ended up finding himself in a bit of a spin. I do apologise, by the way, it was not Axiometrics.com, it was LAR Motorsport in the 747 making progress up the order. They find themselves up another 3 spots on that lap into 4th position as they fan out on their way towards Redgate. Has anybody got the bravery, got the grip? The answer is maybe Castrap Racing as they throw the 55 car up the inside looking for an overtake. JW ahead of them had to give a little bit of room there, but they just about did, and so it'll be Castrap Racing. They've got the slightly more luminous yellow bumper, which for once isn't actually too much of an identifier as they sweep around the outside. Then they'll break for the inside. This is against JW Motorsports 341, of course, and it's all playing out for 3rd position as the top 2 break away to a margin of almost 6 seconds over the field now.
They are certainly putting the gap in. The top 2 as well, Milner Racing and Calamity entries, 46 and 121, putting a very nice 1.5 second gap ahead of each other, and then a further 5.9, as you say, to this big melee that we've got going on in the tail end of the potential podium.
It's actually, the podium was almost breaking away. You can see there's a pair just on the edge of shot as they exit Roberts. That is 3rd and 4th position. Then everything's happening for 5th just behind. They'll have to sort themselves out by the time they reach the time screen. And there's a hint of a wiper movement on the Roberts straight here. Down the back of the exhibition straight into the Roberts chicane. Sort yourselves out, boys, because if it's slippery, you do not want to be side by side and on the curbing. They decide, you know what, let's play the sensible game, move on forwards, the 747 to the outside of the treble 8. LAR Motorsport officially into 3rd, but this is not sorted out yet. They'll find themselves at turn 1. LAR Motorsport on the outside, Boston Racing on the inside. Boston just about has the advantage for now.
Yeah, it's a very nice classic move there from Boston in the 888, getting through past the 747. Some very high race numbers, of course, that we're dealing with today. But thankfully, nice and easy to spot. They've made sure that their numbers are very easy for us up here in the comms box.
On the brakes now, down the bottom of the hill for 3rd position. Boston Racing ahead of LAR Motorsport. The black car's Boston Racing for reference. Then you'll descend in towards the old hairpin. I notice in that actually that was Burton Power Racing attempting to make some progress. Burton Power, they've traditionally been one of the front runners in this, but they've had a difficult season. They are in 16th right now, having started 21st. So a bit of progress, but not exactly clawing their way through the field in the way we've seen a couple of other teams manage. No,
it's obviously just slowly kind of a situation for Boston Racing. Burton Power. So we'll be keeping a close eye on their progress through the race, as we will try to. We will certainly attempt to keep a close eye on everybody's progress. Down that time was the AFK Racing entry, down 1 position into 31st. And we do have Autotech Motorsport, I think, showing as being in the pits at the moment.
Not good for Autotech then. They're generally one of the front runners. We can't see them, so if they have come in, they've come in and gone straight into the garage. So keep an eye on that one as we streak across the line. We've done a few laps. We are 10 minutes in, and your order looks like this at the front. It's Milner Racing with Jack right at the wheel ahead of Cat Lamity's Marcus Batty. The pair of them making somewhat of an escape, it should be said, from Boston Racing and LAR Motorsport in 3rd and 4th. 5th is JW Motorsport, and they head what is a train, and we can't really give an order for these guys because they're still fighting. It's JW, Castrap Racing, Wolf Motorsport, G&B Finch, and actually North Motorsport pulling themselves towards that as well in 9th, because last time through, North Motorsport and Sam North did the fastest lap of the race.
Absolutely, yeah. We get a great view of the cars coming through Craner this time. Who is this attacking? Is that that's a 1-1-2 entry of Catastrophe on the Camel entry with Orca Sport, who have clearly gone backwards out of that battle. So making a good move through.
G&B Finch ride the grass. They then somehow managed to chop ahead. They got better traction on the grass than they had on the road. So before you know it, they're ahead of the 55 of Castrap. Then it's Wolf Motorsport's number 5 car who stays inside. Castrap managed to hold a tighter line than G&B Finch, so they find themselves back up the inside. Your leaders are already on the way down towards the Roberts chicane. What's the gap at the front? Last time through it was 1 second. It looks as if it could be maybe a little smaller than that, but not by much as they approach the line. The top 2 doing very, very similar lap times. It's actually gone up to 1.2 as the squabbling continues behind. G&B Finch losing out first to Wolf Motorsport and now to the 148 car as well, which is North Motorsport. They set the fastest lap a moment ago. They're now making progress, and guess who's pulling onto the rear of this as well? None other than Burton Power Racing in the 1 car.
Yeah, and that fastest lap was just taken by La Motorsport that time, with Neil J at the wheel. So they stole that one, 37.163. The top 4 circulating all in the 37s, and as is GM Performance's Ian Mitchell at the moment down in 11th, who did gain a place that time around on the LDR Performance tuning.
Wingat Racing are doing a good job at the moment, actually. Remember that they got unlucky in the draw, found themselves 33rd on the grid. They're into 19th, and although their lap times, of course, are slower as a result of the people around them, the fact they can carve through the traffic at such a rate implies that they are actually in quite a good spot. Camel racing sideways, contact on the Craner curves. We look away for a moment and it's all happening. It's Catastrophe up the inside then of Camel Racing, all the way around the outside of the pair of them. Somebody else is trying to get involved in this. Is that NJM Racing potentially? We'll have to wait for confirmation. No, it is going to be the 8 car, which is not on my entry list. You love to see that, so keep an eye out for that one in amongst all of this.
That's TC8 Motorsport with A. Hughes at the wheel at the moment.
TC8 Motorsport, presumably coming in as the consequence of a bulletin, which did not get shown due to the power outage. So the confusion continues here, and off, potentially as a result of the earlier contact. That's the 44 Graves Motorsport car. They had a bad time at Cadwell. They've had another bad time here at Donington. Now, if they get out of the gravel, either assisted or not, they can continue on the race. How they get out the gravel could leave them with a penalty, but at the moment, that is in quite a dangerous spot.
Waved yellows down at the entry into the Roberts chicane, and that's quite all, yeah, because we have got a car stopped at that chicane as well. So, you know, concurrent yellow flag incidents as the field bunch up at the moment. I don't know if we're going to see a safety car potentially, because there is a marshal stood in the gravel there, right by the 44 with just waved yellows at the moment, but a bit of a mess going on. I don't know if you can see the race number on the car that has moved at the chicane. We can't quite see it, unfortunately, from our commentary position, but it could be the NJM. I don't think it is. No, it's difficult for us. It's not one of the ones on our pre-race guide that had.
It's the 180.
There we go.
Shine Automotive.
It's the Shine Automotive group, and those were the guys down here at our end of the pit lane, enjoying themselves no end, playing loud music by the podium interviews, and clearly here for a really good day. And I know that they were crowded into the grandstand earlier on, but I'm sure they're all getting ready to try and receive their driver and car shortly. That is a safety car now, you can see on the track. So 2 cars stuck. It looks like they were not able to get that car back running again, unfortunately.
This brings inherently a bit of an interesting setup now, because the pit stops will have been very carefully calculated by a number of these teams. over the course of the stint length. Now, in this occasion, we're expecting rain, which of course would immediately throw the pit stop strategy away. But an early safety car is much to the same effect. Into the pits comes the number 5 Wolf Motorsport car.
And
into the pits comes the 146, and into the pits as well comes the 81. The 114 is in. So seeing a reasonable percentage of the early cars in. Boston is into the pits as well. Boston Racing, of course, not the actual city of Boston. That would take up a bit too much space.
Absolutely. Yeah, many drivers are coming into the pits, and I think they are going to do their first driver swap here as an opportunity under the safety car presents itself for a nice cheap turnaround.
You'll see drivers change every time they come into the pits. It's a good practice, if you like, barring something very odd. And here's a good example of what's going on. That's Pro-Am Racing. Now, interestingly, they're in for a driver swap, but if they're
testing the strength of
already
his helmet on the way into the car there for a moment.
If they're already strapping the driver in, I'm not convinced they've managed to refuel this car. Now, of course, they might have topped it up from the start. Various teams will only run half a tank at the start because you'll find that it's easier on the cars around you and you're a bit more maneuverable when you know there's going to be a bit of a scrap in the beginning of the race. And I don't think many teams have decided to refuel, which implies a lot going for full tanks at the beginning of this one. So they'll head back out, one driver swap sorted, and it's sort of a free driver swap, if you like, but they've not gained much else outside of that.
No, it didn't look to be many cars doing slow refueling at all. And as you say, presumably these are the ones who had that option, that flexibility within their fuel strategy to come in and change the driver so soon. But it's by no means is it the entire field, so we're going to have a completely mixed up grid as the recovery operation continues. It looks like we've got a tractor out to recover the Graves Motorsport 44, and it looks like the Shine Automotive have already got themselves away. There is the axiometrics.com entry, car number 18. It's a nice livery. I like the Hoonigan reminiscent livery there, so it's quite clever. And while we talk about liveries, it's worth mentioning that there is a competition for the best livery, as voted for by the marshals, which is known as the Dagenham Dustbin Award for the smartest livery. As the marshals adjudicate on that one, it's great to hand that decision over to the marshals themselves.
The 180 Shine Automotive car is currently being recovered, hence why we're still behind the safety car. It's been pulled off behind the barriers, but something bizarre has happened with this one because it is able to be pushed. However, it wasn't able to exit under its own steam and will be towed back to pit lane. The issue, of course, is that Robert Chicane is an odd place to have had something which doesn't provide visible damage, but does mean that you can roll without having any power. So potentially shifting down too quickly would be one which could shatter the gearbox. We do see that from time to time. These are properly manual gearboxes, so there's always a chance that it was a downshift too quick, lock the rear axle whilst shattering the gearbox, and now you can just put the clutch in and go. So keep an eye on that one. Of course, he'll come back to the pit, and it gives us a good chance to bring up the penalty sheet, which we actually do get for this series. And it means that we are aware of what's going on when somebody does something wrong, which is absolutely brilliant. In this case, we are expecting a 3-lap penalty to be given to that car because it will have been helped back to pit lane. Burton Power Racing into the pits for their first driver change as well. 1 lap later than everybody else, so presumably they'll drop to the back of the field as a result of this.
Yeah, so all the progress that they made so far kind of cancelled out, but early days still in this Enduro race, so I'm sure there'll still be plenty of opportunity for them. Get one driver's stint out the way and back and try and catch the tail of the grid here. Got a, it looks like the 44 is moving under its own steam. So after being recovered from the gravel, it's actually managed to bring itself back. So if you get a powered recovery from the gravel, does that incur any kind of penalty, or is that just?
Yes, that's equivalent, if you like. Right. As soon as you receive assistance, I believe you'll pick up a penalty. Although I could be mistaken on that one. Actually, we'll await confirmation, but at the very least, you'll be laps down from the time you spent in the gravel. This is the 180 of Shine Automotive. and the big green towing machine. The safety car is slowing down the queue a lot around the back.
That's tremendous driving from the big green towing machine, who's going backwards at a fair rate of knots to get this car retrieved quickly for Shine Automotive.
Almost reminiscent of Tow Mater from the Cars franchise in this one. He's going backwards at great speed and using the tow hook. He's into pit lane now, which is good to see. The safety car is on its way down the back straight and accelerates its way to the field here, actually. So I reckon we may well get racing this time through. We shall await confirmation of this one when we see that safety car lights are definitely out and that it's pulling into pit lane. Safety car lights are out and it's pulling into pit lane, which means we're racing, and it's a quick restart from Milner and Jack Wright, who gets on the power early and gets on the power away from Calamity's Marcus Batty behind. Neil J is on the power for Lar Motorsport, who were climbing the order in the early stages, and the safety car means that they've been able to latch onto this front trio now. Shine Automotive, they get pushed back into the garage, and there'll be lots of work ongoing in that one. G&B Finch, they want to make immediate returns to what was going on before, where there was lots of battling up and down. They're trying to find a way through an LDR performance tuning, but they have to be aware of Castrap Racing, who are alongside as they go down the Craner curves.
Yeah, and more side-by-side action, and hopefully we won't have a situation where we have another safety car soon after drivers getting frustrated and a little bit excited on the circuit. Down we go then into the old hairpin, and they managed to sort themselves out into single file by the time they go through.
The reality is, however, that we must remember this. It would be quicker if they didn't overtake each other all the time. It would not be as fun, but it does, the slipstream bringing into it a couple of strategies. Option one is what we're seeing here, whereby you use the slipstream to make the overtake, but of course if you've not got a big overlap on speed, then the other guy just uses the slipstream to get back past you a few corners later. So you have to make a bit of an intelligent call there. The other option is what you see a bit more of in endurance racing than you do anywhere else, whereby you can sit in the slipstream, and rather than use all the power to go a bit quicker, you can use less of the power to do the same speed you would normally do, which allows you to save fuel and extend the pit stops, and in turn actually make the pit stops themselves a bit shorter because you've not got to put so much fuel back in the car.
Yes, it is a careful balancing act though. Earlier we were talking to one of the drivers up here who was saying that overheating, without pulling out from outside of that tow, the overheating factor is pretty strong and can result in retirements or issues with the engine at very least in terms of complete output. So you've got to balance it as to how long you spend tucked up behind another car.
The temperature's not too high today, so I'd expect the engines to be okay with it. You get issues anytime you're above about 25 degrees outside. That's when then the slipstream really does make a difference in terms of your engine temperature. But at this sort of setup, the engines these cars have in them are absolutely bulletproof. They do a really, really good job. And of course, we've still got all the usual mod cons, all the engine warning lights that you'd expect to see. So you'll have it pop up and you go, oh dear, I need to do something about this, and I should have done it beforehand, really. Your lead trio get through Schwantz curve now, on the brakes into McLean's. It's still Milner racing out front, having a good return to form after the opening couple of races. Then it's Lar Motorsport, who started the lap behind Calamity, but have found a way through at some stage in the opening few corners. Further back, and actually losing out in all of this, is Wolf Motorsport. Now, they did take a pit stop, but they've dropped behind a couple of cars that they were ahead of, who also took a pit stop. So they need to be careful with this one as the race develops.
They do, indeed. Well, the top 17 drivers are ones that have not yet pitted, but the current standings, we see Original Checkers Racing got through past Castrap Racing on the previous lap. That's car number 67 up to P6 as the leaders come through underneath our commentary position once again, and it's Milner from Lar Motorsport and Calamity, Jack Wright, Neil J and Marcus Batty, and then we have an absolute gaggle of cars. That John Play special livery that is so evocative, certainly looking to be on the offensive through into Redgate, but coming back into the end of the circuit, and we see the midfield filing through here. The 33, Graves Motorsport 33, is getting a good drive on the inside line on the way out of Robert Chicane, and we're about to potentially go 3 wide into Redgate here with the Silk car entry trying to position himself, but there's the 888 of Boston who have got the ideal line, and that's 128, just putting a couple of tyres out onto the gravel, but a good save and a nice recovery there from the 128, which is our, let me see. Am I misreading? It's actually the one
car, I think, in amongst all of that.
I think it was the 126. I may have misread. The Glory car, driven by Neil Smith, that we saw. It's, again, not one of the ones on our briefing document that we got prior to today's racing. But once again, another very tight battle here as they go through, and Boston Automotive has just simply been in the middle of everything so far today.
This is for the lead then. On the way down the pit straight, Milner tried to make a breakaway off the safety car restart. They didn't manage to do that, and now they've got Lar Motorsport up the inside. Calamity doing a good job of sitting in behind. Lar Motorsport hits the head of the field in the 71 car. Good. Usual standard maneuver through red gate. Question is, will Milner retaliate or will they play the game? Of course, they're going to retaliate. Down the inside they go at Hollywood, which becomes the Craner curves. There's still a nose in here from Milner and Lar Motorsport. Lar Motorsport turn that nose into a car alongside and the race lead once more. So it's Lar Motorsport at the head of the field. Second place Milner, third place Calamity. Avoiding the Calamity, and around goes the Camel Racing. They took a hump and a bump there as they ran into the side of a couple of those around them, including EnduroKA Racing in particular. So EnduroKA off onto the gravel. Calamity spun round, but I reckon they'll all be going again within about a couple of seconds.
Just a slightly uncomfortable moment there to be facing the oncoming traffic for the Camel entry, unfortunately, but your leaders, as they were, as they came out of Red Gate, despite coming very close to getting the position back again. And we have an absolute gaggle, and who's in the middle of it is the 888 Boston once again, with the Graves 33 also getting right involved as we go through. Just anybody's corner. Next up, I think, as they approach then the McLean's. Who's that going around the outside? That's a smart move around the outside there. But as they stand, and another competition then down the start-finish straight for the lead of our race. This is Milner shaping to the outside. 747 manages to block that move, but we could have ended up with the 121 of Calamity trying to get that move done as well. It certainly went for the switchback, but they're side by side once again through Hollywood.
They've got to be careful here because their lap times are dropping by about half a second a lap whilst they fight like this. It'll be Lar Motorsport on the outside of the old hairpin. They surely have to relentless to Milner on the inside. They do indeed. So Milner take the lead once more. I'm loving this battle further back as well because it's actually the blue car with the pink stripe, if you caught it for a moment. Wingate Racing making progress in this race. Here comes another overtake for the lead. It's going to be the 747 up the inside at Schwantz, interestingly. An unusual move here at Donington Park, and gets that one done by the time they're at McLean's corner. So 747 making progress back up the order. Milner having to cover off now Calamity as they force a move up the inside of Coppice. That one very, very close indeed. Calamity, they're still side by side. They're still forcing the overtake. Here's that squabble further back in the pack that involves Wolf Motorsport, Graves Motorsport, and Wingate now actually beginning to check out from the head of that little pack, which is good for their race considering how far back they've come from. Burton Power involved in it as well. Is there a potential change for the race lead? No, of course not, because Lar Motorsport and the 747 have opened up just a couple of car lengths before you see second place Milner Racing and third place Calamity.
And this is the first, I think, of our competitive lappings happening at the moment as well. So the first time that a car that is not pitted for any specific reason has been or recovered has been lapped. So as they were then, Lar from Milner from Calamity, and Castrap Racing in 4th position at the moment, with LDR Performance, Original Checkers, JW Motorsport, GMB Finch and Catastrophe in 9th. Orca Sport hold on to 10th.
Graves Motorsport 33 has dropped a few positions on this lap so far. That there is the Wingate Racing number 3 car, the blue machine with the white stripe up the side and a little pink border on it as well. They started all the way at the back of the field. They didn't stop, which of course helps them a little bit, but now they're applying pressure to Wolf Motorsports' number 5 car. Around the outside goes Wingat in the blue machine. No opportunity to get the cutback, but may well just carry the momentum instead. A great overtake thus far. Can it be completed as they run down the corner curves? Wingat has the speed, but they've also got the longer line all the way down the hill as they curl their way across from the right to the left. There's pressure happening further ahead for the EnduroKA in the yellow car, and here comes Wolf Motorsport back down the inside of the old hairpin. Wingat not able to make this one stick yet.
Yeah, very smart move there through the old hairpin from Wolf Motorsport. Completing that one very tidily and very much on the edge as well. You see the amount of pitch on the car was quite extreme, so getting through the old hairpin nicely as the 18 goes all the way around the outside, or at least tries the axiomatic, but Boston hold on. And here then, back, your leaders, once again, the 747, who is back on the defensive from Milner, who's unlocked a huge amount of pace on that previous lap, finally in some clear air. Tries to go around the outside, tries the switch back once again, and as they approach Hollywood, I think the 747 is just ahead. No!
It is actually Milner, as it turns out, who got a brilliant drive off the corner. They'll make progress down towards the corner curves, and this will continue to change, but most notably, they're now dropping Calamity in third. Calamity that last time through was significantly slower, and the lap before that, the gap was even bigger in terms of lap time, as they now wind their way up towards the top of the circuit. Check in on Burton Power Racing as well. They did come in for a stop, of course, but they're now back up the order into 24th, so keep an eye on the number 1 car.
And 747, La Motorsport holds on once again. But you feel like it's only a matter of time before Milner go for it once again through here. Just a reminder that these cars have yet to make their first driver stop. So it's Jack Wright for Milner and Neil J for La Motorsport at the moment in the cars. The fastest lap was done by La Motorsport's Neil J at 36.895 overall, but at the moment they're circulating. The Milner's last lap was just a second faster in that clear air against La Motorsport, but of course they'll be slowing each other down once again on this lap.
They will indeed. Here comes Wolf Motorsport. They want to get up the inside of Axiometrics.com. Is there an opportunity? No, of course there's not, because Axiometrics are very, very quick, it should be said. So Axiometrics in the grey car with the luminous yellow strikes, with Motorsport up the inside in their purple bumpered car. Wingat want the outside in their blue car. Catastrophe are involved in all of this one as well in the red car. It chops, it changes, it swaps, it stays, but EnduroKA, the 40, doing a good job at staying at the head of that little group, it should be said, as it continues to swirl and evolve behind them. 18th belongs to the 40 car.
Milner pitching another one down into the old hairpin, really likes that move, and the 747 just locked the rear right as they went through as the unloaded tyre, but he comes back again, cuts back through, and may well be side by side as they approach the next corner. Meanwhile, this is a little battle happening here between the 87, which is, did I get that correct, the 87? I think so. That's the John Play Special car. Down in the order, and holding on to its position at the moment as they go side by side, and that's certainly, is that going to be held? It is a good hold, a good save, because that looked for all the world like that was going to go all the way around and cause a yellow flag there for a moment. Another locked break, this time from the number 3 Wingat Racing entry, but completing the move in so doing, and again 3 wide they go towards the next corner. It's progressing at a frantic pace here, and the driver's not really settling into any kind of calm at the moment. But Milner Racing back on top at the standings, retook La Motorsport once again, and as we mentioned earlier, that gap to 3rd place now out to 2 seconds in total. So so far it looks like it's going to be between Milner and La. Reliability permitting, and there's a hint of a little bump draft happening down the main straight here between the, I think that's the 67 of No, I've completely lost it, I'm afraid. 67 of Original Checkers Racing in the black livery, being bump drafted by the 341 JW Motorsport of Joel Wren as they head towards Wingate. But it is that Original Checkers who've managed to hold on to the position, and now it's the Finch car trying to nibble at the back of that 341 with the sapphire branding on the side.
JW Motorsport in that 341 coming under pressure then from G&B Finch. G&B Finch were in that breakaway in the very early stages actually, but came in, stopped, finds himself in the middle of the pack and actually struggling to carve through the order in the way we've seen a few other pit stoppers go. Wipers on, overtake done for G&B Finch as they swooped their way around the outside of McLean's corner. Now it's a case of get it stopped and tucked into the slipstream for the exhibition straight. It'll be all the way around that long right-hander. Interestingly, these Fords seem to take quite a wide line there. They don't hold it as tight as we've seen some of the other vehicles do over the course of the day. The lead is chopping and changing down the pit straight once again. Don't worry about that. The gist of it is it's still 3 of them all together and they'll sort themselves out later on.
Yes, indeed. It's actually becoming a 4-way battle at the moment because Castrap Racing have got themselves to within a second of 3rd place Calamity. So La Motorsport lead Milner, but that may be about to swap round because Milner had the better run out of Robert Chicane and heading towards Redgate. We didn't see them exit just yet. But Calamity and Castrap Racing still actually pretty close. So Castrap Racing are now 2 seconds off the lead. So it looks like we're going to be back into a 4-way battle at the front. So as they progress through, now we can see Milner did get themselves ahead. There is some more wipers on from the 747, although I'm not seeing any rain on the circuit at the moment. I'm sure they are feeling it more than anybody else. But through they go, back into the lead, go the La Motorsport, driven by Neil J right now as well.
In towards Coppice they are then. La Motorsport at the head. You're right, it is Castrap who are bringing themselves into this one. The 55 car was a bit quicker on the previous tour. They were a bit quicker on the tour before that, and so before you know it, the gap has been eaten away at. And they're now in range of picking up that crucial slipstream, which will almost do the work for them in this last attempt to get into the lead group. Still Lower Motorsport have the advantage, however. They'll be hard on the brakes for Roberts, flick it to the right, and then almost more gently bring it back across the left, because of course the car's a touch slower and you're starting to think about the exit rather than the chuck it in for the first section of the complex. And then it's out the other side, side by side once more. Here come Milner Racing. You'll notice none of these moves are ever defended to the inside because then they'd lose too much time. But if you can slipstream by and put a simple one in, you actually don't lose too much at all. And the other driver will be quite happy for you to do that because, of course, it means that then they can tuck in behind and save a little bit of fuel for the next half a lap or so. Yeah,
but Castrap Racing, the last 2 laps have been a 1:37.1. Which has been faster than obviously than the cars in front of them. 37.6, 37.5, 37.3 in the top 3 in that order on the previous lap. So a big move. And moving also, JW Motorsport have gained 2 positions on that previous lap, up to 7th position ahead and at the expense of Catastrophe and Original Checkers Racing. NJM and 77 Racing moving up to 10th and 11th respectively. Orcasport down 2 to 12th. Oh wow, and another good move from the 747 that time, through the inside, and sits himself on the outside as they come up to lap one of the slower vehicles who's going to have to turn in at some point into the corner. Milner Racing hold a tighter line. We'll try and translate that to a good exit out of Coppice, and did so beautifully actually. It looked like the 747 La Motorsport struggling to find grip on the ill-favoured side of the track. Down they go then, the long exhibition straight. Actually, these little Ford cars are dealing with that exhibition straight very quickly overall. And this time they will come out of the Roberts chicane. I think the gap between 1st and 4th has shrunk even further. First is Milner from La Motorsport with Calamity and Castrap Racing. Now 1.7 seconds off that lead of the race. And having neatly dealt with the back marker overall. The hint, I think that's maybe some of the largest gap we've actually seen between the leader and 2nd place so far on the racetrack as they head through Redgate into Hollywood. Just keeping an eye here on the weather and signs of any windscreen wipers being further deployed. but this battle at the front, yeah, Milner have suddenly opened a little bit of a gap as the cars pitch themselves into the old hairpin with a great deal of enthusiasm.
I just took a look at the clouds, and it then spurred me to open the weather app. The chance of rain is increasing all the time. It could be very, very heavy in just a moment. Of course, the chance of rain is the percentage of the area considered within the actual tannoy you're on, the actual tower you're on, rather. So 40% of the surrounding area is going to be covered in rain over the next hour or so. The question is, will Donington Park be inside that 40% because it's set to be very heavy? That's the 77 car, very, very sideways at the old hairpin. 77 Racing just about gathering that up and then actually carrying a lot of momentum. Yellow flag out, and is that the safety car deployed? It is indeed.
So we go to a safety car. We may then see some more pit stops on the way. Unfortunately, we don't quite see what happened there. Where is the yellow flag? It seems to be, certainly it's popping up on our camera of Schwantz, but is it in fact anything further? We can't see. It just happens to be completely unsighted from where we are, but expect lots of pit stops to happen now, and we've got drivers waving at each other. In fact, the safety car releases number 11 to pick up the leader here, number 46 of Milner Racing. We've spoken so much about at this stage, but the drivers are all being told, of course, safety car, so slow and no overtaking, as you would expect.
On this occasion, we are now 40 minutes into the race, so you could consider a bit of a refuel here, actually do a full stop, if you like, as opposed to the driver change swap we saw before. This for the 114 looks to be just the driver change. That's KM Racing sorting themselves out. Just behind them, actually, that wonderful 67 car we've seen a few times, the original Checkers Racing. They get themselves out here as well. Getting strapped into one of these cars is not so easy, actually. You'll see quite a bit of fidgeting around with belts and buckles and everything else in between as they make sure that they know what they're doing there. I'm still been scanning across our cameras for a reason behind this safety car, but I'm afraid at this stage I cannot find one. We have a circuit vehicle on track exit of Coppice, so that's maybe where we're looking, but I don't think we have a camera that'll grasp it properly.
Yeah, so here goes our pit stops. We're getting a really close-up one here of the 114, which is our KM Racing. Christian Kelly, I think, was in the car, strapping in their colleagues now and getting themselves ready. Then the 67 of the original Checkers Racing, the black with gold line, and there we do just get the very faintest hint of which car it was. I think that might be the Graves Motorsport.
Yeah, it's the 44 Graves Motorsport.
It is 44 Graves Motorsport. Second stoppage for that car, unfortunately. I wonder why that might have happened, but has that hit the barrier?
It's gone into the barrier, front left corner first, I reckon, which could just be understeer off the edge of the circuit at that point. It's a long way from where Coppice actually is. It's where the barrier sort of comes back in from its corner depth, which of course is a long way away from the circuit, to its straight depth, which is not quite so far away. And as a result, that front left corner, I suspect, we'll get a good look at it when it comes past our commentary box, as being pretty dented, and in turn the front end of the car will be as well. The only view we've got is of the rear, and we know that there's a recovery vehicle on its way round. And we'll have an update on all of this in due course as well. I wonder if that's even, is that a piece of wheel hanging off at one point? That could be been quite a heavy impact. But, most notably, most of your front runners stay out in this one. So we've still got Milner, Lar, Calamity, Cash Strapped, and in turn, G&B Finch, JW Motorsport, they're all there or thereabouts. Catastrophe having a good recovery, actually. They, for a little while, were further down the order than they would have wanted to be. But now they're making progress back up it again, which is exactly what they would have been hoping for. I'm not sure if you spotted it either yet, but the 121 car of Calamity, they've got what appears at first glance to be a Ferrari badge on there. It's actually a deer. I think mainly for oh dear, as a result of what's happened with them. Oh dear, a calamity in amongst all of this one.
I hadn't spotted that, so I'll try and have a closer look. I think I'm going to have a wander down to the pit lane, because I think I'm going to have a number of drivers who've already done their spells, and I might be able to get a conversation with one or two, but I'll let you know by the normal method if I manage to collar anybody.
In amongst all of this, you might get a bit wet, actually, because there's those, again, very thin, light droplets of rain. Now, there is plenty of them in the air, and they will dampen the track relatively quickly here, actually, but they're not that stormy rain that we had for just a moment yesterday. Safety car is crawling its way up through Schwantz now. And the question is, will we be able to get racing again this lap? That'll certainly be the objective. Good shot of the safety car on the stream here, actually, because lights are on, as are the wipers, which is always a good sign. Further back in the pack, we've seen 2 wipers waving, 3 wipers waving. So there's definitely a consideration here as we begin to get a hint of spray kicked up behind the cars as well. When we get racing, this one could be very exciting. It will go from tyres cooling under the safety car to tyres cooling because they're wet, which is always a bit of a dubious combination. I anticipate we'll get at least one more lap behind the safety car here, because the Graves Motorsport machine is not moving at a particular rate right now. We are hooking it up with the cables and then we'll get it towed off, but it does not want to play ball at this stage, so the safety car passes it on this occasion. Then we'll look to get it all the way around. Circuit vehicles out on track as well, which means that this could potentially be a little bit of a longer recovery period. The rain is now far more notable. I suspect Andy's made his way down there, and I'm curious to know what it feels like from the pit lane, because I know when I stood out there earlier, it felt a lot wetter than it looked. Andy will no doubt be scampering away from us actually to get away from the rain in this one, actually. Is the consideration in that, so keep an eye on that one. The rain is definitely coming down now. It's hard to get a shot of it on the camera, of course, because when it's all these thin droplets, all the camera wants to do is zip straight through it. But an immediate telltale sign is that in our camera shot, you can spot a reflection of the headlights for the safety car. The safety car's headlights gleaming off the surface of the track. So whilst we're a long way away from standing water, we're beginning to get that greasy film on the top surface, which is what drivers hate. It is the worst possible condition because it'll look the same as it did one lap ago, but it could have half the grip that it did a lap ago. And before you know it, you're understeering, you're oversteering, you're not steering in the direction you want to be going. Safety car at the bottom of the hill then. Makes its way towards the old hairpin. Does the safety car take any curb? We sometimes see our driver here at Donington take a little bit of curb. Not on this occasion. Staying well clear of it in the safety car, and everybody else follows suit all the way behind. Good snake of cars. Outstanding turnout from the field here. The Graves Motorsport machine is still being recovered. That's 77 Racing as well under tow. They've been picked up by the Land Rover. They'll be hauled all the way back to the pit lane, where of course you're met with a 3-lap penalty for assisted recovery. Safety car is currently at McLean's. I wonder if we can get going this time through. No, it's going to be at least one more lap. I suspect it'll be 2 or 3 more laps behind the safety car in reality here, because the Graves Motorsport 44 has not moved since having found itself into the wall. In fact, it's the Graves Motorsport 33. I do apologise. Alistair Hardy was at the wheel of that one. So Graves Motorsport 33 is stranded. The Graves Motorsport 44 is just dropping down the field initially and is then at the back of the back of the pack. So 44 is out there but not having a good time. 33 is having an even worse time because for whatever reason it will not be towed, which implies quite a lot of front end damage on this car. So we hope that everybody is okay in that one.
Hi Tom, Damon here from the pit lane. I have managed to get out into the rain and it's quite unpleasant, I have to say. There's quite a deluge coming. So yes, it is. It's far from ideal as the recovery is underway, and actually coming into the pits, being towed here is the number 77.
Still the drivers orbit around the circuit. The 77 car has been recovered here actually, so Hopefully Andy's hot-footing his way to meet that one. We've got 2 drivers there, 3 drivers there trying to push it back into the garage. So we'll try and get news for you on that one very soon. The Graves Motorsport 33 is still stuck out on circuit and refusing to move. It's proving to be very, very stubborn indeed, as the 44 winds its way around the pack. Of course, already we've had several cars go a lap down, so the order you see behind the safety car is not actually the race order, so to speak. It's just the on-track order. Your race order at almost an hour in now, we've had 50 minutes of this race, looks a little something like this. Milner Racing is at the head of the field with Jack Wright behind the wheel. Then you'll find Neil J driving for LAR Motorsport 747 and Marcus Batty driving for Cat Lamities 121. Behind that, Castrap Racing are fourth, your top 5 completed by GMB Finch Racing, followed up by JW Motorsport, Catastrophe, NJM and Boston Racing, top 10 rounded out by Orca Sport, who have been slowly climbing the order. Notable cars that are out of position, of course, Chris Reed and Wolf Motorsport took a pit stop in the early stages. Burton Power Racing now have Tom Valentine between the wheel. They did a very similar thing as well, just to get one of those driver changes out of the way. Pro-Am Racing, they were at the head in the early stages. They took a pit stop, put Nicole Drought behind the wheel. And actually, Nicole Drought is following on circuit David Bywater, so I'm not entirely sure how that one works. We got David's Bywater, Nicole's in a Drought, and yet they are next to each other in the safety car tree. Round the top of the circuit they come again then. Of course, because this is a time race, the time will just keep ticking away. We don't stop that, if you like. It's 5 hours from the start of the race until the end of the race. We won't add it on, we won't take it away. We'll just get there to the checkered flag. And for now, we are doing an increasing number of laps behind the safety car as we begin to get that recovery underway now. We're able to tow the Graves Motorsport 33 car, and it's being hauled back. There's a lot of damage on the front end of that car. A lot of damage. It has been absolutely crushed as it's hit the barrier there, so hopefully everything's okay. We're still under yellow flag safety yellow flag safety flag? I suppose that's not too bad. Yellow flag safety car conditions as we haul back the 33 car, which is somewhat reluctant to move at varying stages. And I'll note in amongst all of this, we've lost some circuit cameras, which is never a good sign.
Tom, I'm here with Eduardo Correa from Boston Racing. Eduardo, you've already been out on the circuit, so how was the car behaving for you?
It was amazing. Car was spot on. We did a good, strong race start, and yeah, took opportunity of the first safety car to come in and do the driver swap. So all working good, all working to plan.
Excellent. So is it your first time at Donington, or have you been here several times before?
I've raced here once over 10 years ago, so it's been a while.
It has been a while indeed. You've got the new surface on here. Is that producing more grip from your memory?
10 years ago, yes, certainly.
Well, it's a good answer, absolutely. But so in terms of how the car is behaving, where are you feeling confident underneath with the car underneath you? Is it everywhere?
Yeah, to be honest, the car he's got a lovely setup. So thanks to Andy who built it, the sponsors who put the money in. The car is beautiful to drive everywhere.
Oh, that's fantastic. So what are your hopes today? Are you hoping to try and get up towards the podium, do you think?
I would rather not say. Let's keep doing as we are, and then if we do that, we'll talk with you at the end of the race, and I think we'll be very happy. But let's not make predictions, right?
Are you taking it in turns? So it'll be Andrew next, and then you on the third opportunity, or are you playing it by ear?
No, that's it. Got the strategy lined up. So next is Andy, and then it's me.
Perfect. Okay. Well, thanks very much for talking to us, and hopefully you'll go well later on today. Thanks to Eduardo Correa that time from the Boston Racing team. Back to you, Tom.
Yes, up in the pit box, in the commentary box then, as the safety car train continues to wind its way around the circuit. We're actually losing a bit of dry running here, if you like, because it's currently not raining as much as we'd seen, if at all, over the course of the circuit. Graves Motorsport car, they do actually have their front bumper with them, which is good to see. It's just on top of the car, along with what looks to be quite a significant structural part is rested on the bumper there, so hopefully that will make itself back to the pits, but I doubt we'll see them out regardless of a 3-lap penalty or not. We've got cameras back online, which is always useful. And once again, the safety car crosses the line and ticks another lap off. We do sometimes have a game to see how many laps we reckon these cars are going to get out of a given race, and periods like this will extend that quite significantly. Various team members on the pit wall gazing out, hoping that they can get this race back underway, because of course if you're a driver and you are sat there with your stint time, the last thing you want to have is for it to slowly evaporate under a safety car period. But this Graves Motorsport car is taking a long time to recover and pull itself all the way back onto the circuit. We've had a further 5 minutes of safety car period since we last went through the order. We're now down to 4 hours and 5 minutes remaining in this race. And then hopefully we can get it back underway. Oh, I do apologise, just about caught the mute button there before the coughing fit. That would have been not so great, I think, to have blast over. For anybody watching online, that would have been such an issue, but when it came along on the tannoy system, I think a few people would have been less than pleased with me had I not managed to get to the mute button in time for that one. The 33 car is almost back out off of the racing circuit now. It's so close to that Melbourne loop where there is actually a flatbed truck awaiting the arrival of the 33 car. It's pulled now through beyond the circuit, which means that we may well get racing this time through. That has to be the hope, of course. Has the safety car made a break for it yet? The answer is no, I don't think it has. It'll need to accelerate now if we want to get racing on this lap, and it has not yet done so. So I believe we'll be waiting for one further lap behind the safety car, and then we might be able to get this one underway.
Tom, we've got Alex Tentori here. We're actually seeking cover underneath the Pro-Am setup, which is very impressive. Actually, I think the Pro-Am setup, they've got more screens than we have, and they've got live weather radar going on at the moment. But Alex Tentori is with me. Ben Smith has been in the car from the very start. You've been hydrating right now, which I would actually question before going into the car, but clearly you know how to run this.
Yeah, so it's our second race, so we're still pretty fresh into it, but we're very lucky. We qualified 4th on pure luck with the draw. So yeah, it's going quite well so far, still in 4th.
Yeah, it is. And also, Ben was catching the top 3 for several laps, so presumably hopes are pretty high right now.
Ish, all about clean air. All about clean air, basically. So yeah, if we can stay out of trouble, fingers crossed we'll carry on.
So what, have you got a rough idea of a driver swap plan? You're going to have to split this quite carefully, aren't you, between just 2 of you?
Yeah, so every race we're doing is pretty much just 2 of us, bar Snetterton. So yeah, just need to work out when I think I'll probably be in the next safety car, I'll probably hop in and then do a reasonable amount of time, the 2-hour stint or so.
2 hours, that's a fairly long one. But any feedback from Ben so far? Have you got radio comms with him?
Got radio. He got hit on the first lap or the first couple of laps, but no serious damage. So I think it's just keep himself out of trouble and carry on. Yeah, clean air, basically, as I said.
Thanks so much. That was Alex Tentori, and go well today. So back to you then, Tom.
Still the cars behind safety car at this stage. Lights are on as we reach the Schwantz curve. How's the recovery gone? The answer is really quite well, I reckon, because now we're speaking about getting the Graves Motorsport car up onto the back of a flatbed, and from there we can try and clear it far beyond the realms of the circuit. However, it is still near the entry of the Melbourne Loop. I reckon it's far enough away that it's safe, but of course it is a judgment call to be made, and we'd always rather err on the side of caution when it comes to safety around fast cars on a racing track. Keep your eye on the safety car though. It's at Coppice now. Lights are on. Everyone behind is getting a little bit more anxious, you can tell, with the exception of the driver in, I think that's 6th place further back. JW Motorsport leaving quite a big gap ahead of them in this safety car train, which when you're not expecting to get going, more than okay, but you'll want to close that up before we attempt to go racing, because the last thing you need is a massive gap for which you have to accelerate all the way into. Safety car still at the head of the field by the time we reach the Robert chicane, and as such we'll go round again for what is an extremely lengthy safety car period. We may reach the 4-hour mark under safety car, and I think we will if we go through this time, which we do now. Safe to say, there'll be a few drivers out here who aren't best pleased with this because they didn't get a qualifying session this morning, and now the cleanup operation has taken so long that we've done almost 15 minutes of this race, at least under safety car. The big green gravel machine accelerates all the way around the outside line. Fantastic move from there as they're out on the gravel track, making it work like they're in WRC, I reckon there, or maybe close to Extreme E with the big tires, something like that, as they then wind their way back through the circuit. And the big green grab machine will make its way all the way back, of course, to its stationed point, from which actually the exit of Coppice is quite far, since it took a little while to get there. So there's 2 of them around the circuit, and we make sure that they're essentially equidistant at any given point to mean we can get to a recovery very, very quickly indeed, or at least in the minimum time possible, because we don't want to have people waiting around for one car to get all the way from one part of the circuit to another. Round they come then. We're expecting to go racing this lap. That's certainly the hope. That's the hope in amongst all of this. These cars are generally standard and is meant to function that way, because if you keep it standard, they were generally built quite well in the first place, so they should be able to last a race distance, and indeed the vast majority of them do, unless you throw them into the wall at Coppice at quite high speed. The inside is stripped away, of course, so we're not carrying excess seats, for example, and all that sort of stuff. You know, take anything that you don't need out so that you're not carrying any additional weight. Then the suspension systems are changed out as well for the sake of safety. We changed to gas suspension with a wishbone setup, and then before you know it, we've got ABS disabled, control brake pads in there as well. You can also remove the power steering if you like, although that's not compulsory. The non-power steering rack, of course, a bit lighter, but it doesn't have the power assistance with it, so there is some element of allowing the driver a moment to go, do you know what, it's a bit heavier, but it might help me race faster. Speaking of racing faster, the safety car is in this lap. The lights are out, and we go racing on the run towards turn number 1. It's still Milner Racing and Jack Wright at the head of the field, of course, but before you meet Lar Motorsport and Calamity, the top 4, once again attempting to make a breakaway in the early stages here. It was 3 before the safety car, then slowly we saw Castrap Racing, and that grey car with the bright yellow fenders make some progress, move slightly further back. That was JW Motorsport finding a way through on G&B Finch Racing, and then NJM Racing in the 2 coming under pressure from the Catastrophe car as they descend the way down the Craner curves, sweep it from one side of the track, swoop it to the other, and then on the brakes, probably not very hard in these, it should be said, because you don't carry quite so much speed as some of the other cars we've seen, which allows you to not have the braking zone extended and to instead tap them, turn it in, and make sure the momentum is thrust all the way around the old hairpin. Your leaders are side by side at Schwantz. It's going to be Milner on the inside, Lar Motorsport on the outside. Lar Motorsport now cut back to the inside instead. They know that that's how to get the move done. They got a good exit from McLean's on the run up towards Coppice. The corner should be theirs, and Milner is aware of that, instead choosing to black out. So Jack Wright knows how to play the game here. He's an experienced driver. Autotech Motorsport 64 looks as if it's had a bit of an excursion beyond the edge of the track, and actually there's a touch of bodywork being shed from a few of the cars up the road from him, so you never know, that might be as a result of that. Here comes your leader, back down towards the Robert Chicane. Ever increasing pressure from Milner. They wanted the dive down the inside, did Milner and Jack Wright, but they didn't quite get it, and as a result, Lar Motorsport hit the front across the line from Milner Racing's Jack Wright, Calamity's Marcus Batty, and very much there now, Ben Smith at the wheel of the 55 Castrap Racing machine. Up the inside now comes Milner. Jack Wright knows what he wants, and he knows how to get it as well. Makes the lunge all the way through, and before you know it, he is attacking for the race lead once more. Keep your eye on the car on the outside, however, because it will come back to him, will the road. Lar Motorsport, he's hung it out, he's hung it out, he's hung it out. Now he's on the inside of the corner, but he can't turn that into the lead. And so once again, Milner inside of the old hairpin. Both of them lock up that rear right. It's almost thrown up into the air under braking for the old hairpin. When it comes down and touches the ground once more, however, of course, it's completely stationary and they just grind away a little bit of that rubber. Keep your eye on the Calamity car as we ascend the hill once more, uphill into McLean's. Can Calamity find a way to get themselves level? No, not quite. They can't, because they have to be wary of the threat from behind. The top four, you could chuck a blanket out of them as they reach the top of the hill.
Tom, I'm down in the pit lane and very pleased to get a couple of minutes here with Ashley Morton, who is our Chief Pit Marshal today. Ashley, talk us through exactly what your duties are.
Basically, my duties and the rest of my pit lane crew, we're here to look after the pit lane, keep everybody safe, make sure the teams are complying by all their pit stop regulations, and just generally enjoying ourselves. That's basically it.
Which teams are making you just examine a little bit closely at the moment?
I'm afraid I'm not allowed to comment on that.
No problem. But what kind of infractions would you be looking for?
You're looking for refueling infringements, how many people they have working on the car, all that. Basically all to do with safety, really.
And so how long have you been doing this amazing marshalling job?
14 years. That's all. It's not a lot, but I've done a lot in that time.
Okay, so but have you found your happy place now in this role?
My happy place is marshalling here with my team.
Tremendous stuff. Well, thanks to Ashley for giving us that little insight. Great to talk to him, and back to you, Tom, with the action on the restart.
The marshals do such a great job. I noticed Ashley had 2 stopwatches there, which means you can keep an eye on 2 minimum pit stop times, which is always good. So the marshals, as ever, doing a fantastic job. The Orange Army, if you want to get involved, there's all sorts of links we can give you, stuff you have to remember, but just Google get involved as a motorsport marshal, and before you know it, you'll have plenty of options. All of them will work. If you're here, if you're listening along, it generally means that you like car racing. If you want to get closer to car racing and you want to speak to more people who also like car racing, the marshalling is where you want to be. There is no better place to do it, so get yourself involved if you can. We cannot race without them, and potentially without you if you go and join in. Here comes Milnair on the run towards the Robert Chicane. They got the inside, they're through on Lar Motorsport. The big change at the front here is that Calamity have been mugged. They've dropped a couple of positions, firstly to Cash Strap Racing, and then again to JW Motorsport, actually, who have hauled themselves up onto the back of this little group. As we go 3 wide for second place, JW on the inside, then Lar Motorsport, then Cash Strap Racing on the outside. Little bit of bump and banging as they try to turn in for Redgate, but nothing too untoward at this stage, and as a result, it will be JW Motorsport who progress themselves up into second place. Milnair doing a good job of taking this carrot and running with it, actually, as they descend the Craner curves, a few car lengths ahead of the rest of the pack. Cash Strap Racing thought about the move into the old hairpin, but there was not quite an opportunity available, and Calamity recuperate. Before you know it, they are ready to go again in that all red car, pushing up towards the second place group leader. And the overall leader is only just up the road from them now, so you never know, a little bit of slipstreaming, you might be able to check him down, close him in once more. As through McLean's they go, a little bit uphill now, and then a lot uphill in towards Coppice. Round that corner and let the steering come off nice and slowly. These are front wheel drive cars, of course, and when you're doing that, you have the steering turn. That's the front axle at the limit of its grip. So if you then apply the throttle, it's just going to slip and you're in towards understeer time. And there's no bringing it back from that without stamping on the brakes and putting a bit of weight on the front again, which is not what you want to do. Through the Robert Chicane they come then. Still, Milnair racing out front from Lar Motorsport, and now JW Motorsport into third, and a very wounded 40 car for EnduroKA. They look not just as if they got some some bodywork damage, but also potentially a little bit of crabbing going on there. The car doesn't look altogether healthy as he lets a lot of his rivals come through on the outside run towards Redgate. Down the hill once more. This is the Craner curves. This is, of course, where Jason Plato had a humongous accident all those years ago. Fortunately, not seen anything like that in EnduroKA thus far, although we have still got 3 hours and 51 minutes in this race. curl your way down to the bottom of the hill and look back actually to a moment towards a brilliant fight slightly further down the order. This is for 10th position, and NGM Racing are at the head of that. They've got the advantage over the 126 of EnduroKA, and in turn Wolf Motorsport are lurking there or thereabouts in that one, so keep an eye on that as we develop our way through the race. Shine Automotive, they're on track, which is good to see that they've got the car back out, but of course they are several laps down after having been pulled back across to the pit lane in the early stages of the race. Nonetheless, they went up the inside of NGM Racing. NGM Racing, they're running 10th overall. They're thinking the last thing I need is a back marker trying to pass me once more. Might just get out the way at the outside of Cops, but then TouringCA's on the inside. They split, they go 1 left, 3 to the right. Get yourself sorted out, boys, before you're back into the slipstream all the way down towards the Roberts chicane. Still NGM sit in 10th overall with that black car, and then the little stripes down the back, almost United Autosports flavoured, if you like, in this Ford cab. Turn it to the right, flick it back to the left. Shine Automotive are a spanner in the works for these guys who are scrapping on the edge of the top 10. But they don't care because, of course, they're running their own race. In amongst all of this, your leaders are actually coming round onto the back of this, ready to try and make some overtakes. LAR Motorsport. In fact, if Milner had a problem, I'm not entirely convinced by this one. LAR Motorsport are at the head of the field overall, and then just behind them, Milner, who dropped quite a lot of time on that last lap, so potentially a mistake from the driver as he reached the 1 hour pass mark. Now they'll get their way down the hill. They've got traffic to deal with, some of which is this incredible group we've been following thus far. Wolf Motorsport are involved. The fantastic Cobra Kai inspired Ka is there. I presume that's Cobra Kai in this occasion as they ascend their way back up the hill. It's going to be the United Autosports #2 looking car as he reaches McLean's, who's still at the head from Wolf Motorsport. Then Shine Automotive several laps down, but they're on the circuit and happy to race. Here comes Wolf Motorsport. They want to get involved with NGM. They'll have a little look up the inside of the 2, and surely there's nothing that can be done about that at Coppice. The answer is, of course, overtake complete for Wolf Motorsport.
Hi Tom, Dan here in the pit lane. Just a little update on the number 9 GM Performance, driven by Simon Walton and John Baker. That car has retired. They said a cracked thermostat housing has meant a complete coolant drop and failure. So unfortunately there'll be no more running, but they have got the other car, the number 81, in the field still. Very
unfortunate then. Interesting that it was the thermostat edge that cracked. Almost the ability to monitor the temperature has caused the temperature to go all the way through the roof. Here comes an interesting little battle. Once again, there's going to be NGM Racing in the 2 car, attempting to find a way through. They swing the rear end out. And what was almost a Scandinavian flick there to gain additional rotation and turn yourself into the car, the corner, as early as you can. That forces Wolf Motorsport wide, and they give a very, very wide berth to the 2 car here, which is going to bring back into play their rival of GM Performance, that 81. We just mentioned it a moment ago. Still in the race, unlike the sister car. Still looking very quick because the Cobra Kai livery, it's through on 1, and it's looking to make another overtake. Further up the order, this is the 126 against the 148. This is for 9th position. North Motorsport in the 148 silver car. EnduroKA looking to try and gain positions. Then you look back towards just beyond that, and it's still going on between GM Performance and NJM now, as the 81 car, GM attempting to find a way to gain the position. No opportunity there. Very aggressive turning from NJM Performance's number 2. And as a result, they've dropped the rear end, end up all wide out of Coppice. And can they be clawed back in? Actually, no, because Wolf Motorsport got a great run once more. Here's your battle for 10th. On the way down towards Roberts, still EnduroKA just about hold the advantage. Then into shot and arriving at Roberts. Now we see the battle just behind, and NGM have finally got a bit of a lead in that, because the squabbling behind between the 5 car of Wolf Motorsport and the 81 of GM means that there is a gap forming behind NGM. So they've got some clean air, and we heard from a driver just a moment ago how important that can be. Little spots of rain in the air once more as the track temperature drops and becomes maybe a touch greasy all over again.
Hi Tom, I'm down in the pit lane here with Rob Fowler from Race Logic's car number 192. Rob, you've just got out of the car, you're fresh out. How was it out there?
That was fun. That was my first race start, so my main aim was get it back in one piece so the team can have a race. Yeah, no, it was good. I thought I'd dropped quite a few places, but I think with the way people were going off and crashing and so on, I ended up at 12th, I think, after starting at the back, so that was good. And yeah, until the pit entry, pretty much had a nice clean stint with no issues. And then I got rear-ended trying to come into the pits, but luckily just a slight bit of damage on the bumper, no major issues, so that's good.
Yes, it's more likely to damage the person rear-ending you than it is you, I suppose. But hopefully that's the worst thing that will happen so far today.
But yeah, no, it's been good fun. The weather changing made it a bit interesting. I thought during the safety car when there was a lot of rain, I thought it could be quite slippy come the resolution of the race. But then it was out for quite a long time, that safety car, and the rain stopped. So it's pretty grippy now still.
So how is it physically in the car at the moment? Is it quite a challenge in there? Is it getting warm? How does it all feel?
Yeah, it's warm. I think having to have the heaters on really to help the engine cooling. So yeah, it does get quite warm in there. So windows down a little bit so you get some ventilation, but can only do a certain amount. So yeah, it's hard work. It's very warm, but it's good fun, which is the main thing.
Absolutely, yes. Will you be back in the car later on?
No, that's me done for today. So I've got 3 others to drive now for the rest of the race. So I'm going to have a bit of a rest.
Absolutely. Well, keep hydrating, and hopefully the rest of the afternoon goes well for you. So back to you then, Tom.
Still the battle develops out on track, and still they're in essentially the same order as they were before. It might be different from one position to the next, but the various groups are not making quite so many inroads towards each other. The one thing that has changed is the rain is picking up now. It's changing from that very, very small droplet into some slightly more noticeable, well, rain-like shapes, if you like, out of the commentary box window. That's why you see so many wipers out on track. The 44 Graves Motorsport has a twitch on the rear. Here comes the number 3 of Wingat Racing. These two guys are various laps apart, and actually Wingat have been making gentle progress. They started on the back row of the grid. We know that they've got a very quick team and a very quick car underneath them, and they're finding the way now inside the top 10. Up to 7th is the number 3 car. Their next target is actually the Cat Lamity machine, which was racing for the podium just about 20 minutes ago. Your race leaders are already through the Robert chicane. They are as close as ever. Are they going to play the slipstream game and bump draft, or are they going to go side by side? Of course they'll go side by side. Same can be said for the 44 Graves Motorsport, and that there is the catastrophe car in amongst all of this, I think. So Graves, again, battling with cars that they're not on the same lap as, and as the rain comes down ever more, we're beginning to see a little bit of twitching at the rear end now. Drivers turning in, expecting the grip to be there, and simply put, it is not around most of this Donington Park National layout. Get on the power again, accelerate your way out of Redgate, in turn you reach Hollywood, and then you get to the Craners, where of course you've got an understeer issue often anyway. You've got an even bigger one now. That's where a big moment initially for the 55 car, and then the treble 8 of Boston Racing follows them in with an even bigger one. They are into the gravel trap, but fortunately they've managed to avoid embedding themselves here, so hopefully they can get it going again. All of this is allowing the race at the front to get ever closer, as the 747 has quite a big sideways moment, 4-wheel drifting through McLean's, and Lar Motorsport will be taking a big deep breath there, I reckon, because they've got to be careful to make sure they don't drop it when they're out in the lead of this one. Jordan Bannon at the wheel right now, attempting to get himself out of Coppice first. He's managed that. He'll also attempt to get himself into Roberts first, but I don't think he's quite going to get through that one. Down the back straight they come. This is for the lead. Lar Motorsport on the outside, Milner on the inside. Late braking from the Lar Motorsport car, it should be said, and they'll swoop all the way through, get themselves pointed the right way, and actually very, very good defense there as the conditions begin to deteriorate. We're already 5 seconds a lap away from what we were doing in the full dry. The rain easing actually in amongst all of this. It's not as heavy as it was when it first came through in that initial onset of the dampness. but
Tom.
still at the front. Hello.
Hi, Tom. I'm just down here with 11 Tenths Racing underneath garage number 12 with Paul Pierce, who's just got himself out of the car. Paul, how was your stint in the car today?
Terrible.
Terrible. I was going to ask you how hard you're pushing, but I was expecting the answer 11 tenths.
Exactly. 11 tenths all the way.
So, how was the car feeling, and what was particularly the issue for you today?
Tyre pressures, I think, so far. Going into every corner, it was every time you hit a corner, you were getting a different result. So, so it was very variable. The weather's variable, the temperatures are variable. So, yeah, it was a voyage of discovery, really.
How much experience have you got in this 4KA?
We've done, this is our third race, so so I'm probably on what 4 hours in, so very little.
Are you learning about any particular foibles or characteristics of the handling that are something that you can change in future races?
Yeah, many things really. We're looking at perhaps making the back end of the car, making the tyres at the rear a little bit harder so that you can get the car straightened up a little bit quicker. Yeah, and things like that. And it's just keeping that steering wheel straight and giving you more speed through the corners, really.
Super. So you've got you've done your stint. Will you be back out, or is that you done and dusted for the day?
Unlikely. It should be the end of us today, depending on obviously what happens going forward. But yeah, that should be us.
So what are you hoping for in terms of a result out of the other three drivers?
The other three guys are a little bit quicker than me, so we should be pushing up the field a little bit more. But the main aim for us is to get to the end.
Fantastic. Okay, so what connection do you have to 11 Tenths Racing? Are you here purely as a driver, or do you have other connections that bring you into the team?
Purely as a driver, just as a driver.
That's fantastic. Well, thanks for spending the time with us and talking, and I hopefully we can continue your voyage up the grid.
Thank you very much.
Super. Great to talk to Paul Pierce there, and we'll hand back to Tom.
Brilliant effort from some of the marshals there. We had 77 Racing off the road and deep into the gravel at the old hairpin. They've managed to get that car out of the gravel and running once more. The rain appears to have subsided. Of course, my eyesight isn't great and I'm sat inside, so it is difficult to tell, but where we're stood, it looks okay. That means the leaders are going at it once again. We've now got headlights ablaze, and Milnair have the advantage for now, but of course, Lar Motorsport are right there on their tail. These two have been putting together a proper charge in the last 3 laps, it should be said, because the gap behind them wasn't big until 3 or 4 laps ago when they started to extend it. It's now up to 7.1 seconds between the top two and then third place, who is somewhat on his own at the moment in the form of Ben Smith. Castrap Racing, big gap ahead, and actually over a second, almost 2 seconds behind him until you see 4th place. But of course, in amongst all of this, we still have 3 hours and 38 minutes on the clock, which means that it will chop, it will change, and the order will be different by the time we reach the checkered flag at the end of all of this. For now, however, a little bit of wiper action, and drivers accelerate their way round Donington Park once more, checking another lap. They've already done 42. They are clicking them off at a rate of knots here. Remember, that a lot of that period was behind safety car as well, so expect to see the laps notch up very, very quickly indeed. Bottom of the hill then. There's a bit of a compression just through there at the old hairpin, which allows you to just pick up an extra newton or so worth of grip, and before you know it, you can turn it, flick it through there when you thought you were going to be understeering off the road. Lar Motorsport carried a lot of speed out the old hairpin. That allows them to gain the inside at Schwantz curve and turn that into the overtake. Second time we've seen an overtake at Schwantz in one of these cars. As the conditions deteriorate, that becoming a proper corner. Then Milnair retaliates straight away. They're up the inside now in towards the Coppice corner, and they make that one stick by the time they are through the right-hander. But of course, all of this means that they're just slipstreaming, they're playing the game, they're trying to escape up the road from Castrap Racing behind. You might just catch them in the back of one of these shots, but they are lagging further and further away as Castrap Racing. Last lap was not so bad for them, but on every previous tour they've been losing a lot of time, which is what's going to happen to Lar Motorsport here. They caught a car that was a lap down, and they were not able to make speedy progress through that. Nothing wrong with the driver from LDR Performance. That's the 49 car, the back marker in that. He is able to hold his line. They should always hold your line, because it means that you are predictable unpredictable, and it's up to the faster car to try and find a way past you. Here's the 77 racing machine. It's through the chicane now with that wonderful monster-inspired livery, gets out the other side, and actually looks quite quick, so presumably just driver error to end up in the gravel, which is embarrassing for the driver, but generally the result the team would rather have than a mechanical issue at this stage. The 148 will retaliate, however. That's North Motorsport. They are a lap ahead of the 77 car, and as a result, we'll be trying to make this one stick. 77, they tap on the inside. It's front left to rear right corners at Redgate. That means that GB Finch want to get involved. GB Finch is for position against North Motorsport, so a nice little opportunistic move from GB. The issue is they in turn now have to pass 77. This is very flowing, it's very fast, it's very, very neat from GB Finch as they're up the inside of the 77 back marker by the time they reach the old hairpin, which means they've got a little bit of clean air and they can attempt to move forwards in this one as they gain their position up into 7th overall. V-Box and Race Logic trying to make a little bit of progress, and we shall hand down to the pit lane with Andy.
Tom, come in. This is down in the pit lane. I'm here with Roger Hassan, who's just popped out of the Orca Sport entry. You're looking pretty tired. It looks like that was a bit of a hard stint.
Well, we just had the heater on trying to control the temps, so the heat was on full and the windows were closed for aero, so you know, just fighting that. But no, I think the rain slows it down a little bit, so it's not quite as physical. You're just trying to sort of tiptoe around a little bit.
Have you been having fun?
Oh, definitely, yeah. yeah. I'm sure the track limits guys might have something to say, but no, I mean, it's a sensational circuit, and there's plenty of opportunity to you know, get the back end coming around and yeah, enjoy a bit of sideways action.
So any good battles that you want to point out? Any particular cars that you've enjoyed?
We're a bit down on power, so you know, people are coming past us on the straight. So I've had a couple of take-backs coming into the chicane before the start, but I can't hold them off when we get to the straight. So not really, just trying to hang on to position, but faster lads are so much faster than us, it's ridiculous.
Well, is this how much experience have you got sitting in the car at the moment?
About 5 hours.
5 hours is not a lot at all, is it? But how's the car been holding up? You say you're missing a bit of top end, but how are you through the corners?
Through the corners, it's great. It's really quick, especially through the old hairpin. We are one of the quickest through there for sure, but everywhere else, especially coming up the hill to those corners on the far side, we just haven't got the power to pull us through. So it's a bit frustrating, but because the car's handling great, just wish we knew what was going wrong with the motor.
Well, hang in there, and hopefully you can get a good finish regardless.
Indeed, yeah. We'll try and keep our noses clean, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we're having mechanicals, and we'll see where we are at the end of the race.
Good stuff. So grateful for you talking to us. Thanks for that, and back to you then, Tom.
Thank you very much. We will be expecting a flurry of pit stops relatively soon. Of course, the rain means that you're going slightly slower and you can extend a stop. And we did spend at least 20 minutes or so behind the safety car. So our racing time is not as high as you would be led to believe. But there will be a consideration. There will come a time when pit lane will suddenly be flooded, and we'll have a very rough gauge as to how long a tank of fuel can last here at Donington Park. Generally, of course, the foot's to the floor for a lot of the lap at a lot of UK circuits with these. However, last time out, they were at Cadwell Park, where there is a bit more consideration to be done. They are flat through turn 1 at Cadwell, which is the most larvig bar. And then the first bit of the lap's very quick, but it twists and it turns, and as a result, you do have to get out of it, even if it's just rolling off the throttle at times. So the fuel was lasting a long, long time. That in stark contrast to the first meet of these guys' season, which was at Silverstone National Circuit. Silverstone National, as ever, presenting a very unique challenge because so much of it is foot to the floor, and when you're not foot to the floor in a front-wheel drive car, you've often got your foot close to the floor because you're turning to the right, so that front left took a lot of wear as NJM Racing find the gravel trap on exit of the old hairpin. Hopefully they'll get themselves gathered up and okay. So that one was all about managing that left front tyre, which took a beating compared to all three others, whilst, of course, having your foot to the floor and using a lot of fuel in various circumstances. We expect Donington to be somewhere in between. The left front will still be a pinch point because you're using it for the traction out of Redgate. You're leaning on it on the brakes into the old hairpin, and in turn, leaning on it on the exit there. You're doing the same at McLean's, and particularly at Coppice Corner as well, where you're balancing the car on the throttle all the way around the exit of that one. So it'll be front left tyres we're worried about. The rears might actually do the full 5 hours here, although we'll have to keep an eye on that, and there will be an argument for putting a fresh set on if it's raining, just to freshen up the grooves in the tyres and make sure that you've got the maximum amount of grip available. But for now, still Lar Motorsport at the head of the field from Milne Air Racing. That is the 44 Graves Motorsport car. It's been in the wars earlier. The 33 is already out. There's a little bit of wheel spin as he tries to drag the rear of the car back round onto the circuit, but he does manage it in the end. So good effort there from Graves Motorsport. Off at Coppice, and quite close to the entry of Coppice actually for Graves Motorsport. I suspect that will have been deep, clipping the inside curb on entry maybe, and then sending the car around. But nonetheless, another unusual spot to end up. We've seen a couple of those already in this EnduroKA event. Around and around they wind again. The gap at the front is still quite small for reference. They were separated by just a quarter of a second at the line last time. Then in turn they have a 5 seconds advantage from Castrap Racing. They have 2 seconds over 4th place. Now Wingat Racing, that 3 car, continuing to make very good progress. What are its lap times like just now? Well, they had the fastest lap a while ago, and they are currently lapping quicker than the car ahead of them, albeit not quicker than the race leaders. So Wingat beginning to stall their progress as it plateaus, as they try and find themselves a nice little slot in this race to calm down and get a spot of clean air. Nothing shows signs of calming down at the front, however, because Milne Air, they're behind at the line. However, they may well want to lead after turn 1. It's going to be Milne Air to the inside. Jack Wright has set this move up before. He thinks, you know what, maybe that's not the best decision I've ever made. Notice how he's got his window down a crack as well. We do expect to see windows up generally because, as mentioned by one of the drivers earlier, it's far more aerodynamic. However, you also have the heater on full blast because it helps with engine temperature, and if the engine temperature is lower, you've got more power. So in turn, the aerodynamics are less important because you can go quickly anyway, so a bit of a consideration there.
Spot on, exactly. The driver's looking very, very hot and bothered, running those heaters to keep the engine down. Speaking of heaters, I've come back up just to warm up a little bit because it is quite chilly out there in the wind and the rain. Once you get a little bit wet outside, so. But it's good to see that things are unchanged at the front as the battle continues.
It's been continuing all the way. It should be said it's calmed down a touch over the last 10 laps or so. They're still nose to tail, and they still change positions every now and again, but there's far less almost anxious lunges up the inside. A perfect example being what we've just seen right now at Coppice. Previously, you would have seen Jack Wright commit to the inside and send one along there, but now that it's just the pair of them up the road from the rest of the field, they seem far happier to play the teamwork game, to attempt to make this breakaway group work, because it's almost similar to what we're seeing to cycling racing. We have a main peloton where, of course, you're able to either slipstream and be quicker or use a bit less energy to do the same speed. And this breakaway group, in order to stay as a big successful breakaway and not be caught by the peloton, has to work together. They have to take stints at the front. They have to make sure they don't do anything too silly on the descents, and that's exactly how it plays out. For most of it, they do come close to banging doors there, actually, as I do presume the driver of Milne Air took a sneeze, maybe, as he swerved across the circuit.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a frightener there as the bumpers virtually touched. And again, another tiny touch there as a slightly mistimed cutback. And into Hollywood, he'll be almost ahead there, Tom.
He will be ahead, I reckon. It's going to be very, very close. Of course, he'll have the outside in the wet at Craners, which is not always what you want. There's a back marker in the middle of all that as well. Now, of course, it's not the lap car's fault. He's going as quick as he wants to and as quick as he feels comfortable. They just about make the way through that one. It is still going to be Jack Wright for Milne Air ahead of Jordan Benson for Lar Motorsport.
Yeah, very smart driving there from Lar Motorsport, because he could have kept his foot in and we would have ended up with 3 cars trying to go into the old hairpin. It doesn't tend to work very well, and that closing speed was quite extreme. Was that possibly the EnduroKA entry that I'd just been talking to, who are suffering from that top speed?
I think it might have been, yes.
Yeah. So that kind of explains why it was so much slower going through. But all across the pit lane so far, every driver I've seen, massive smiles on their faces. Love doing this. And the challenge, doesn't matter what you drive, the challenge remains the same. Get a car on the absolute limit around a beautiful circuit.
I do wonder about that Sport car, because that was very slow. That wasn't, I was losing a bit of time on the straights and had to make up for it on the brakes. That was, we're about to pull into the pits level of slow. So keep your eye on that one as we get round. The other car to keep an eye on is Wingat Racing. They are still taking chunks out of the lead gap. They've found themselves in 4th overall. Last time through, it was a 43.5 compared to a 44.4 for second place Lara Motorsport. The gap continues to come down then for Wingat Racing. You can't help but feel that if they had started even halfway up the field instead of the back, they would be there with the top 2.
Yeah, absolutely. But there are still just under 3.5 hours remaining, so there's plenty of time. If they've made as much progress as they have so far, plenty enough time to get in the mix on this podium as they manage to barrel straight, both of them through the old hairpin and past the camel entry, and we have a car off the circuit.
That's the EnduroKA team, number 40.
So,
and that looks like a mechanical, actually. Pulled off far beyond the exit of the old hairpin and on the grass instead of the gravel. Generally, if you see an accident at the old hairpin, it will always be either A, in the gravel, or B, if it's a big one, in the wall. Big slide from Milner.
Beautiful.
And Jack Wright catches it, loses the position. He doesn't care. He's still in the slipstream. He'll gain that back by the time they're at the end of the lap.
Goodness me, another good save there from the Milner entry from Jack Wright, as you say. Terrifically done through. I wonder, we'll keep an eye on that stranded car and see if we end up with a recovery in operation. I know it's not a particularly dangerous place, but it is quite close to the track itself. Down to the Robert chicane comes Milner versus Lara Motorsport once again, and Milner get ahead in the 46, back in front, and well, they're pretty used to this by now, so no one's panicking. They're just enjoying these battles.
I think, and it is just a think, there we go, confirmation of it, the stranded 40 car is moving around once more, so
there's a hefty amount of duct tape on there, and I think we need to invest in a yellow duct tape roll instead of black to fit with that car.
I'll be honest, I think the duct tape's quite charming. I reckon it fits in with the style of the series in this one. You'll spot all sorts of crazy fixes over the course of the event here, because eventually it becomes a case of just keep it going. Now into the pits this time comes the Catastrophe car, I believe that was. This may well be a full-on stop as the rain picks up by quite a degree. That was in fact the 1-2-1 car, which is Catastrophe. They're into the pits. They'll find themselves a nice little place to stop, and there's some quite significant puddles out here actually, which is not helping the drivers in pit lane and is potentially foreboding for what is about to hit the circuit, because of course the only difference between pit lane and the track is that there's no cars in pit lane as often.
No, and there's quite a bit of spray kicking up out of Redgate. If you find yourself off the racing line, it's not a great place to be. There you see the Burton car number 180 on its way. I meant to look out for Mark Werrell down there and try and have a chat, but I'll try and find him later on. It might be typical that we end up down in the pit lane just during his stint, but still the Burton entry continues to try and push forward, and it's good to see that the 40 car managed to recover whatever issue it had at the time, not only for themselves but for the sake of the whole race as well.
It's the big man Andy Burton at the wheel at the moment. Mark Werrell, an interesting one for him, because he'd actually set it up so that this morning he could go out, do his laps, come back in, commentate on the Mini 7s which are happening in Zandvoort, and then find himself set up for the car and the race later on in the day. Brilliant idea. Then we had a power outage and the whole thing fell apart around him, so he's put together a fantastic weekend to even be able to do this. I think he's going to be post-commentating on the 7s, but as ever, all this sort of stuff gets organised somewhat on the fly. He'll be figuring that out as it goes along. For now, however, he'll be looking forward to his stint in the car when Andy Burton steps out of the Burton Power Racing machine. This is a nice little battle. I was about to say it's been developing. It's been developing for about an hour and 40 minutes at this point between these two. The Treble 8 of Boston Racing and the 5 of Wolf Motorsport, they are together as they exit the chicane, as are Shine Automotive and the 77 Racing. I believe they're still on different laps, actually. Those two, they are indeed but in theory, they're behind each other for position. There's just one lap between them.
That's right. Still just the one pit stop for the majority of the field. It does look like KM Racing have had 3 already, but for the most part, it's 1 pit stop or 0 pit stops. Milner, Lahr, Castrapt, Wingate Racing, and G&B Finch, as well as further down in the order, Catastrophe have yet to pit, as well as the 77, which appear to have been one of our retirements, I think, at the moment. But most of the field have pitted once. I spoke to Andrew Fells as well down in Boston Racing. He was race engineering for his son Jacob, who's currently in the car, and we spoke on air to Eduardo Carrera, but Andrew Fells taking things very seriously and didn't want to miss a beat, and end up talking to me when Jacob wanted to communicate something.
Here comes 77 Racing, showing that it is still raining quite heavily on that side of the circuit. It's not quite so bad where we are on the pit straight, but around the top end at McLean's, there is not only a good amount of raindrops on the camera lens, actually, but a good amount in the air as well. Shine Automator to continue to make progress. They've been unfortunate so far this season. The car shows a lot of pace, but to be honest, it's shown race-winning pace. So the fact that they're not up there again is a bit of a shame for those guys, because they deserve a good weekend and a run of the luck. It's just not happened here at Donington.
Exactly right. There is the Burton entry number 1, and continuing to try and move their way up the race order. Speaking of, Race Logic have just got past NJM. Race Logic up to 17th position now. But the fastest lap still sits with Wingate Racing. That's a 36.5, and they're circulating some distance away from that at the moment in the 1:43s at absolute best currently, thanks to these very, very wet conditions so far.
The Ford Ka itself was actually introduced back in 1996, which is the models that we've got here, so they've been around for a little while. But one thing you might notice is that, of course, the difference between the modern-day Ford Ka and the modern-day Ford Fiesta is quite significant in terms of size and all that sort of stuff. Underneath, this is actually the Fiesta platform. The Mark III Fiesta is what the Ford Kas run on, and then they were actually restyled based on a show car from a Roadster designed by Filippo Cepino. That Roadster, of course, had a soft top and all that sort of stuff, which then would later come back into the Ford Ka range when they expanded it and realized just how popular it would be. So they've been around for a little while, it should be said. And in turn, they were actually developed on the Fiesta production line because they were so heavily based on it. So across in Valencia, the same factory, the same people, started making the Ka in addition to the Fiesta because it filled a slightly different spot in the market despite being a pretty similar car underneath in terms of the core structural components. Of course, different engine and power and all that sort of stuff by the time you get to it, but the core structure not dissimilar to that Mark III Fiesta.
No, indeed. And I remember when they did first come out, they really divided opinion. They were, a truly iconic, new, clean sheet kind of bodywork design that was a real statement for the market. Really, no one had seen anything like this before, or really since. They are the most sort of unique of the Super Minis that were released around that time. And of course, were a perfect starter car for many people. Zero payload, of course. I remember I started with a Mark II Fiesta as my first car. I couldn't believe how much stuff we could actually get in that car when we really needed to. Down to the fact that the passenger front seat would fold almost completely down flat, so you could fit massive long wardrobes and all sorts in those. But in terms of the KA design, some people loved it, some people utterly hated it, but I think it's developed a real sort of iconic status, and people will always look at one of these and smile, I think, especially when they're painted up in these beautiful colour schemes.
Good effort, I must say, and we need to give him a huge thanks from Barry Welch. Barry has been locked away in what we could generously call a room. It's closer to a cupboard, trying to make the stream work all day after we've had the issues associated from earlier on. We've just managed to get timing and, of course, the timing tower onto the stream broadcast, which should be available later on. We're going to post this and all that sort of stuff to make sure that, although we weren't out live earlier on, we should have access to it. But great effort from him to get that up, because I know it's been a struggle all the way through the day. So thank you very much, Barry, for the efforts as ever. You lead battle, they're still together. They're at the bottom of the hill. And it's actually 3 for the lead now because Castrap Racing and Ben Smith, they brought themselves back into it. So the 46, the 747 and the 55 all together as they run through Schwantz and up to McLean's.
Yeah, and at 747 through the old hairpin, tail was hanging right out there. Oh, yeah, problem for 11 tenths racing down in the gravel, and it looks like, just under power, trying to get out of the gravel, and we just watched the front sink downwards. Hopefully that won't be too dramatic. They clearly still had some power to use, so they could, just with a little bit of assistance, get back onto the racetrack. They're not actually far away from the racetrack, but that will cause a yellow flag in that sector.
That is an almost identical position to where we saw the 44 Graves Motorsport car end up, actually. I wonder if he's found the trenches left behind by Graves Motorsport and parked himself in them. Your race leaders down towards Roberts. It is still jacked right from Jordan Bannon in the number 747 car, and then Ben Smith in the 55, who's applying the pressure. This is for Castrap Racing's 55. Ben Smith on the outside, Jordan Bannon on the inside, and now ahead, actually. Looks as if he's got a little bit more power for his engine and his Ford Ka, and he stays ahead in towards turn number 1. Out wide, a lot of water out wide, actually.
Yeah, you do really want to stay in the middle of the road through Redgate, it seems, because as soon as you put that wheel out onto the outside edge, it is very difficult. But yeah, the front nose, we're just looking of the front end of this 11 tenths car is buried, absolutely buried into the gravel, and if they pull it backwards, it's gonna the front bumper's going to get absolutely full of gravel as well. So it's difficult to clear it all out, even in a garage, lying down underneath it, let alone running around the racetrack or into the pits. So a big job, really, if they can get that running, and we hope they can, to keep our field complete.
You can't help but wonder, because there must be a point where you start to put your foot down and you feel the nose go, and you think, I'm a motorsports fan. I've seen this happen to thousands of people over the years. I'll just not do this anymore. And then they floor it even more, and it just digs its way into the gravel.
Absolutely. It does seem to be better to reverse out of the trench you found yourself in. Unfortunately, sometimes I guess that's a difficult thing. I know some of these cars aren't actually the reverse gear isn't something that they want to or can engage very easily, as we've got the first refueling on coverage that I've seen, at least. Apologies if you've already seen it.
We've not seen any of this so far, and it is quite a good shot, actually, so I hope we can return to that if possible, because the refueling here is all done by gravity. We're not using pumps, we're not doing any of that stuff. We keep it, in essence, cheap and safe is the idea of it. So as you saw there was a man and he was holding a bottle, and that's how it works. So you'll put the container into the side of the car. The car, interestingly, the fuel sort of entry point, if you like, still has the cap on it, which requires the key to go into. So you'll see teams, they only take the one key, and it guarantees that they've turned off the engine before they put fuel in, which is, of course, a rule. But if you cost yourself a second, only take the one key, you will never break it, because you have to take the key out of the ignition before you could open up the fuel filler cap. Then you get the bottle in, and it drains through gravity. And it brings into play quite an interesting thing, actually, because as a result, teams will always fill the bottle to the very top, because it means that you've got a lot more pressure pushing fuel out the bottom, because all the weight of the fuel above it, of course, is applying down the way. They then push that in, and you'll see the last litre, the last 2 litres take so long to come out. So often what they'll do is they'll want to fill, let's say, a full tank, but they'll have 2 bottles and take a bit out of both rather than emptying a single bottle. They've got very good at this over the past few years. They've had plenty of time to practice, and particularly at the Anglesey 24-hour race a year or so ago, they tuned this to perfection for most of the teams, because they had to do it an awful lot.
Jacob Fells there in the 888 Boston, he seems to really throw the car into the Roberts chicane and have to play catch up all the rest of the corner chicane and for much of the next sector with how much time he scrubbed off thanks to that sort of over exuberance into there. I don't know if that's down to sort of rear tyre grip, it's just being an issue going into the chicane, but there you can see another car off
that's
the circuit as well. It's still 11 tenths. They have been pulled out of the gravel, and they've been ceremoniously left in the grass.
I think he's found it again. I think he's made almost an identical mistake, actually.
I'm pretty sure the big green machine was pulling out. And a move there from number 12. That is the Pro-Am entry, who have a terrific setup down in the pits as well. They've got so many screens, but unfortunately, they hardly aren't able to see the camera work. They're one of the few teams who've managed to get a coax cable and can see the live timing from the circuit.
Here we go. Lar Motorsport into the pits. We got the fuel in, which means that this is a full pit stop. They've managed to go an hour and 50 minutes into this one almost, which is a fantastic effort, even with the safety car and all that sort of stuff.
And
because the pace they were
the
doing,
whole time.
yeah, the pace and the fighting was right up there. So now we'll see this. You notice how he's got the fuel in there. Interestingly, they've only got the one bottle, so that presumes that they're going to fill it for a known quantity. That's the upside, is you know how much fuel is in there. You can use that to calculate your stints later on in the race. Keep an eye on that man in the luminous vest who's making sure everything is as it should be with this pit stop for one of your race leaders, because of course they were chopping and changing every other corner. So the fuel will eventually come out, give it a shake around, get a little bit impatient. I'm not sure if shaking it around actually helps, to be honest, but you never know. You can, if it helps with the mind, then it certainly helps you get it all the way through. Then we pick up the second canister, and we get that in as well. Now, the fuel will be
there to see as well. We have a fire extinguisher standing by and on camera, and that presumably is part of the regulations as well, that someone is standing by ready in case of any form of ignition.
It is, yes, and that'll be a member of the team, often one of the drivers, because of course the drivers are already in fireproof overalls, so it makes a lot of sense for them to be involved in the fueling. You'll find often it's the driver who's just got out the car, actually, who then picks up the fire extinguisher, because it requires two of them, and one of them is already fully dressed, so there's no sense in any of that. It will be one of Neil J, Jordan Bannon, and Mr. Macbeth. I reckon it's probably Bannon in that position, although we'll wait for confirmation of that one. The next driver looks rearing and ready. I love the sunglasses on that. That's a very cool look. It's we got the thumbs up as well from all of this one. I wonder if there was a smirk there as well. So thumbs up. They're almost ready. This fuel canister, and it shows how long it takes as soon as you remove the pump, because that's not a huge amount of fuel. But they're trying to brim the tank, and it takes this long to get it in, which is why we'll see such a change of order when a car comes into the pits. Whilst they've been doing this, we've actually seen cash straps come in as well. So another one of your front runners is in there doing a similar process, one lap beyond what 747 and Lar Motorsport decided to do. We shake it about, we give it a twirl. Surely it's all almost out. It's like...
And from what I can see, it looks like the driver is not allowed into the car until the refueling is
No, you cannot
complete.
touch the car. Even if you touch it, somebody will be there to have a go at you and probably give you a penalty as well. The only person allowed to touch the car right now is the bloke holding the fuel. The guy with the fire extinguisher is nearby but not touching it. The driver is nearby but not touching it. Now he goes in. Look how he's got the key there, and he takes it out of the fuel filler cap. They then close the safety valve on the outside, if you like, get the next driver in. The other thing that would happen whilst we're doing this normally can be changing the tires. However, clearly they're okay with that. It's a very hard compound that we have here, and as a result, it will do a lot of the stints, potentially even the full race if you're very nice to it. The wet conditions will be helping them in that respect because it cools the tire down, and of course they're not going as quickly. Quick check of how warm the bonnet is. They're actually getting ready to push this one out. They'll not be too worried about that now. And the death sign on the front. I hope that's for drivers to look in the mirrors, not an ominous sign for their own car, else that would be a bit of a shame. 747, whack on the bonnet, on you go, and then a push on the rear as well. It's like trying to encourage it out of the pit lane.
They're very much up for this one, aren't they, the team? They really smell victory here today.
And they immediately get given the blue flag. If they're next in pit lane, and of course it's to notify them of what's coming their way. Out of the pits with them will come the Autotech, I do apologise, car, number 65. And 747 will slot their way back into the order around about 14th or 15th position, actually. Of course, a couple of their rivals yet to pit, and one of them in there right now. So they're going to be trying to do this outlap as quickly as possible because track position would be crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. And also crucial right now is the laps that Milner and Wingate can put in during this time. Now, Wingate, I don't think, have refueled because I think their pit stop came during one of the safety cars, and we tended to just see quick driver changes up to that point. But Milner will be on surely fairly empty tanks by now, because they most certainly haven't pitted, and neither have GMB Finch, finding themselves in first and in 6th place respectively.
The issue, of course, is that the Ford Ka, it's a road car. We still use the road instruments, so the fuel gauge actually reads a little bit lower than it is at any given point, because it wants to encourage you to go to the petrol station and not have an accident on the motorway. Great when you're on the road. When you're on the racetrack, it then becomes a game of chicken.
Yes.
As to when do you actually trust the fuel warning light that's telling you you've been empty for the last 10 minutes and you're still going around at full pace. It will go very suddenly. If you overdo it, it won't chug, 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 oh, I'll make it back round. It will just cut, and before you know it, that's it. Your race is sorted. You're on the other side of the track. You need to be towed back through.
It's no low fuel mode.
No.
It's to limp home.
As a result, you'll see this game of chicken. Generally, people play it on the safe side right now. However, when there's 10 minutes left in the race, you'll see a few people taking bigger gambles. Another one of your front runners, GMB Finch, into the pits on this occasion.
So for their first pit stop then, GMB Finch, leaving just the Milner Racing, the only car yet to make a pit stop and driver change. So a very long stint here for Milner, and here comes GMB Finch to get themselves organised and get ready.
I think officially 77 Racing and Shine Automotive haven't made ones, but of course they found themselves stuck in the gravel and pulled back to the pits respectively. So it depends a little bit on your definition of that. That was a bit of a scramble out of the car, it should be said, from GMB Finch. The driver in that one right now, who is it who's just gotten out of that? That's Joe Bragg has just gotten out of that. That doesn't feel right at all, but Joe stepping in.
Little rub on the bumper there. Our camera's picked up from action for GMB Finch. We did see quite a lot of close quarter racing at the start of proceedings, and a further one on the rear wing as well. They're going to have to tidy up the paintwork a little bit, unless they quite like wearing their battle scars. It looks like, again, another no refuel situation potentially here, because the driver change has happened already.
Do you know what I've just found? A very confusing fact for us on the entry list. We've been following Ben Smith for a few laps. He was out there setting the pace, making sure that he was out there for one of your front runners, namely the 55 car, I believe, yes, of Castrap Racing. There is actually a Benjamin Smith driving for GMB Racing, so they are not the same
Shouldn't
people.
Shouldn't be allowed.
They are officially called different things on our timing screen, so we'll have to make sure that we go for the full complete name of Benjamin. Here is Burton Power Racing. They're in for their stop as well. The number 1 car actually having one of its better showings of the day, and I'm liking the names here. We've got Andy, who's got something interesting. I didn't quite manage to touch Tom Valentine's nickname, but Talkie Man is Mark Werrells. I think you might, was it Talkie Mark? Talkie Man? Talkie Mark, the commentator. I think that's quite a good description. We got Talkie Andy, Talkie Tom, and Talkie Mark. He's not into the card this time, I don't think, so he'll be out for the 3rd set of stints for Burton Power.
Absolutely, yes, they've gone for the comedy effect, which we do appreciate up here. I did clock that earlier on, actually, when I saw the car getting ready for qualifying. Some interesting imagery. In fact, do you know what? I'm pretty sure Mark Werrell shared that on Twitter. I'm going to go and check that out, because I think that might have been where I saw it.
Well, speaking of all of that, of course, this is a long race. You can try and get involved with us here in the commentary box. You can find me at Tom Davis Comms, actually, DAVISCOMMS. I'm that on various other platforms as well, so if you're wondering whether I'm on a platform, I'm definitely on Instagram and Facebook. I might be on others in the future, to be honest, because we know that Twitter has been having some controversial moments recently, so you can find me at Tom Davis Comms. The number 1 car, is that Mark under the helmet? I'm not convinced that is Mark under the helmet, underneath all of that. It's a similar sort of race suit. You'll notice as well that the jackets have this luminous number on them. Well, black number on the luminous jacket. That helps marshals to keep a track of who's where given a pit stop, because you are only allowed a certain number of people to be outside of the garage. It's not even touching the car, it's outside of the garage at any given point. So they have to sort themselves out. I reckon that might be Mark Werrell with the number 2 car on, the number 2 jacket on. So he sends his number 1 car out into the pits, and then out onto the circuit. Milner Racing are still out there circulating at this stage, as are Wingat Racing, it should be said, because of course their pit stop, we didn't see them refueling, so they've essentially been going for the full duration as well. They just took advantage of a driver change to get Leon Bridgeway into the car.
Yes, here we go. Now I can see. They have Asbo Andy, Flat Shift Tommy, and Talkie Talk Mark as the drivers on the side of their windows. They did have Flapper, but that was taped over, I've just seen. So Asbo Andy or Flat Shift Tommy will be the ones in the car.
I presume that Andy, as a result, likes to send one up the inside on the brakes. And as for the flat shift, let's hope there's not too much of that, because we had a couple of gearboxes go at Cadwell when people were too rough with it. And on one or two occasions on the pit straight, we did hear people attempting to find third and actually finding first, I think, from time to time when pushing the gear stick back up. So they've got to be careful of that sort of stuff. The manual gearbox, when you're in the heat of the moment, the red mist is descended, you're trying to get it, you can quite easily slip into the wrong gear or not hit one at all if you're not careful.
Absolutely.
Shine Automotive very sideways at Coffins. Good catch.
We've seen it a number of times today. It looks like it's drying quite nicely now for the drivers. The rain has stopped, so it will take a little while here for the water to move away from the racing line. But I do think that off the racing line is still going to be really, really difficult to grip. And particularly to brake. We're still seeing spray from cars that are going side by side as they go through through and away from that racing line.
I like that in amongst all of this, of course, we just mentioned the socials tag so that you can get in contact if you would like to and all that sort of stuff. And we mentioned it yesterday, there will be bits of the circuit that you can see that we cannot. Yes. The first people to respond to that on my end was Staffordshire Medical Services, so hopefully they're paying attention to the race through the commentary as opposed to finding themselves too distracted at this stage. It's yeah, playing a risky game if you like there. Staffordshire Medical Services. The 77 car is through. They get themselves sorted out and through Redgate corner. That is Autotech. The Autotech are having a rough time of it at the moment. The pit stops are playing out, and they're still down in 23rd position with Philip Truman at the wheel. I hope that everything's okay with that car. Their season has been a tricky one thus far. They had the pace at Silverstone, couldn't quite get the win. They had the pace at Cadwell, but found themselves mired in the midfield and weren't able to make progress forwards of a little squabble they were in for the entire 6-hour race there, actually, which was quite spectacular. And it seems to be a similar story here today, where they've got the pace, but cannot find a way beyond that top 20 sort of area.
We are down to the 3-hour mark, 3 hours to go. We've had the 2 hours so far, and I wonder what kind of niggles and worries the drivers will be experiencing. But clearly, having the heater on full is not going to be comfortable out there. It's not exactly a winter's day. It's the ambient temperature is not too bad as long as you're not being pelted by this wind and rain. Nice inside a little tin top like this, I'm sure it's getting very, very toasty warm.
It will be indeed. The 3-hour mark is our cue to give you a full rundown of those still out on circuit. The leader is the 46 Milner Racing, ahead of the 3 Wingap Racing. Then completing your provisional podium with most of the race still to come is the 148 of North Motorsport. They've been slowly climbing the order. Then you'll find the 126 of GloryKA. GM Performances 81 run 5th. The 12 of Pro-Am Racing runs in 6th spot ahead of the treble 8 of Boston Racing in 7th. 8th is the 55 of Castrap. Wolf Motorsport are in the pits right now, actually, sitting 9th overall in the 5 car. Your top 10 completed by the 192 of Race Logic. 11th is the 121 of Calamity. 12th, the 18 of Axiometrics.com. Dominic Jackson stepping behind the wheel of that one for the first time. KM Racing sit 13th in the 114 car, ahead of G&B Finch Racing in the 7 machine. NJM Racing Limited are 15th in the 2, ahead of LDR Performance Tuning in the 49. Then you find Catastrophes 1112 sitting 17th overall. 18th is the 22 of AFK. Camel Racing are not having the day they would have hoped for in 19th overall in the 88. And Original Checkers Racing complete your top 20 in the 67 car. Behind them, race leaders formerly, having just made a pit stop, of course, they're further down the order. Lar Motorsport 747. Burton Power Racing is number 1. It's actually not too far behind them at all. I think Lar Motorsport have had an issue here because Burton Power Racing are within a couple of tenths of them. Then it's Autotech Motorsport and JW in 23rd and 24th before you meet TCS, Orca Sport 11 tenths and EnduroKA Racing, and then those that are no longer out there or have had some significant issues thus far. Here comes Burton Power Racing up the pit straight. The number 1 car with Tom Valentine at the wheel is now finding a way through, and former race leaders Lar Motorsport. It's going to be along the outside at Redgate Corner. Lar Motorsport have the inside. They'll hold on to that for now. Is this Lar Motorsport's pace dropping away? The answer is no, not really. What about Burton Power Racing? They're going quite quickly. I wonder if there was just a long stop.
I think we've got a situation brewing here for Milner as well, as they come under. They've managed to pass the 55, but it looked a little bit hairy for a few moments. We also picked up just a small race graphic there to say that a penalty has been issued to Tom Wood for Graves Motorsport number 44. Didn't actually catch what it was. I think it was a 10-second penalty for that car. Down in 30th position, and they've had a torrid time, but they're keeping the 33. And I'm wondering, you know, whether they're actually having a little bit of a laugh about the race numbers here, because they've got 44 and 33 in the same team.
Yes, I suspect that is intentional. That sort of thing doesn't happen by accident. Interestingly, the 55 car and the race leaders Milner, we've previously seen them battling on circuit for position. That was still battling on circuit, but it's not for position as yet because Milner yet to stop. And of course, the 55 machine has made its first pit stop, as has now Wolf Motorsport. We've been keeping an eye on that pit stop on stream for a little bit. Everything seemed to go calm, and the 5 car returns to circuit.
You've covered these before, Tom, I know, but how deep into a race can these drivers actually get before pitting for fuel?
This is now quite a shock. Well, I'll be honest. For Milner, this is a long way into the race. The Boston Treble 8 car is in now for what might be its second stop, actually, in amongst all of this. This is a long way, is the simple way to put it. We don't normally see this. The maximum stint time is 2 hours and 10 minutes. So we're actually 5 minutes away from them having to come in. But I am astonished by this from Milner. They are yet to make a stop.
And that's to prevent them one-stopping, I'm assuming.
This is, well, to an extent, yes, although of course teams have multiple drivers and people do pay for a seat in various cases. The maximum driver time is more to stop drivers getting too tired, is generally why we see that regulation across motorsports, because there will always be a strategy that involves you extending the tires or the fuel or something. You see it across the world of motorsports. The issue is, if your basic strategy is an hour and a half in a car, of course, extending that quite quickly reaches something in the region of 3 hours, 3.5 hours or whatever, if you are triple stinting tires, let's say at Le Mans or a similar sort of setup. And hence, we put a limit on it because the teams will ask the drivers to do it, the drivers will say yes, and suddenly they'll be in a dangerous situation without ever having noticed.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we won't suffer any kind of daylight issues here in the believe it or not, the height of midsummer as we are here. But
I do not.
No, but we have had headlights on occasionally. Thankfully, we are single class racing though. With respect to Le Mans, this is somewhat different. As the 88 Camel entry makes a move down on the number 40, and there is another penalty for Lee Small, I think. But unfortunately, they're down in 26th position, car 341. I just missed it, and I didn't see how many seconds they were given. But a penalty, nonetheless, has been given out to that number 341.
JW Motorsport, they were up there in sort of the midway stage of the race thus far, so about the quarter marker. Their pit stop also having seemed to not quite go to plan. They've dropped behind Wolf Motorsport, they've dropped behind Orca Sport and Autotech actually, so that puts into perspective the ground loss for them. Here comes Wingat racing up the pit straight, they'll make another pass, and on screen you'll see NJM Performance at the head of a little team, including what I think is one of the best liveries out there, and it's always out there as well, the Camel inspired livery. Camel, of course, they were associated with Senna, they were associated with Valentino Rossi at various stages, and now a fantastic tribute livery out here on a Ford Ka in the EnduroKA series.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm probably a little bit more partial to the silk car of Wolf Motorsport from my point of view, because our opinions don't matter at all in the livery competition. It's all down to the marshals as to what they decide to award for the best race prepared car. And diving down the inside then goes that 88 Camel entry and completing another overtake. If you do fancy a chat in the pit lane, and I haven't spoken to you or your team yet, you can reach me on social media at WebORed5 as one word, WEBBO, the word red and the number 5.
Which number was Luke Skywalker is the question. He must have been pretty close to red 5 at that point, right?
I think there is a red 5.
There is a red 5 referenced in Star Wars,
but
I can't
actually,
recall
yeah,
which one it
there's
is.
another reason that I chose red 5 on the end of
I can't imagine why somebody in a motorsports commentary box would have chosen red 5.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That car was out at Silverstone last year, actually, wasn't it? This year it was Senna's McLaren from the same year, I believe, that was out there, whereas last year we had Vettel. Well, he's collecting them now, isn't he? All the cars from that year is what he's going to own within a couple months. The camera trains in on Camel Racing once again. They're up through Schwantz Curve. I think that livery is wonderful. What doesn't help is that the car itself is a bit dog-eared now after some earlier contact. So on one side it looks a little bit lopsided. Not quite as lopsided as the number 40 Touring Car machine,
It's
which
almost
still
got a
has duct
Frankenstein
tape.
effect now, I think.
I'm astonished, not by the duct tape, we see that quite often in EnduroKA, but the application of the duct tape seems completely random. There is absolutely no sort of method or like sort of, I don't know, thought process as to how that's ended up. It's just been walloped on there in the shortest possible time in the pit stop.
It is very funny to see. And I don't know if they can keep applying another bit every pit stop or each race meet even, but hopefully they'll get that straightened out for the racing. I was very alarmed to see earlier on today on another one of our races when one of the drivers came in. I referenced the fine adjusting that was happening in front of me, but literally it was being kicked apart by one of the mechanics to the front end and the grill that was protecting the radiator. They were trying to kick it off or bend it back into shape. It was somewhat lacking subtlety.
A very well prepared car actually is Pro-Am Racing. We've not spoken about them too much. They won the race last time out in Cadwell. They're currently sitting 5th overall. We just caught them on camera. It is a wonderful livery. It's not trying to be anything else. It's not a sort of parody, if you like, but it's very, very well put together. So keep your eye on that one because they are slowly finding their way up the order in the number 12 machine. 5th overall right now. The car ahead of them is in the pits. They are sort of reigning victors, if you like, from the last occasion. They'll make sure that they are thereabouts in 2 hours and 50 minutes, and they are very much in contention for the overall victory.
Good to see the Shine Automotive car. Just picking up on that as well. That's another very original livery that is very very smart looking. This is North Motorsport. The very sort of traditional Ford KA colour of that kind of invisible silver. Having driven a silver family car myself, I can well attest to the fact that people just they just see that colour and think I can just pull out in front of you. It's not a colour that brings any kind of fear or sense of speed. It kind of invites other drivers to jump out and take advantage of you somewhat. But there were so many of those Ford KAs in that colour out on the roads, either with the dark plastic coloured bumpers or with the body match bumpers for that extra little bit of street cred.
We've just had a wonderful zoom-in shot on the bonnet here, actually. I think if the insect that was plastered to it was called a fly beforehand, it'd have to be called a splat now, because it's definitely not going to try and escape. 2-lap penalty for Tom Valentine. Now that is big news because that's Burton Power Racing's number 1 car. They've been slowly climbing their way up the order after their pit stop. So they're 21st, but of course there's still some stops to play out. As for what that 2-lap penalty is for, I'm afraid I'm not entirely sure how it's likely to be. A breach of refueling rules is my inclination. 2-lap penalty is the standard for a breach of refueling rules. That would mean somebody touched the car whilst it was having the fuel put into the tank.
Very costly for an inadvertent or mistaken touch on the car, isn't it? Very, very costly indeed. But rules are rules.
Rules are rules, and particularly with the refueling, we were discussing this earlier actually. anywhere where there's refueling involved in a race series, the precautions go up another level, because in addition to being walloped by a car exceeding the pit lane speed limit, you've also got to consider the possibility of a car just catching fire whilst you walk by it. So immediately we step into all these additional precautions, and as a result, a 2-lap penalty for Burton Power Racing. That is Autotech Motorsport. They're in the pits. They too have been slowly climbing the order, but somewhat mired in the midfield has the 64 car been up until this stage. Notice how we got some tape all around the mirrors. That's actually to help us up here in the commentary box, because they commonly run both a 64 and a 65, and those mirrors are they're not bodged, but they are DIY'd into being recognisable.
Bravo to them, because we do appreciate that in the commentary box. Anything to help us identify drivers is very, very much appreciated out here. And I appreciate, while I'm talking about appreciation, another thank you, of course, to everybody involved in running today's race, especially those volunteer marshals from the true Orange Army, but also the fact that so many people here have had to be scrambling a little bit today to deliver a full day's racing, and of course the full 5 hours of the 5 hours of Donington Park here. And now we see back together on the circuit once again, the 747 and the 46 once again of Milner Racing and Lar Motorsport. Now this is not for position right now, because Milner Racing still haven't pitted, Tom.
Absolutely astonishing from Milner Racing. I reckon they've asked the driver to go in and his race suit's got a massive bag inside it and they've just filled it full of fuel. He's still attacking. We reckon at the moment that Lar Motorsport, the driver doesn't quite have the pace as the person before him. Potentially a bit of nervousness on the wet conditions. That's allowing Milner to do just what we saw there and get very, very close under braking. They'll now come up and attack the inside. I think Lar Motorsport have said, we are actually competing with this guy. If you can hold him up, that's all the better. And Milner are aware of that. They're up the inside at Schwantz curve. That'll be the outside of McLean's, however. Back through comes Lar Motorsport in the 747. They'll hold a slightly tighter exit line as well, which just discourages, prevents that cutback overtake. Instead, it'll have to be done on the brakes to Coppice. No, stays in behind, and we'll think about the slipstream down that back straightaway.
Well, yes, this is a team that only have 2 drivers, and we're nearing the halfway point of the race, having still not fueled on the Milner entry. So I'm assuming, given we haven't had any penalties yet, that they haven't contravened any maximum stint length rule just to this point. But it is 2 hours 15 that they've been in the car so far.
We've had a magnificent, I've just found a great page on the new TSL website, which I've been looking for a while, and it's come back up after our technical issues this morning. We've covered a total of 4,400 miles in this race thus far between the cars, which is absolutely stunning, and we're not even halfway. That is the Catastrophe car, I believe, which is slow moving out of Redgate. Now looks to be regaining pace, which is very good. But the last thing you all have wanted was to have been side by side, recovering from an incident. They're both going to be on the wet stuff by the time they get through the Craner curves. Who sorts it out? The answer is the Catastrophe car. Well, having somewhat of a catastrophe. I do think they cursed themselves with that. It cannot be good.
No, indeed, but actually somewhat shy of a catastrophe, more of a minor slip-up, I think, potentially, or a small gremlin in the technical side of things. But yes, an impressive amount of miles that the cars have covered so far. Not least, of course, Jack Wright in that number 46, because he's done them all on his own.
He has indeed. I'm stunned by this. It does reach a point whereby you've got to consider whether the time screen's wrong. And actually, just as we speak, Milner into the pits this time through. So Jack Wright will finally relent his stop and we'll get a good perspective as to who is where in this race now. That's axiometrics.com. They've gotten involved with the fight of Lar Motorsport. Of course, your references for this Milner pit stop, we're looking at all the cars that were with them before, plus Wingat Racing, who have also come in for their first proper stop, so to speak, their first refueling stop of the race. So your top 2 are in. Everyone else has made at least some degree of a stop, and so we're playing a game to see whether they come out around about. Castrap Racing as a target. Wolf Motorsport would be a bad place to end up for them, although not quite as bad as some of those further down the order. Keep an eye on what goes on. Castrap Racing currently up to the chicane. This will put them on the same lap as Milner and Wingat, and they'll have to go all the way around again until they find themselves challenging for position.
We'll have to see whether whether Milner managed to complete that pit stop quickly enough. I might go and have a word or two and see if I can find Jack Wright and get an insight into that situation. But I'll pop down there and just see where exactly in the pit lane they are. I think they're relatively near to us, but we'll see if we can get our camera view on the Milner entry. Oh, that was definitely a sideways moment we just saw then.
Shine Automotive, I think.
So if we can have another look, well, they've saved it. It's Shine Automotive, but they do have Burton written on the car fairly prominently. So on occasion, I'll see that as a slight bit of confusion. But some refueling going on here, but that's not for the Milner entry.
No, it's not. The Milner car is actually, I'm not entirely sure where it is in the pits actually. You find they pull in quite far beneath what is an overhanging gantry as far as we're concerned from the commentary box, which means we struggle to get a good view when the cars are fully into the garages, as they do often here for the pit stops. That is the 67 car, where they've been in the order. They've been around about the midfield for much of this one. Original Checkers Racing as high as 10th at one stage, now dropping down the order, of course, as they make this stop, and will try and progress upwards from there. One of the big advantages is that Burton Power have got that 2-lap penalty, so they were previously in a fight, coming under pressure a bit from the one car. Now they don't have to worry about that at all. Interestingly, there's a no smoking sign on top of the car. Well, pit stop regulations are strict, but I thought that would have been obvious.
I think it's in an antagonist of the tobacco relative reminiscent livery that they've gone for. I like the Olympus cameras on the bonnet as well. It's great to see the sense of humour among all of these EnduroKA entrants.
Shine Automotive in for a pit stop, a change of fuel, change of driver, and a change of pants for the old driver, and amongst all of this I anticipate following that previous event. Still, we stay on the same tyres here, and that's a lovely little shot of something that helps us identify the car when it's moving at great speed, because it's got one spoke on the alloy, completely different to all the others. And interestingly, it makes you realise the wheel's not actually spinning as quickly as we see in some other race cars, because you will identify that on its way around the car. The tyres, we're getting a good shot of them just there as well. The grooves is slowly disappearing, but of course, as the track dries up, that's almost a positive, because it gives you a far bigger surface area to play with across the total connection of the tyre and the circuit.
However,
if it were to rain,
counterpoint to that is a change in precipitation levels, which we are still sort of on the edge of our seat about the constant change that has been happening throughout this weekend. The only thing we can guarantee is that we have no idea what the weather's about to do at any given time. Although I look back out the back of the circuit from our position, and it's as clear as it has been in sort of where the prevailing weather comes from.
Milner back out on track. They are 16.5 seconds behind Alex Tentori in the Castrap Racing's 55, which means that I reckon they're your effective leaders right now. And as a result, a very, very good pit stop and stop for Alex Tentori. Milner running an effective second, I reckon, and then Calamity potentially in the 1-2-1 car, looking quite competitive in 6th on the road, 3rd come the end of the pit stop. So that said, Race Logic and their V-Box team will be set up very well here as well, because they've managed to claw up the order during the pit stops, found some clear air, and have been advancing the way up the timing screen. Here is Catastrophe on the run towards Schwantz Curve. They'll be on the outside as they break in towards McLean's and can't quite make that one work. Good defense from the number 81 GM Performance car just up ahead of them, and then they'll reset, try again at Coppice. They have to be aware, of course, of the Ford closing them in behind. And it's closing them in at quite a rate when they fight, actually. It was, even when we joined this shot, much, much further away than it is now. Here's the 55 car into the pits again. So that's Castrap Racing in for a second stop now, and the strategy is completely divided between Milner and Castrap. They were on track together for a long, long, long time, but now they split, and Milner find themselves into the pits for their second stop, Castrap rather, in for their second stop, just after Milner have done their first stop, as we wait to see how this one plays out. There's Axiometrics in the background trying to make an overtake. In the foreground is Lar Motorsport 747 car. Lar Motorsport, where are they on the time screens post pit stop? They are down to 16th position, which is not what they would want to be. They have only made the one pit stop. They just seem to be a little bit slow, is the simple fact of it, on this particular tyre track driver car combination. Last time through, the lap for Lar Motorsport was down to a 1:39.7. The leaders lapping in the mid-38s, so they've lost about a second lap relative to the people they were competing with just a few moments ago. Up the hill is the drag. On the inside is Lar Motorsport, still trying to defend, this time from... Now, I'm not entirely sure that is the 112 Catastrophe car. Catastrophe still in the hunt for a good race finish here. Not doing quite as well as Calamity up the road, but Catastrophe look pretty racy. Up the inside of them will come the number 2 NJM Racing Limited machine, and then everybody else wants to get involved as well, including Axiometrics.com and the 67 car of Original Checkers Racing. They'll go 2 by 2, then 3 by 1 as they descend upon the Robert chicane. Good so far from the 67, and it's going to saw its way all the way up the inside. Brilliant from that one. Original Checkers Racing, they've passed 3 cars in the space of 2 corners at a straight. You love to see it from them. The battle's not done yet for NJM Racing Limited. They've now got pressure coming in from the Catastrophe car. Catastrophe on the inside, making progress. They've got a little bit of that side draft, which isn't huge, but it is notable. And before you know it, they're on the correct positioning to take the line and the position at Redgate. Away they accelerate once more, then they'll reset, they'll come again in just a little bit. One of the facts I actually love about Redgate here at Donington Park is that whilst we view it as a right-hander, that hasn't always been the case. When the track was first built, and utilised if you like, because of course the roads we hear, they just got turned into a circuit, it was a right-hander, and it was actually the last corner on the circuit because the start-finish line used to be further around the track. Then in turn it became a left-hander because where you see the Melbourne Loop effectively, we headed off all the way in that direction, looped around a little bit further away than we do now, and came back and turned left at Redgate to join where the circuit continues off down the hill. Of course then we continued to evolve, and by the mid-70s it was back to being that lovely right-hander that we know and love, and Redgate's evolution had pretty much finished there, to be honest, as it was set up as a very successful and exciting corner which allows a couple of different lines through it. Generally I think a late turn-in's better, but there are a few cars and drivers that would disagree with me there. So the race continues to evolve. Your new race leader is the 126 car, as we see a 2-lap penalty come in for the 8. The number 8 picking up a penalty is a big shame. That car is actually not so far down the order. We were hoping it would be a good race for the 8 car, but 2-lap penalty means that you pick up that touch after the pit stop window, if you like, and then before you know it, you find yourself down towards the bottom reaches outside the top 20. We need the team manager of cars 67 and 77 to report to race control. That is Original Checkers Racing and 77 Racing. So team manager of 67 and 77 needs to make their way down to race control. And we hope they've seen that on the timing, but with the various technical issues we've had across the course of the day, it's far easier to make sure we mention it a couple of times, and you never know, maybe that'll help them get across. But it is EnduroKA in the 126 on screen right now and headed towards Redgate that leads the field at this stage. They made one pit stop. I'm not convinced they put in a lot of fuel there. It was sort of a stop under the second safety car, put a bit in and figure it out once we get going again. So their strategy will be thrown off. But as for now, they've got a 13.3 second lead at the head of the field. Brilliant from EnduroKA. They navigate their way down towards the old hairpin. A useful attack through that one. Then we zoom in actually on the 148 North Motorsport. Notice how that car's only got one headlight, which is always a little interesting. I'm not entirely sure when they lost the other one, but a far more controlled and proactive job with the duct tape there than we see on the Touring Car number 40 effort. So they've been managing to put that one together. Graves Motorsport 44 is just ahead on circuit of the 5 for Wolf Motorsport. Are they together on the timer screen? I suspect the answer is no, and the answer is indeed no. And actually, if anything, then the battle is developing behind as well, as people come together, find those in other laps on the circuit, and in reality, what you want to do is find somebody who's of a similar pace to yourself and begin to play the slipstream game. The gap at the front is relatively constant on the past couple of attempts, but Pro-Am Racing, with Nicole Drought at the wheel, are getting quicker lap by lap by lap. It was a personal best last time through for them. The 5 car of Wolf Motorsport, the next one behind them is actually EnduroKA Sport, who I believe are at just beyond the rear of this queue. Milner involved in that little group as well that's on its way down through the hill now. They'll navigate Hollywood, and then before you know it, they're into the Craner curves. Get yourself sorted out and single file for this one, because there is a dry line, but offline it's very, very slippery at that section of the circuit. Autotech have to be aware of a lunge that's coming down the inside, and then eventually you see that EnduroKA Sport car. That is the one that's chasing the EnduroKA number 5 car.
Hi Tom,
Hello.
I'm down in the far end of the pit lane here with our previous leader, and it's Jack Wright from Milner Racing. Jack, that looked like a very successful stint there you just did.
Oh, it was adventurous throughout it all. Very good start, which got up to into the lead by the second lap, but holding them other lads off was a challenge. Along with the downpours that we kept having, it was making for tricky conditions. But some of the lads was quicker in the dry, some was quicker in the wet, so they was tossing and turning behind me, which meant I was battling a different car every other lap. But it was very good fun. Yeah, very good.
You've had a lot of experience fighting with the 747 out there as well. So did you manage to touch? And if so, did you lose count of how many times?
Yeah, no, we had a couple of little comings together. I got a bit slower out of the corner, and he just rear-ended a tiny bit, but it wasn't any, bad contacts. I need to go find him, to be fair, and shake his hand, because it was a real good battle with him, to be honest. Yeah.
No, we've had a lot of fun watching it. But do you have high hopes of getting the outright victory today?
Well, we've put it on pole for the past 2 races and had a DNF and a rear axle snap. So we're keeping our fingers crossed, obviously, depending on the pit stops and that. It's just me and my dad racing this week, and Johnny, my father-in-law, he's showing his rally car, so he couldn't make it. So it kind of limits us with what we can do, because obviously you've got to have your rest period in between changes and stuff. But fingers crossed, keep going, keep pushing, and we'll maybe go for the win.
That was an epic stint as well that you just did, the longest of anybody out there. So you're obviously feeling pretty fit.
Yeah, we should have really pitted on the safety car, because everybody, gets a free pit stop on the safety car. But I was just in a good area doing consistent laps, so they just left me out there.
So is it a mandated rest period rather than a mandated stint period that you've got to handle?
Bit of both. You can only do 2 hours 20. I think I did 2 hours and 15, and then I've got to stop for 30 minutes, which I want a bit more than 30 minutes because I'm pretty knackered after that. But yeah, no, 30 minutes stop time and then back out again.
So back out again. Have you got a rough idea, or will you just play it by ear, depending on what the pace is like?
Yeah, play it by ear. Dad's going to maybe do an hour or so, but if a safety car comes out, then we need to do what everybody else did in the first stint and get a free pit stop in, and then we might put us back in the game.
Fantastic. Well, good luck for the rest of it. It's a pleasure watching you, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we get to the end.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and we'll talk to you again then, Tom, up in the commentary box.
Yeah, interesting then that it's Jack and his father George who are out there trying to make this work all the way to the finish. A few more visitors to pit road on this lap. EnduroKA Sport are in, 11/10 have already been in and are sitting there. They'll be joined by G&B Finch Racing, the 3 of them, all quite close together actually, so there'll be competition between the pit crews. Burton Power is still out on circuit at this stage, and your leaders is still the 126 Red Glory car of Michael McCollum. He's got a 10-second advantage. It's been coming down, by around about 6 or 7 tenths a lap, and the same was true last time through, between Michael McCollum for EnduroKA and Nicole Drought for Pro-Am Racing in the 12 machine. Nicole's been bringing that down and actually setting her personal best on each and every lap, as the V-Box 192 is off the road. That is race logic, and they do not look to be getting going in any particular hurry either. So hopefully the marshals will be able to assist them with that one without need for heavy machinery out on circuit. Burton Power Racing have got a little bit of pressure coming behind on the road, but of course they've picked up that 2-lap penalty and find themselves much further down the order than they would have liked. The next car for them on circuit is about 4 seconds up the road. It's going to be Camel Racing, who they need to try and attack, apply the pressure to recover their race. Milner across the line to start yet another lap. Yellow flags down at turn number 1. That's for the stranded car we saw just a moment ago of Race Logic, and they are now having to get the big green grabbing machine out there. I can see the safety car prepared at the end of the pit lane too, in case this ends up being a safety car period, and it will be a safety car period then. Safety car is deployed. Anybody who's just stopped is going to be ruining that decision. 5-lap penalty for the 77 car. We know that their team manager was called to the stewards not so long ago. That's the verdict of that one. Safety car is out there, and this is a brilliant opportunity, particularly for EnduroKA and Pro-Am Racing, who are at the head of the field. Their strategy is working absolutely mega for them. Andy, I think you're about to become very, very busy down there, so you'll be hot-footing about, I have absolutely no doubt. The safety car, I believe, managed to pick up where it thought the leader was going to be, but of course EnduroKA and Michael McCollum came into the pits, which throws us somewhat of a spanner in the works with that one.
Hi Tom, well, while we've got this safety car, I'm down in the pit lane here with a familiar face to many motorsport fans around. It's Mark Werrell. Mark, you've got a big smile on your face. You're looking forward to getting in this little 4KA?
Very much so. It seems to have been a really long day and we've done nothing yet really. Obviously with what happened with the power cut earlier on, we all had to qualify behind the safety car. The master plan was that I was always going to do the last stint in the car. So yeah, just itching to finally do something. And fingers crossed, the weather's fine at the moment, but looking at the clouds in the distance, I think it's going to be just one of those days, isn't it, where it's going to blow in, blow out, and you just don't know what it's going to do.
Yeah. Do you have a preference in terms of conditions? Do you enjoy the rain, or do you actually quite like things just be stable and get your learning done on the track?
As it's my first race here at Donington, I've not driven the track for 15 years. I'd rather it be dry, but having said that, as long as it's properly wet, that's fine. It's that bit in between that nobody likes. So we'll wait and see. The one good thing is that they resurfaced all of Donington over the winter, and everybody's always saying, you know, not just in this category, but the other categories I've covered this year, is that the new tarmac offers up so much grip even in the wet conditions. So we'll find out.
Absolutely, yes. What are you hearing from your co-drivers so far in the race, and what are your hopes in terms of finishing position?
Well, Tom, who's behind the wheel at the moment, flat shift Tommy, hasn't said a great deal since he's got in on this stint. Andy, who just got out the car, Asbo Andy, as he's called after the problems he caused at Cadwell, he's just advised me a couple of curbs that you just need to stay off. At the moment, with the water that's still on that curb area, just stay off the curb, because as soon as you hit it, the car's just getting away from you.
Yeah, excellent stuff. So what do you think in terms of where can you aim for?
Well, we picked up a 2-lap penalty on the last pit stop, a minor oversight. Andy had just got out the car and he was refuelling it, but of course, you know, he got out the car and he had his visor up, so as he's refuelling, the visor was up. Quite rightly, that was picked up by the officials, and we picked up what is a silly 2-lap penalty, but we hold our hands up. There was a transgression and we pay the price, which has taken us off the lead lap, which is really unfortunate. So, you know, as long as the Burton Power car comes home and we get a finish, then that's good enough, you know. I'm only in it for this weekend. I'm hoping to be back in the KA with one team at Snetterton in 3 weeks' time, but it's all just about, you know, having some fun and coming away in one piece with a car and a smile on your face, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes. Will you be getting involved in the refueling yourself when it comes to shift stint change?
This next one, no. I might be just getting ready to dive in the car, so I would imagine Tom will get out the car. He'll be on the fire extinguisher duties. Andy will refuel because he's done for the day now, so we'll wait and see.
Was it a surprise to you to see the lead entry go 2 hours 15 minutes without a refueling stop?
I didn't know they had, to be honest, because of course the early stages of this race we had no timing. We had no live timing. You did in the commentary box because your coax cabled up there, whereas here, you know, we're reliant on Wi-Fi, and with the power cut that's only just come back up. So news to me. But yeah, 2 hours 15. with the few safety cars we've had, that is quite surprising, but I suppose the wet conditions have aided that as well.
Fantastic. Well, go well today, Mark, and it's such a pleasure to talk to you.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Fantastic. Thanks. Back to you then, Tom.
Talk, Mark. He's out there. He's talking as ever. He makes a living off of that. Would you believe it? You can. It's not like you can tell. I always find it interesting when we interview somebody who is normally the interviewer, if you like, because of course we are very used to trying to break through other people's media training to get an emotional response out, but then suddenly we find that we're not very well media trained ourselves at various points, so Mark's done a very good job there. I heard they're writing a feature on him and that he's about to be very, very famous indeed, as if he's not already. The safety car is still out there. It's Nicole Drought who is at the head of the field. She's doing a fantastic job for Pro-Am Racing. She leads from Milner's George right now, of course, and then in theory it'll be the 126 of EnduroKA, but they are in the pit still for the 126, as is Calamity in the 121. The safety car lights are out, and that means we're racing this time through at the front of the field. It is going to be the yellow and blue 3-4-1 car. It will head them, JW Motorsport, across the line to get this race back underway. They're of course not the leaders on the timing screen. They were simply the car picked up by the safety car when that one came out. And just as we speak of it, fantastic effort from EnduroKA. They're going to get themselves out onto the circuit now. They'll be behind Pro-Am, they'll be behind Milner, but they will stay on the correct lap and be in contention for the podium positions. Down the hill, Burton Power Racing, we're just speaking to their final stint driver, Mark Werrell. The current stint driver, Tom Valentine, is looking to make a little bit of progress up the order. He's tucked in behind JW and the 3-4-1 car, but no opportunity, no quarter given down towards the old hairpin and indeed on the exit of the other side. And then they'll start to think about Schwantz. Number 1 car, Tom Valentine, he's squeezing his way towards the gap on the inside, as he can't quite gain the overlap there. Gets on the brakes a touch earlier to make sure he can get the car stopped, set up the apex, set up the exit, and he's done it absolutely brilliantly as the 3-4-1 is sideways, some more round, almost rolls it for a second there as he picks up the rear wheel, and then completes the pirouette and sets off on its way again, already pointing in the direction of flow. That means that Burton Power Racing is now at the head of the field with clean air. That is what everybody dreams about. It's the driver's perfect storm, if you like. They've got a gap behind, they've got a huge gap ahead in which to motor themselves towards. Battle developing a little bit further back. This involves your former race leaders, the 747 LAR Motorsport. They're on the way down towards the Robert chicane. They've got that one sorted. Then there's a squabble developing between the car they've just passed and the car that is looking to pass them. That is the number 8 and of course the number 81 in all of this as well. GM Performance, we've spoken about them a few times, haven't we? Here's your on-track leaders though. Track position going the way of Burton Power Racing. They've gained the advantage over Boston Racing, who are right there still in the treble 8. They've dropped a little way down the order over the course of the last hour or so, finding themselves in 13th position. But Boston Racing and Andrew Fells looking to continue their quest up towards the top 5 or so. EnduroKA, as it shook out, came across the line in 10th position. It's worth noting. So EnduroKA, they are out there, they're on the lead lap, but they've got a lot of work to do if they want to progress up the order. They're 13.6 seconds away from catastrophe, and in turn, good effort here from Autotech Motorsport. Philip Truman's bringing the 65 car now up to 8, so he continues to make slow and gentle progress. Safety car is out once more because G&B Finch have found themselves. That almost looked as if he was in the chicane towards the Melbourne loop there, actually, as opposed to the Robert chicane. So keep your eye on this one and see where that car is located. Everybody resets, and of course we've just had the pit lane flurry, so I doubt we're going to get another one, but you never know is the simple way to think about this, because it might just be better time for them now. No, he is looped round on exit of the Robert chicane, actually, so G&B Finch, their number 7 car, finds itself stranded. Hopefully he'll be able to get that one going again, but it does look to be in a tricky spot, and the fact that it's not going already implies that something's not quite right, because he's not bedded into any gravel, he's not sat on any wet grass, he's simply stationary on tarmac and not moving, which generally means there's some form of mechanical issue. Into the pits then comes the 341. We saw the moment that they had just a moment ago. And also the Pro-Am racing car. Now they are your effective leaders, remember. Nicole Drought stepping out of the car. Nicole Drought being hauled out of the car, actually. In reality, that was a little bit more rough than maybe she was expecting when she got out. Although, I suppose if it's quicker, it certainly helps. There's that famous clip always goes around the internet of a Le Mans car being dragged from the machine whenever we have a driver change in a top-level formula like Formula 1. If somebody gets fired, their name is often put on that clip. Then we fill the fuel tank all up for the Pro-Am number 12 car. We've got air conditioning there, which I doubt is on. It is the simple fact of it. They'll have the heater on full. The tyres look okay, actually, for Pro-Am racing. The groove's a little lower than you would expect to see on a fresh set, because they are not a fresh set. However, with dry track conditions, that machine seems to be working okay. Now we try and recover the G&B Finch car, which maybe has managed to embed itself somewhere, because the marshals are rocking it back and forth like one of those horrible springy chairs at the playground that you sit on and you feel like you're just going to go flying off the back or have it come back and clock you in the head. So they'll rock and roll that one around. Marshall's doing a good job as ever. Instead, we're going to go for the classic push, and we're going to go forwards down the hill. You can see the wheels spinning actually on the 7 car as well, which implies it is well and truly bedded in to the gravel trap on the inside of Roberts, which is not what they would have been hoping for. That's Pro-Am, I believe. Yep, into the car gets the next driver, which means the refueling is sorted. From the other side, you'll have a pair of hands. From the driver's side, you'll have a second pair of hands helping get the new driver all strapped in, ensure that the belts are done up tightly, the buckles are anything but loose. And before you know it, car is pushed backwards because it's quicker, of course, than trying to figure out reverse and all that sort of stuff. You can just have the clutch in and then bring the clutch up with a bit of throttle to move your way down pit lane. Pit lane speed limit, of course, in order, so you can't floor it, but you'll get there or thereabouts. And crucially for Pro-Am, they're going to come out here. This is a huge stop from Pro-Am, because I think they've come out in the lead of the race here, and they may well find themselves a lap ahead, effectively, because the safety car, of course, will hold everybody else up as we still try and rock this G&B Finch car out. We're giving everything we can not to need some mechanical assistance. Andy.
Thanks, Tom. Yes, I'm down here with Nicole Drought, who's just come into the pits. You screamed your way into this pit, and you were unsurreptitiously dumped out of the car.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough, but anything to get a fast pit stop, so I don't mind.
So how was the car feeling out there for you today?
Yeah, really good. I mean, we had mixed conditions, so it made it a little bit more tricky, but I have to say I really enjoyed driving the car in those conditions, and the car is so well prepared by Pro-Am's Motorsport. It was just so easy for me to drive. When you get a good car like that, it makes it much more simple. So no issues on the car, and you were feeling like you were confident all the way through the lap? Yeah, I felt really good. No issues with the car at all, and I have to say it was just so well set up that I was able to just to drive it to the best of my ability. So it was very enjoyable stint. A long one, but very enjoyable. How long exactly was it? Oh, I'm not too sure. I'll have to ask the guys, but it did feel quite long. But I would have set out a little bit longer even if I had to, but I think we were just about running out of fuel, so just perfect timing with the safety car. Absolutely, so it's just a frantic call. I saw everybody get organised very quickly back here. Let me ask you a little bit about this Formula Female that's on your race overalls. Yeah, so this is an initiative for females in motorsport and trying to introduce more girls to the sport, and I guess show them that other female role models that maybe they may be able to look up to and to get into the sport as well. Fantastic, yeah. So how involved are you in that organisation? Yeah, I've done quite a bit with Formula Female. I mean, we've done a couple of events with them and bringing other athletes in Ireland, high-level athletes, and compete in Mandala Park track in Ireland with them, and kind of give motorsport a bit more of a profile so that the girls that look up to these other girls in other sports can see that motorsport is a sport they can do as well. Fantastic, absolutely. Well, it looks like you've had a really successful afternoon racing. Will you be back in the seat, or is that your time done today? I think that's possibly my time done, but I'll definitely stick around in case I'm called up for another stint. Well, that sounds fantastic. Well, hopefully the team do well, and all success to you. Thank you so much. Thanks, Tom.
Safety car is still on the circuit. Actually, you can see it just in the background of that shot. turning its lights off, which is brilliant. That means we'll get racing this time through. We've managed to clear the G&B Finch car. And your race leaders, as it turns out, are Milne Air Racing. So although Pro-Am did get out on that lead lap, the timing screen was just updating for a moment, and they found themselves second place overall, which is a very, very good showing. They've, of course, got a new driver in there, and we'll wait and see if that new driver has got any answer from Milne Air Racing's George Wright. The Wrights having a very, very good showing so far. Not the Wright brothers, of course. That's they're from quite a little while ago. Up the inside comes the Orca Sport machine. Just spatches of the number 2 NJM Racing Limited car and disappears off into the distance. And we'll try and spot the 46 Milne Air Racing car. That is your race leader in amongst all of this. Of course, the pack all together, but somewhat jumbled after a safety car period here in EnduroKA, because it's very, very difficult to pick up the leader, particularly when in an instance like that, the leader pits as soon as the safety car comes out, and the safety car is already committed to getting itself out on the circuit. So we're looking for the 46 car, which will be in the pack somewhere. 11 tenths has made a very good restart here, actually, jumping off ahead of the pack. G&B come round and they will continue. So whatever was up with the car, it was no more than being beached into the gravel, whether that had come as a result of a bit of contact or maybe a little bit of a push. They now find themselves out on circuit and continuing to circulate, which is absolutely brilliant. See, we hate it when people have to retire here in EnduroKA, but generally the teams do a very, very good job of getting them back out there. 2 hours and 12 minutes left on the clock. And we continue our way down towards the Robert chicane. This is the Axiometrics car. Behind them, that is Catastrophe finding a way through on the former race leaders, actually, the 126 car, which was up in amongst it all for a little while there. They're now down to 9th is EnduroKA, but making good progress all the time and attempting to find a way back up the order once more. For them, the next target is actually Axiometrics, who are just at the head of this field. So Catastrophe are splitting the pair of them. They're much further down the order, at least a lap, if not 2 away from this. But the first and third cars in that train are fighting it out for position all the time. Quick mention of the 22 car there with the Haggerty sponsorship. We haven't actually talked about them very much at all in this one. That is AFK Racing. They've come up in the timing screen updates, if you like, that we do at the end of each hour. But it gives you a chance to see the car, if nothing else, because they've had a relatively quiet race, but they've just been getting on with the job so far. Down the inside comes the 55, making good progress all the time. That's Cash Strap Racing. They'll get themselves sorted out and power their way along towards Schwantz and in turn McLean's. Then Axiometrics have pressure coming from Catastrophe. That is the EnduroKA car, that red car that almost looks livery-us. It's just got the flat red paint job with a few stickers, a pair of stickers on the back there. That is EnduroKA. They are attempting to try and find a way up towards the Axiometrics grey machine with bright yellow lettering on it for 9th position overall. And in fact, they are holding in because Axiometrics goes side by side with Catastrophe. Catastrophe, they've got the inside line in the 121, they've got the advantage to the apex, and they've got the position by the time they are through the chicane. Good move from Catastrophe. That one for track position, not on the time screen. Andy, hello.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, I'm down here with Andy Malpass, who's just come out of the KM Motorsport car. Andy, you look like you've had a good stint so far.
Yeah, it's been really, really positive. We managed our strategy quite well with the 2 safety cars, and then it was a case of just getting in, having a long stint, and trying to get as much, make up as many places as you can. But I think the timing came in quite late during that stint, so it was always difficult to know who's around you, who you're actually fighting with and stuff, so made it a little bit interesting, but yeah, it's been a good stint.
Fantastic. It looks like you've got a good mix of people around you here today, a lot of big range of ages as well.
Yes, it's all sort of family and friends coming along to support, so you know, it's always nice to have those guys here to lend a hand and help with all the little nitty-gritty bits. So
keep everything normal and fun for everybody. And are the kids getting into it?
Yeah. My son comes along to each of the rounds, and yeah, he's always excited and all that. So yeah, he loves it. So, yeah, it's quite nice.
We'll look out in a few years' time for Malpass, will we?
Fingers crossed. Hopefully, yeah.
Good stuff. Well, what are you hoping for the rest of the event?
After the pit stop, we were P7. So yeah, I think we dropped to 16 after the stop. So we've got Christian in at the moment, who's a rapid driver. So hopefully top 10 easily.
Will you be back out there?
Probably not.
No, okay, but on standby just in case.
Standby just in case, always.
Fantastic. Well, pleasure to talk to you, and go well today. Cheers. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Dane, Tom.
Thank you very much for the hard work as ever down in pit lane. We've still got this wonderful battle at the head of the queue, if you like, because the car is relatively bunched together after that safety car period. Axiometrics coming under a little bit of pressure, which means they're falling back in the order. However, in their quest to stay 9th against EnduroKA, there has been an evolution, because EnduroKA, rather than being able to attack, have been caught and passed by Boston Racing during our little venture into the pit lane. So Boston Racing in the treble 8 find themselves up 1, and they're now setting their order on towards the 9 car. Fastest lap of the race that time through, a 36.3 from Jordan Bannon. Brilliant effort from them. That is for LAR Motorsports. The 747 back on the pace, formally leading, now down in 8th spot, but making inroads into the cars ahead. They got 3.8 seconds until they can challenge for 7th, and then 5 seconds beyond that until they can challenge for 6th. Which means they'll be there or thereabouts come the end of this race, depending on pit stops, splash and dash, and potential driver errors as the stretch builds. 2 hours and 7 minutes left on the clock now. This is a shot of Boston Racing. They're through Coppice in the treble 8 car, then the car ahead of them, but 1 is what they are after. The one directly ahead, that's not a consideration for them. That is but a back marker. A different lap, not something they need to worry about. The car they are thinking about is one beyond that. That lovely 18 Axiometric.com car. It's got the Huracan style livery with the broadly grey, luminous yellow number 18 on the front. And Boston look to be putting in yet another quick lap here. The treble 8 that time through. Was it a personal best? The answer is yes, it was. A 36.7 means that they continue to eat into the advantage of Axiometrics.com. They're using a lot of the road there, actually. They've got to be careful dipping the wheels beyond the edge of the exit curve, because every now and again you'll feel that inside of the wheel, which is not supposed to be exposed to anything, will get pinched by the edge of the curbing where you drop off over the top of it. And as a result, you can find yourself with slow punctures, or even at times quite quick punctures as a result of those sorts of behaviour. And you're safer trying to keep it within, if you like. There's less potential of a track limits penalty, and there's far less potential of something going properly wrong, as the 67 car down the bottom of the hill finds a little bit of a lock-up for Original Checkers Racing. That puts them under pressure from 77 Racing. 77 some way down in the order after having been stranded in the early stages, but showing that they did have the pace all the time to compete, as Boston Racing are now well and truly onto the back of this pack. Their first target is going to be KM Racing's 114. They want to make light work of that, because then they're racing against somebody who is directly ahead of them on the timing screen. Boston Racing in the treble 8, part of this 5-car train behind Burton Power that approaches the chicane now. It's Burton Power, then it's Catastrophe, then Axiometrics, then you get to the 114 of KM Racing, and eventually the treble 8 of Boston. The 5 of them running together in the tow, in the slipstream. They'll fan out down towards turn number 1. And this is actually going to be KM Racing looking to make a pass on Axiometrics. This is the last thing Axiometric needs, because they're going to get forced out wide here by KM Racing, who stick the nose up the inside. Can't quite carry the speed to make that one work. Now they've got to look behind them, because Boston Racing in the treble 8 are well beyond the edge of the track. They won't be able to get away with that a couple more times, but for now it's allowed them to carry an awful lot of speed in towards the Craner curves. You sweep right through Hollywood, then left at Craner. Make sure that you stay left, because then, before you've even had a chance to blink, you're braking for the old hairpin. The cars scream and squeal and want to give in, and fortunately they just about make it around to the exit where you pass Starkey's Bridge. Set yourself up for Schwantz over on the right hand side of the road. Exit tight because you're now turning right in towards McLean's. Burton Power in the 1 trying to make progress. And crucially, Axiometrics still have a back marker between themselves and the treble 8 of Boston Power, who want to pass them for position. Here comes Boston Power up the inside. Boston really want to be involved with this. Boston Racing, they've made a good pass. They're up the inside. Do they run it deep? Maybe just a little bit, and that's going to allow KM Racing to come back at them down the exhibition straight. We'll run down the exhibition straight now then, and it is coming down the gap between Axiometrics and Boston Racing, just a little bit behind. Boston on the outside of KM, can't make that one work, and actually give a very, very wide berth in amongst all of that. These guys are getting up, being lapped now by Cash Strapped, who is in 4th position. So they are beginning to spread themselves out across the board, if you like, here. GM Performance closing in on Cash Strap quite significantly, actually. So now we've got 2 battles happening right here. This is going to be Boston Racing looking to get involved. They now find themselves, after a bit of a mistake, behind both the 55 4th place car of Cash Strapped and the 81 5th place car of GM Performance. Those two racing each other for position. It gives Axiometrics a chance to escape up the road from Boston Racing in their scrap for 9th and 10th positions respectively. And at the bottom of the hill, it's all beginning to come together once more. Boston, I'll tell you what, this could be a very good move from them because they let that group go that was just a little bit up the road from them in terms of lappage. But as a result, they're able to tuck in behind, save the tyres, save fuel, and gain maybe a little bit of knowledge about where to go quick, how to go quick in this one. Still GM trying to hold on to this. There's a battle developing further back between North Motorsport and the fantastically levered John Player Special. And before you know it, we will be getting ourselves set up further along the racetrack. Lar Motorsport in the 747. They're applying pressure to the 7-7 at varying stages of the track. The one we want to see is between Cash Strapped and GM Performance. That's the 55 and the 44. And this is Axiometrics just up the road from them. And they will have increasing pressure from Boston in just a moment or two. There's some back markers involved in this one, but it's the 81 versus the 55 is what you're looking at. The 81 with that black and gold livery. The 55 with the blue bonnet and the yellow front bumper. They are nose to tail as they get towards Redgate Corner, and they are scrapping it out for 4th position, and they're actually not very far away from the podium either. George Wright with the fastest lap of the race that time through. Fantastic pace from the car at the head of the field. It's easy to forget, Milner Racing, they are still there. They are still running in first, and that 35.9 makes George Wright the first man to dip below a 36. Good that we're beginning to see quick laps come in here as well, because there was a period whereby we were nowhere near the quickest laps. We were almost 10 seconds laps slower due to the weather. It's now been dry for upwards of an hour, and as a result, the timing screen is beginning to light up with bits of green and every now and again a touch of purple as well. Here is the double 5, looking to put yet another back marker between itself and GM Performance just behind in their quest to stay 4th. The issue is that back marker is Axiometrics, and Axia do not want to be any closer to Boston than they have to be, so they may not make this quite as easy as it has been for Cash Strap Racing's 55 various stages all the way through the race up till now. Burton Power is still at the head of this train after the safety car period, actually. They're doing a great job of this. They're not making it look easy because there has been threats here and there, but it shows the pace of that one car. Such a shame about the 2-lap penalty they picked up for not having a visor closed during the pit stop. Tom Valentine, however, is slowly hauling his car back up the order towards the competitive positions. For now, they run in 13th overall, and a top 10 is not outside of the question as yet. Interestingly, GM Performance have actually dropped back in this little scrap over the last lap or so. They've not had an answer for the pace of Cash Strapped Racing up ahead, and they're just sitting there. Whether it's conservation or not having the ability to go quicker, we'll have to see how it develops over the course of the race. But whatever it is right now, they are not lapping as quick as Castrap Racing, who attempt to put another assault into the back of axiometrics.com. There is Burton Power, the one car, still floating around at the front, and no pressure from cars on similar laps for Burton Power. They're running their own race. They're able to do so because they're at the head of the field. It's all just beginning to go their way a little bit more than it has at varying stages in this one. Calamity, in fact I stand corrected, Calamity are applying pressure here to Burton Power. I do apologise. So there's several battles going on in that one. Calamity want to get involved with Burton Power at the head of the field. Axiometrics trying to stay ahead of Boston Racing. And Castrap Racing trying to stay ahead of their rivals for 4th position, GM Performance. All of this is developing. All of them are around each other rather than the car they're actually trying to overtake. And all of them are now onto the pit straight once more. They'll accelerate their way up the hill. Burton Power holding the advantage from everyone else. And here comes the pass potentially for 9th position. This is going to be Boston up the inside of axiometrics.com. And they'll make that one stick at Redgate with the textbook maneuver. Brilliant from the treble 8 car. Axiometrics want the inside down Craners here, actually. I'm not sure if they're going to get it. Do you know what? They will. Fantastic from them. Not giving up, fighting back. We've got a lot of smoke coming out of one of the cars. I think that might be laying down some fluid as well down the Craner curves, which is the one place you really, really don't want to see that. So hopefully he'll get it stopped. He's off on the gravel. Is that the Calamity car actually in amongst all this? I think it might be Calamity who have put oil or coolant or some sort of slippery fluid onto their own wheels. They've ended up slipping and sliding all around. Everybody else is losing grip down the Craners here as well. They're slipping and drifting the cars, not just through Craners, but crucially at the old hairpin where they are not slowing down as much as they would normally expect to. So Calamity dropping down the order. They were sitting but in an attempt to challenge Burton Power Racing. However, they'll not be as close as that to the one car if they have this issue continue. Here comes Pro-Am. They still sit second overall, some half a minute away from Millionaire Racing. And notably, the pace from Pro-Am, because they're in this group, of course, is not as good. And by some margin, not as good as Millionaire Racing's George Wright. So George has really got the bit between his teeth here. He's getting on with this one all the way towards the finish and trying to deal with the threat that Pro-Am Racing posed when they had earlier drivers behind the wheel. 11 tenths still out there as well, which is very, very good to see indeed, despite the trials and tribulations they've had at varying stages of this one so far. We have passed now the 2-hour mark, and it was very, very exciting at the moment where we got to that 2-hour mark, and into the pits comes Calamity. We thought that car might be smoking and trailing fluid down Craner curves. It turns out that even if it wasn't, something is not right, because into the pits comes the 1-2-1 and will drop down the order, no longer sitting on the fringes of the top 10, of course, with your top 10 looking a little something like this, just after the 2-hour mark. It's Millionaire Racing's 46. George Wright doing a great job there to find himself in the lead of the race. He's ahead of Pro-Am Racing's Will Hilliard and Wingat Racing's Matthew Weymouth. The three of them relatively dispersed around the circuit. 4th is GM Performance and Ian Mitchell ahead of Castrap Racing's Alex Tentori. Them both relatively close on track, however it has been extending in recent laps. Then 5th, 6th rather, you'll find Lar Motorsport and North Motorsport. 2-lap penalty for Christian Kelly. That's looking to be another pit stop infringement for the 114 car of KM Racing. They were just beginning to climb the order as well. What a shame it is for Christian Kelly and the KM Racing machine. 7th is North Motorsport, 8th is Autotech Motorsport, 9th Boston Racing, and 10th Axiometrics, that having swapped in recent laps. EnduroKA sit 11th overall and will attempt to make progress, I'm sure, over the coming laps. And in turn, you find Wolf Motorsport 12th, Burton, Camel, and AFK down to 15th. And then LDR Performance Trimming, NGN Racing Limited 17th. 18th is KM Racing, 19th Catastrophe, and 20th Calamity. The pair of them together, despite having had very different races up until this stage. That's how the top 20 looks at, well, just after the 2-hour mark. We've got a battle developing on track down at the old hairpin, and it is because Castrap Racing they are being caught just a little bit by Lar Motorsport, and they're dropping away from GM Performance. All the meantime, I think Wingat Racing are coming up to put a lap on them, which really would be a bad spot to be in, because as long as you stay on the lead lap, you know there's always a bit of hope. As soon as you drop a lap down, 2 laps down, be anything beyond that, all the safety cars will work to your disadvantage. All of the pit stop windows become a little bit harder to take a crew an advantage through. And of course, you have a lot of work to do, even if none of that happens, because you've ended up a lap down, and mentally it is a huge, huge blow. So for them, they're trying to stay up ahead of Wingat Racing and make sure they're at least challenging the cars around them as opposed to letting them disappear off into the sunset. Burton Power with a little bit of pressure still coming from behind, but it's currently nothing they can do in terms of upsetting Burton Power, of skewing them off their line, of distracting them almost in the mirrors. There is the 3 of Wingat Racing. We've not seen too much of that 3 car, but it started at the back and has slowly clawed its way through the field, now up to 3rd overall. The lap times are getting quicker for Wingat as well. They set a personal best last time through of a 36.3. That put them a little bit quicker than both of the cars ahead. It wasn't by much, but Matthew Weymouth beginning to bring that gap back down to Hill and Wright ahead, albeit not exactly at a rate of knots, instead of at a rate of something really quite small as he inches away at the gap. Boston Racing making do with a little bit of traffic once more. The Chevrolet continues its way up through the field. Andrew Yells, his next target actually is Philip Truman ahead. However, Philip Truman has already crossed the line, so he's at least half a lap, if not more, behind Philip at this stage in the wheel of the Boston Racing car. Will have a lot of work to do. He wants to try and get himself all the way around. Now, of course, you could get lucky with a safety car, a yellow flag, a red flag, anything like that, but you'd rather the race just kept running. You get into your flow, and if you're quicker, with 2 hours on the clock, there is a chance that you catch them, despite the gap being a lap and a half sort of distance. Anything beyond that becomes really quite difficult, but if you're quicker, there is still time to make that work for you. And we begin to get into the area of the race where we're thinking about final stops, because with 1 hour and 52 minutes, we know that 2 hours and 15 minutes is possible with a bit of safety car, with presumably a lot of fuel saving. The question is more, how do you feel comfortable stopping with 2 hours and 15 minutes left, or indeed 1 hour and 50 minutes? Because we know 1 hour and 40 is very much doable. 1 hour and a half you'll stop and you will feel comfortable from start to finish. So that's the sort of region we're looking at, but if there's a window whereby you can come out in some clean air, it might be good as a time to start considering that, to consider the possibility that, you know what, I actually quite fancy this one, and I'm just going to take the stop and get it over and done with, and before you know it, we are dealing with the last hour and 51 minutes on the circuit, as opposed to knowing there's a pit stop yet to come. Down the back straight, Burton Power still having a little bit of a ding-dong battle with the car they are not alongside on the time screen. That being the 164, was it, in amongst all of that? Trying to keep themselves there or thereabouts on this one. It's the 114 rather of KM Racing. 114 still ahead of Burton Power. George Wright does another fastest lap of the race, that time through a 1:35.8. That was a second and a half, if not more, quicker than Will Hilliard and Matthew Weymouth behind. Andy's back in the box.
I am, thank you, and refreshed as well. So if you need to refresh yourself, then by all means. An hour 50 to go. I've spoken to a number of drivers down there and had a look into several of the garages, and they've all been very generous with their time and happy to talk. So I'll try and catch some more of those later on. But I'll perhaps have a little warm up here as well, and for a short while as well. I didn't really come prepared for quite the amount of wind chill. There's a bit of a dark cloud forming over the racetrack at the moment. Hopefully that's going to progress without any further rain depositing upon us. But it seems like George Wright has just as much pace, if not a little bit more, than Jack did, and Jack was very, very impressive in that early stint.
George took a little while to sort of bed himself into this stint, if you like. His opening 20 minutes weren't actually particularly quick, but now he's out there doing purple lap after purple lap, which is very, very impressive. We're now looking for team managers of car 77, 55 and 7 to race control once more. That's a return visit for a couple of those guys, so hopefully everything's okay. The car 40, we want that team manager too, but he's to take his camera card across to race control. Fastest lap of the race again from George Wright, this time a 35.628. You can see on your time screen when laps pop up, we actually just had one come in from Matthew Weymouth there. He was almost a second slower than that, if not more. In fact, yeah, he's almost 2 seconds slower than that as they cross the line, which is astonishing pace from race leader George Wright.
It really is a very, very impressive end of this, or second half of this stint, I suppose you could say, for George there in Fort Milner Racing. And we've got, of course, Pro-Am Racing, Will Hilliard, and I was just talking to his teammate there as well, and she had a tremendous stint, big smile on the face when she came out, even though she's driven far more powerful machinery throughout her career so far. This is still producing a big smile, and she's enjoying plenty of racing with everybody here. So, who is everybody's money on, I suppose, is the big question for the win. Did see Jack Wright was telling me that the car has not reached the end of an EnduroKA event in the last 2 rounds, so they are a little bit pensive about this. Of course, getting a lap ahead, as Tom was just saying quite rightly, is a big milestone for them. If they can do so, then they would hope to get there, but they're still a little ways off that at 48 seconds, their current gap at the front. I'm just looking to see who has small gaps between themselves and their rivals at the moment. I think the smallest one I can see is between North Motorsports Sam North and Autotech Motorsports Philip Truman in 7th and 8th at the moment. That's an 8-second gap at the moment. The instruction to the car managers, team managers to report to race control remain on the timing screen, so I'm assuming that not all of them have actually made it there just yet. It's tremendous endurance from these machines as we go deep into the race. Of course, they're going to have to do a lot longer in Snetterton in 3 weeks' time. 12 hours they will try to run around the 200 circuit, which I can't imagine will be a particularly easy job to encourage these Ford cars to make it all the way to the finish. So they'll be managing the temperatures, managing the condition of the car all throughout. And of course, in endurance racing, it is all about being there at the very end and being in one piece, because things can happen to anybody at any point. And of course, fatigue and towards the end of any endurance race, fatigue plays its part in terms of the focus of drivers, and they can quite easily find themselves just fading a little bit towards the end of the stints. However, it does sound like quite a lot of the drivers are either sharing between 4 different drivers over 5 hours, so it should be okay, or even the two driver cars, they're planning to do a late short stint. There is a penalty for number 55, Alex Tentori, for a 2-lap penalty added, which could well be another one of those refueling incidents that we looked at, that we have mentioned before. Illegal work while refueling seems to be the main culprit for those works, but it can be as seemingly minor as a incorrectly angled visor on one of the teammates involved in the refueling operation. But of course, safety is incredibly important when it comes to a refueling category like this. 1 hour 45 then to go at the moment, and that is the Pro-Am team, who currently are being chased down quite considerably from behind, it seems. I think they've just made a an overtake. But are we having a bit of an issue here for the number 12, being passed by the 65, being unlapped by the 65 of Autotech Motorsport potentially? So is Pro-Am, is their pace starting to fade somewhat? Pro-Am's last lap out there at 38.5, which is only about 0.4 of a second faster than our current leader. But at the moment, maybe the sign of an issue developing as Autotech have moved forward and potentially unlapped themselves from the second place driver and team. So Pro-Am a little bit on the slow side at the moment. I wonder if they are needing to refuel, because they've took back up behind sixth place Autotech, seventh place Autotech. So maybe they're just trying to save fuel here towards the end of the race. Of course, the refueling only happened a few moments ago for the Pro-Am team. Trying to get a nice narrow line going out of Coppice. And here they go down the exhibition straight. You see you can see the exhibition centre on the right-hand side of the screen as a huge dive move goes on through car 34, and he overtakes both drivers that he was fighting with. So 34 with some good pace right now as well, and we're seeing some quite interesting battles, some quite interesting changes of pace going on. I think that's actually the 341. I think I'm just missing that number 1. So the 341 of JW Motorsport, Joel Wren in the car, and he's down in 22nd position, but has more pace at the moment than Pro-Am and the 65 in 7th. So a big mixture of driver skill and pace, or potentially car condition, is causing issues here for Pro-Am at the moment, who was circulating in a good speed, but has just dropped into the 1:40 40s. So I think possibly nursing an issue there for the Pro-Am team, who have been so slickly organised in the pit box with their multi-screen, multi-team member branded racewear and all sorts. There's a bit of a move happening down into the rubber chicane at the moment, and there's another penalty potentially for another refuelling incident for Benjamin Smith, car number 7, and he is running down in the G&B Finch racing car, which has gone down into 26th position overall at the moment, but a penalty to apply. So those penalties have been given out to cars number 7, number 55 and number 114. So the 55 entry, which is the Castrap Racing, and the 114 entry of KM Racing, Christian Kelly in the car, and those are all obviously something that has occurred from the eagle eye of our fuel marshals, who've been checking to see whether the rules have been followed to the very, very letter. Looks like the dark cloud that threatened to produce some rain for us has passed over, and we look at some nice white fluffy clouds in the distance, but I'm not going to take anything for granted today, because you never quite know what the weather's going to do, especially this weekend. In fact, I'm talking about this, and down comes the rain immediately on the exit of Redgate and throughout the circuit. Looked for all the world like things were about to brighten up on us, and I think we might see some wipers start to be switched on these cars, because some rain falling and peppering our commentary box and our camera angles around the circuit. So clearly yet another change of conditions, and there you can see the first of the wipers on the car, on the cars, just starting to feel the need to get that clear visibility once again. Number 81 just running super wide, coming on the way out of the Redgate corner. Number 81, I think his 4th position, GM Performance, Darren Stapleton, who had been standing down on the pit lane with his helmet on for some time, waiting for his co-driver to come in, impatient to get out there racing, and is now really on it here and trying to move forward as much as possible. But the wipers are on, and clearly just learning the track a little bit. Perhaps these drivers have had perilously little running over the course of the weekend. Really nothing to speak of in terms of qualifying earlier. There were some Ford cars here for the test day on Friday, but by no means was it the whole of the grid. It was probably only maybe about a dozen or so of our 34 race entrants. There's a blue flag being waved just past our camera angle there on the way into the Roberts chicane. Still, though, we lead the race with Milner Racing and George Wright, who is still continuing on a 36.6, matched only that lap by, let me see, no, matched by nobody. So Milner Racing's George Wright, that previous lap was very, very good indeed. Of course, now the rain is falling and the times have just tumbled by 2 or 3 seconds slower at this current time. So let's see, I don't know if there's anything specifically happening yet, but we'll keep our eyes peeled. As you can see, the sun is glinting off these cars on the way down the Craner curves. It looks like an absolutely gorgeous, it's almost like the golden hour kind of sun effect going on, but they are dealing with a lot of a small shower at very least, and we don't know if it's going to develop into anything further. No sign of any spray or standing water at this stage, of course, but it's just started, so we'll see if the wipers come on and stay on for the drivers. It seems to be that they're all quite happy to just put the intermittent stage of their wipers on at the moment. Still, the Pro-Am team have been gapped slightly by 6th place, by 7th place Autotech Motorsports per Philip Truman, who unlapped himself a moment ago. There's a nice move from the number 64, and we see some preparations underway in the pits for the next stint. Nice on-brand MSV similar helmet there for one of our drivers, and we tick down the clock, of course, inexorable march towards the 5th and final hour as we go through here at the EnduroKA event. So Tom is doing some wizardry with our screen setup at the moment, and just trying to make sure we have visibility of every possible camera angle that is available to us, just to maximise our chance of catching something that our broadcast team don't see. Potentially, here is the Frankenstein's monster of car number 40, with all of the tape of the touring car racing. Chris Horsey's in the car at the moment. Another smart move there down into the old hairpin from number 81, GM Performance, Darren Stapleton, who has managed to just rein in the ambitions slightly and stay perhaps a little bit more neatly on the tarmac this time from the last time we saw him. How is the rain looking at the moment? I don't think it's turning into anything particularly. I think it's drying very quickly, in fact. So I don't think anything too worrying for the drivers, but it is a constant worry with the changeable conditions we've had today as to whether things will continue to change around on them. There has been a pigeon sat on the exit of Coppice on the infield watching the racing for about an hour and hasn't really moved. It's obviously enjoying its motorsport right now, so good on you, Mr. Pigeon, for enjoying things and being brave enough to sit there in the middle of the infield. George Wright just puts another overtake there in the Milner Racing entry and is just moving his way through the field once again. Very similar livery, he was just passing, but without the Milner sticker, of course. And then we see a lot of our sort of slightly, I guess, more professional teams all together on the racetrack right now with the different liveries that they've all chosen, which is it's fantastic to see such a broad range of bright colours and heritage similar liveries as well. Just to remind then that the penalties we've got for refuelling, the most recent 3 at least, were cars 7, 55 and 114. And we still need those camera cars to come through. There's a bollard sitting on the exit of our corner there and through Coppice. I think someone might have overcut the apex there, Tom.
Yeah, you'd rather not have a bollard in the middle of the corner, but I suppose it's not been put there by the circuit staff, has it? They've positioned it in the right place, and somebody else has come and whacked it. I do come bearing news that the rain is scheduled to come in for pretty much the very end of this race, is the gist of it. We currently have an hour and a half left. An hour from now, it could be chucking it down, is the anticipation from various weather providers. But of course, it's not uncommon for them all to be wrong, so we shall keep our fingers crossed that that is the case. Regular sort of followers and competitors in the EnduroKA will be aware that I've got a little fact sheet with me. And we went through a couple of the ones specific to the Ford Ka, actually, earlier. We mentioned that it comes from the Fiesta. Sort of an extension on that, actually, is that the second-gen Ka, which my mum had one of, was made in conjunction with the Fiat 500, but is notably safer because of the bodywork at the front, as opposed to the seating position being all the way, as we see this the strap for cash effort come in. The number 55 car making a good effort so far in this race. They'll be dropping a little bit further down the order after this pit stop, but so far everything's seeming to be okay with the stop itself, which is exactly what we want. We can see everybody's got their standard grade science goggles on at the moment, which is quite an interesting one out there. But I've also got some facts with me about Ford in general, if you like. And generally about an hour and a half, we do see this cam period whereby the stop patterns are so different that everybody who's competing with each other is separated on track, and until about half an hour to go, you won't really know where everyone is. It's a strange hour that we consistently get in EnduroKA. But it does give me a chance to say that in 1964, we had the Ford Mustang debuted, of course. That was Ford's answer to, I believe, the Chevy Chevelle, as it was at the time, and get involved in that side of stuff. The Ford Mustang, of course, was a great success, but Ford benefited from the branding of that as well and produced 94,000 pedal-powered toy Mustangs, and they were all sold to children the following Christmas season in '64, which was a very good, quite an impressive one. 94,000. There's a lot of cars don't sell 94,000 models, let alone pedal-powered versions of an actual car.
Absolutely, no, that's a great little factoid there we've just had. So, yeah, I can see the attraction when you've got an iconic car that Dad drives or Dad wants, and you might want to have your own as a kid, for sure. Although I would imagine the children themselves weren't buying them. I imagine it was,
Yes.
it was the parents who were trying to give them those excellent toys. Now Tantori here in the pits, they will have to be extremely careful because this is one of the cars that had that refueling rule breach and lost out on there as a result of a penalty. So they will be just making sure that absolutely everything is ship-shape and perfect, because we really can't afford to go any further down.
We can't afford to go any further. I do apologise. I've got another fact for us actually about the early days of the Mustang in this one, as we see a good pass coming in from Catastrophe through on GB Finch towards Coppice. It was that the Ford Mustang, they then decided to do a sort of marketing experiment for it, if you like, in 1965. That was transported in, they took a Mustang, they transported it in 4 separate pieces to the observation deck of the Empire State Building. Now, in the modern day, if we were doing this, we would use helicopters or something similar to drop the pieces down into the observation deck. However, they decided the best way to do it was to use the resident elevators. So for several days, there was bits of Ford Mustang going up so they could be reassembled on one of the upper floors of the Empire State Building. Of course, 5 months later, the Empire State Building had had enough of this marketing stunt and they wanted to get rid of the car. So it was disassembled once more and put back into the elevators. I don't know about you, but if I arrived at my building after a long hard day worth of work and I discovered pieces of a Ford in my lift so I couldn't use it, and I lived on the 50-something floor, I would not be best pleased.
No, and I don't imagine they all survived that trip through the elevator without any form of oil being dropped or grease or something. Now I think we're about to see our colleague, Mr. Mark Werrell, get into the pits. There he is, and he gives us a little wave. So let's go for it, Mark. Let's show well for the commentary for the commentary industry. I'm sure he will do a far better job than I could possibly do in the car. But he's really excited and happy to be racing with Burton Power today.
Talky Talk Mark turning into Wavy Wave Werrell there for a moment. I'm sure you'll appreciate that from us. I'm loving that the bloke with the fire extinguisher for them is actually around the back of the car, kneeling on the ground, which is a Well, I mean, I suppose it works just as well, and you might be better prepared. Unfortunately, I doubt he'll be able to run away if there's a disaster, since he starts from such a low position. So I'm sure it's all been thought out. Mark's still there waiting. He looks very anxious to get in the car, actually, does Mark. You can see him, his shoulders slightly hunched forward. He's ready and raring to go there.
I hope everyone gives him a good cheer as he goes past their position as well.
He's talked the talk.
I think the
game
face is on as well. I think Visor may not go all the way down because he's a glasses wearer like you and I, Tom. And I don't know about you, but I can never manage to run a visor down with my glasses on under the helmet. So
I can just about get away with it. I've got quite a narrow head, as it turns out. So if I get glasses that fit me well, I can just about get them in. Werrell's into the car now. Werrell's not in the car now. Here we go. He's 2/3 in the car. He's 3/4 in the car. Werrell's now in the car. So Mark steps in. He's got an hour and a half until the end of this one. That should be nice and simple on fuel, actually, given that we're seeing quite extensive stints here. I reckon there's quite a degree of lift and coasting happening, potentially on entry to McLean's, the chicane, and at the bottom of the hill for the old hairpin, whereby you can lift without actually losing very much time at all, because with these high-speed entries, if you're lifting, the car is, of course, more stable than if all the weight is on the front, so you can carry more speed in, and as a result, you maybe don't slow down quite as late, but you have more speed at the apex, so it's not quite so bad. It's somewhat of a compromise there.
Yeah, and it's a good method to just keep the car really calm as well, because we're not qualifying right now. We're surviving, I think, pretty much in this stage of the race. It's all about being there right at the very end, and of course, to finish anywhere, you have to get the car home. So let's hope that he can manage to do this as he roars away. If roar is the right term for a Ford
roar
car.
is not the right term for a Ford car. Trundle is, I think, closer to it in this case. There was a good instance.
Purr away. I'm thinking of the sound, but yeah, he gets a little flag on the way out, and I expect we'll be paying a fair amount of attention to Mark Werrell here in the car for the Burton Power Racing team. Down in 13th prior to the pit stop, so we'll see where he feeds out once he gets through his first lap.
As we discussed the noise, actually, there was a good moment with myself and Chris Dawes back at round 1 of their season. We were sat there, we were in sort of race control circuit office over at Silverstone National Circuit, having a great conversation with Liz and everybody else who's involved with these meetings quite regularly. And then we were thinking, 9 a.m.'s passed, there must be cars out on track. And we were thinking, well, we'll cover the last 10 minutes of quality. Nobody wants an hour of us talking about EnduroKA quality. Oh, they must be out yet. Are we delayed? What's been going on? We look out the window. They've been going around for the past 15 minutes, but we just couldn't hear them from inside the building, which says enough about the volume of these cars. But of course, it allows them to do events such as the Anglesey 24-hour, because you know you're not going to disturb the residents, because the car is quiet enough to cope with that.
Yes, and apparently the residents around the Anglesey circuit are particularly sensitive to noise disturbance. It's a very, very quiet place to live.
The tannoy at Anglesey, I must say, is absolutely brutal. The system is very, very loud, and because there is nothing to stop it, it goes for miles. We were speaking to somebody who works at Anglesey Circuit, actually, over at Trackmon, and apparently you can hear it on the other side of the water at times, which is absolutely astonishing as to how far that reaches out. For now, however, we still have just under an hour and a half to go. It is Milne Ayre and George Wright at the top of the order, ahead of Pro-Am Racing and Will Hilliard. Top 3 competed by Wingat Racing and Matthew Weymouth. The top 3, and actually top 4, 5, 6 cars or so, are all relatively spread out around the circuit. If we look up and down the time screen for our closest couple of cars, you are hard pushed to find anything that we would call close for position. Your nearest approximation to it is going to be for 14th position between KM Racing, who currently hold it, and LDR Performance Tuning, who are sat just beneath them in 15th. That's LDR Performance, not LDR. And we've had a couple of other people sponsored by them at various stages. So LDR Performance Tuning sit 15th, KM Racing sit 14th. They're about 2 seconds apart, so not overtaking range, but near enough. Car number 1, oh dear, this is Burton Power again. The team manager has been asked to go to race control. So Burton Power Racing picked up a penalty earlier on in the day. Now we've got the 77 racing car, and their team manager's had a bit of walking to do today as well. And notice we did have a couple of team members out beyond the white line of the garage there, so they've got to be careful. The fuel wasn't being poured into the car at that stage, but it was there or thereabouts. Here is Mark Werrell. He's around the outside of one of the Camel cars. We know that Mark can be very, very quick, and the one thing he wanted, given a lack of Donington experience in recent years, was a dry track. Now he has that, which is good. He'll bed in, and of course we are expecting rain in the latter stages, but of course if you've already found yourself with the car, with the circuit, then it's not so difficult. The other thing I know Mark will have done, because he's a very competitive man, is himself and his son Jake, they will have been on the sim. I've spotted them on the sim before. I ended up in a very awkward lobby whereby I hadn't done any practice. Mark was at the front disappearing into the distance and I was making a fool of myself at the back. But Mark is a very, very competitive man. Expect to see his lap times very sort of quick. And to be honest, this is a perfect showing of it. He passed that Camel car around the outside just 2 or 3 corners before. He's already extended a couple of car lengths in that, so he'll be up there with the quickest of them in this series. However, it won't make a difference if they pick up yet another penalty with their team manager called to race control.
No, and I'm not sure that they would have the heart to tell him in the cockpit that there's an investigation going on after he's been looking forward to this stint so much. He's tried to organise things as well as possible, and when I spoke to him, he's just had a day filled with doing absolutely nothing, and he's been he can't wait to get going. Where does he find himself at the moment? Well, down into 16th position right now, but that car number 1, say, either it's certainly a conversation to be had inside of race control to come, and we see another driver preparing to get ready to go out.
For Mark, he'll be looking forward in the season towards Snetterton in a few weeks' time, because he's been planning to do that meet for a long time. This was a bit more impromptu. It's a chance for him to get his eye back in. He has raced in the series before, so he's thinking about the future. We've got the Snetterton 12 hour, which is the biggest event of the year, so to speak. Make sure you're ready for that one and go from there. I've heard it called the 12 hour Le Mans de Norfolk or something like that, which is 12 hour de Norfolk, and they come up with some brilliant names in this one. Of course, their race that they do at Brands Hatch is commonly called the Indy 500 because of the circuit layout they use over there. Yes, the IndyCar 500. So another good one there. 77 Racing still in the pits. This is a relatively long stop for them, so they must have put a lot of fuel in, considering there's only an hour and 20 minutes to go. Now, this would normally be sort of clench and make sure you get to the end territory, but it seems like the cars are not using so much fuel as we've been experiencing at other circuits. Of course, Cadwell, there's a lot of hills, so you lose a lot of fuel to that, and you lose a lot on Silverstone National to being flat out for, it was something ridiculous like 93% of the lap there in a Ford car. So here we're off throttle for a lot longer, and hence the stint lengths are extended, but they're extended compared to pretty much anywhere else in the country in an EnduroKA machine, it would seem.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't know if that's. I would have thought that the higher grip, new tarmac surface would actually, cause drivers to push harder and potentially use more. I suspect, as a result, though, they can carry more mid-corner speed. Will be the thing, so that it'll be easier to lift and coast through a corner. Whereas a couple years ago, on the old surface, you'd have been forced into. It's never stop-go in a Ford car, of course. It's all about momentum carrying, but a bit harder on the braking and then turning in slower and getting on the power earlier, whereas now you can flow through a touch more with that abrasive, brand new surface on there. It's really well. 77 out and back circulating, so we'll see where they work themselves out once we get them past the start-finish line once again. But with an hour and 20 minutes to go, Milner Racing's George Wright still leads the race, has the fastest lap, and is circulating dangerously close to that fastest lap once again. And what have we got going on now? A tired driver chilling out on the apron on the floor of the pit lane. He won't thank us for picking that particular moment up there.
It took him quite a moment to realise everybody was looking actually in that
absolutely.
one. You could see his reaction as soon as he spotted it too. He was thinking, oh, for God's sake, it was.
Give me a break. Yeah.
But he did stay there. He didn't protest too much, so I don't feel bad about that one at all. GMV Fincher at the bottom of the hill in towards the old hairpin. They've got Shine Automotive in tow, and in turn the 1-2-1 car that was there in the opening stages. Actually, it's easy to forget that was on the podium, up to second as the highest point at one stage, but now Calamity in that 1-2-1 dropping back down the order with pretty much every stage that they get. It says a lot that on your timing tower on the left of the screen, if you're following along online, you can't see them in that 1st to 15th. Now, you also can't see them at the bottom because they're not having an awful day, but they've dropped a long way away from that podium contention we thought they would be in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a strange and slightly disappointing situation when they flew so high earlier on. It's Milner Pro-Am Racing, GM Performance, still vying for this podium with Lar Motorsport. Not a million miles away, 22 seconds away from that podium, and we know that car can be quick relative to the Milner because they did such amazing battling earlier on in today's race.
Now, Burton Power are actually, because of a penalty for Castrap Racing, very, very close to Castrap on circuit for position. Burton are just ahead at the moment, at least they were on the previous attempt. Castrap finding a way through on that last lap, so Mark Rowell has been mugged here by Ben Smith. Mark Rowell down a position to 17th, Ben Smith in Castrap Racing's 55 up to 16th spot. The pair of them attack their way in towards Redgate now, and I reckon Werrell's still getting himself used to the track here just a little bit because his turning point was a touch earlier, and that's commonly a sign of you're almost expecting understeer from the car or you're expecting the corner to be tighter, and you've not got that confidence yet because you'd rather make sure it's in there than you go deep and off the track. And once you smooth down, you get yourself into a groove, you'll find the turning comes a little bit later because you know the grip is there to get the front end towards the apex.
Absolutely, no, well spotted on that front. But yes, as Mark was saying, it's 15 years since he last drove here, so it's...
And that wasn't a race either, that was a track experience day, I believe, off the top of my head.
Yeah, so yeah, this place has, whilst the configuration will be very similar, and the track profile. Now we've got the 88 in the car, in the pits, sorry, the Camel Racing 88 in the pits, having its final refueling done.
It would have indeed. I was just thinking back 15 years ago brings us to 2008. Now, interestingly, the track would have been a little bit different there, although you won't find it on any sort of maps or anything like that, because in theory it should be the same. But just after that, there was the attempt to build the Grand Prix loop here, of course, when contract was running out for Silverstone for the Grand Prix. They hadn't committed to building their loop yet, and Donington said, well, we've got funding, we'll go and build one on our infield. They attempted to do that. There was also bids coming in from Brands Hatch at that point to host the British Grand Prix. Of course, the funding fell through here at Donington, and hence all of that was removed before it could be completed. But the remains of that are that the hill from the top to the bottom is ever so slightly different anywhere where there's not road. It used to be one consistent flowing down the hill, which would give spectators a brilliant view regardless of where in the infield you were sat. The knock-on now, however, is that we've got this tabletop on the very surface, which actually stops us seeing the bottom of the road like we would have been able to once upon a time.
Yeah, so this commentary booth would have been absolutely fantastic at that period. Prior to that construction attempt.
The other thing that's changed for us, of course, is that the trees have grown, and particularly in summer, all the leaves stop us from getting any view to the exit towards Hollywood, whereas if you come here beginning of the season, end of the season, we can actually see a little bit more of the circuit because the greenery begins to disappear.
Yes, yes, I suppose it's a small price to pay to have that carbon capturing devices.
Carbon capturing devices
in the infield, but yeah, unfortunately, I do somewhat wish that the the grandstand was not quite so well covered to our right as well, because it does shut out the view of what can be race-ending battles right at the Robert Chicane. However, I must say that this is we have tremendous CCTV camera footage here in the commentary box, so we can often spot something that's not necessarily covered on the broadcast cameras.
Here's Mark Werrell once again in that Burton Power car. NJM Racing's 2 is now on his tail, and this is for position as well. So Mark Werrell under a little bit of pressure down the pitch straight. NJM Racing want to get involved. That is David Murfitt who's attempting to make the pass. Now they're both up 1 on this lap because Camel Racing have come into the pits and they were ahead. So they're both up 1 spot. It puts Mark Werrell and Burton into 16th, NGM Racing in 17th position, and the pair of them are nose to tail at Redgate. Then they're at Hollywood as you go right, back through Craner Curves at the left-hander. Of course, there's no attack coming there because you would be absolutely mental to try. It's the simple reality of it, particularly in a Ford Ka. Sometimes in something quicker, you can catch somebody napping because there is a bit of a lift there, but in one of these cars, you'll be flat all the way down, and there's simply no opportunity until you're on the brakes again for the old hairpin. Wirral still has the advantage after that, however, as they come up the hill at Schwantz. Mark on the brakes. He's getting a little bit held up by the 11/10 racing machine, which is bringing NJM back into play.
Yeah, and just another factor potentially here, especially versus the camel car that we saw Mark Wirral driving against earlier, is that Wirral is fat with fuel, and he has, he has race fuel to the end of the race. We are assuming at this stage, whereas the camel was clearly running very low, so presumably a little bit lighter. From that fuel effect, as well as Mark is trying to find a window here to try and pass the 11/10 vehicle, but it's just not quite showing any kind of a gap. The 11/10 driving very smartly in the middle of the circuit.
The fuel does make a big difference, and we've actually had some drivers, and I'd like to clarify before I say this, they commented on it themselves about themselves. They were slightly larger people, let's say,
right,
and they noticed that they'd lose half a second a lap easily. And that's the difference between somebody who's not abnormally thin, but not very big either, and somebody who's not abnormally large, but not very small either, let's put it that way. So that sort of scale of sort of standard human sizes, already we're talking half a lap. So then think about what 40 litres of fuel or so is going to do. It makes a big, big difference.
I do like it when motorsport categories, integrate a driver and seat combined weight, because whilst you could argue, yes, there are some things some people can do to get to shed the weight. There is a vast difference in just body types and sizes. Heights plays a huge factor into it. I remember, looking at the kind of condition Felipe Massa was in when he was a really short driver versus someone like, say, Mark Webber at the time, who was a good foot taller, who looked almost skeletal. And it's just a pure accident of birth and genetics, and you end up pre-selecting for the lightest possible drivers for the top echelons of motorsport. But even at this level, it makes a difference. So I do like it when you have a kind of combined seat and driver minimum weight.
One of the places where it makes a massive difference, of course, and a visible difference, is over in bike racing. And there's a few riders through the years, and you'll spot them. Cal Crutchlow was actually one of these because he was always quite big and muscly, having to wrestle that Honda around. But there's been a few. I'm trying to think of one of the particularly big guys. And it was just that they had large shoulders. Iannone was always a bit like this. They were tall and had large shoulders. And so you'd spot them really sort of cramped in on the straight, and suddenly they'd expand like a balloon as they reached the braking zone. And you could see them towering over these handlebars, shoulders far wider than the bike ever was, so their hands have to come back in at the elbow. It's really quite astonishing. It's still George Wright at the head of this one from Will Hayard, and Darren Stapleton now for GM Performance. They're your top three. Mark Wirral, we were talking about his battle just a moment ago about NGM Racing. NGM has actually found a way through, so good pass from David Murfitt off the camera and hidden around one of the back ends of the circuit. Mark shouldn't be under too much immediate pressure from behind now, though, so it does give him a chance to settle into that rhythm. And like you say, he's got far more fuel on board, a lot more weight than some of the cars around him, and as such, it should come towards him in the remaining stages of this race. He's not out of hope of a top 10, but that might be pushing it just a little bit.
I imagine his pace will increase, but of course everyone will have equal amounts of fuel towards the end of the race if they manage it exactly correctly. Now, they may overestimate deliberately because they can't be sure exactly whether we'll have any stoppages or caution periods, which of course the cardinal sin in motorsport is to assume that you're going to get a safety car or something and deliberately underfuel, because quite frankly it's about having egg on your face if you have underfueled the car and you run out of fuel on the last lap or two. That's very careful fuel management, and be doing all kinds of calculations to see exactly. You see the steering wheel was removed there for the driver change on this entry. This is still the Autotech Motorsport number 64 in the pits, but they've obviously removed the steering wheel and replaced it during that pit stop as well, presumably a driver preference.
Mark Wirral found a way back past David Murfitt on that lap, actually, so Burton Power into 15th, NGM Racing back down to 16th position overall. Mark Wirral looking to make a little bit of progress forward, because of course it was not so long ago he was passed for that position, and as a result the gaps are relatively close in his area of the field, everything around about 15th, 16th, maybe a little bit higher than that. Not nose to tail with the exception of Wirral and MJM Performance, but there or thereabouts. A mistake would cost you a position, let's say, as opposed to in other areas of the field where you could spin off and rejoin and still be where you were.
The gap at the front of the field is currently 1 minute 24. So we are getting fairly close now to the prospect of Milner Racing being a lap clear of everybody on the racetrack. This pace of George Wright has been occasionally absolutely electric. Right now it's down in the low 138s. And we've seen some developments in the pits.
Yes, Milner Racing come into the pits on that occasion actually, so the gap will come down, but we expect it to go back up when Pro-Am. Well, they might not have to make a stop actually, is the honest reality of this, because it was not so long ago they made a stop. We saw 2 hours and 15 minutes as a time. That was leaving a bit of margin for driver change as well. So with a safety car period, we could see the likes of 2 hours 20 minutes, the maximum time period possible, which would be around about Pro-Am Racing making it comfortably. So they'll be thinking about this as a go to the end for Pro-Am Racing and Will Hilliard. Millionaire Racing in the meantime into the pits, and as you say, they go almost 1 lap free of charge relative to the rest of the field, and then they'll start to drop down the order.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Jack Wright was very quick earlier on as well, so I don't think they have particularly a weak link in the chain here.
Here's Werrell side by side with Burton Power Racing himself and of course NJM Performance. NJM are on the outside. Mark Werrell defends the inside, makes that one stick. NJM will tuck into the slipstream however and play the game once more. It's all the way past Starkeys Bridge up towards Swans Curve. It will curl its way to the left, and then you got to be on the brakes and thinking about going right. Mark Werrell was a little bit defensive there at Swans Curve. It was very clever from him. He stayed in the middle of the road, which although you can still set up a great line through McLean's, it prevents that dive from being available because you have to commit to it almost too late at that stage. You need to be really on it for that to work. So Mark Werrell still up in that position. He takes a tight line at Coppice, which will compromise him initially, but then he can stay tight and deal with a little bit of traffic. NGM is going to try and slot through the middle of them though. V-Bots and Race Logic, they have to bail out the way, make sure that there's no contact there, and they do a very good job of that, as now Werrell and NJM Racing, number 2 and number 1, they are side by side on the run down towards the chicane. NJM brakes late. Mark Werrell comes off the brake, however. He's got the inside for the Robert chicane. He's got the position for now, but his run out of the chicane doesn't look particularly good and he could be under threat almost immediately.
I think Mark Werrell, he had a big smile on his face before he got in the car. I'm sure he's enjoying that no end. It looked like bags of fun there to try and hold off this incoming threat here from the number 2. So it's number 2 versus the number 1 at the moment.
And that is the... that's former race leader in amongst all this actually, who's trying to get involved. So they will be there or thereabouts in the form of that red car, trying to make progress up the order all the time.
The KM Racing Christian Kelly in the car at the moment, 114.
Yes, they are.
He's down in 11th at the moment, but right up in the battle for the lead, caught up that way. This is interesting, having 2 refueling stops in neighbouring garages,
yes,
which is going to be it's slightly more frantic and a bit of a squeeze.
It does make it a little bit more difficult to keep track of who's from which team as well when you're trying to note down how many people have been outside of the box and how many people are inside the box at any given point. So the marshals being kept on their toes even at this late stage. It was EnduroKA who were up alongside Mark Werrell.
A lot of attention being paid. Are we going for a change of fronts here for the final, or are we actually testing the suspension? There's a bit of rocking action going on to test, I think, one of the linkages.
That's, yeah, like you say, that to me looks like a stress test and potentially would be implicative of the car having gone off at some point, and they just want to make sure everything's okay. So this is Pro-Am Racing. We thought they could try and go to the finish. Of course, we can see they're not going to go to the finish from their previous stop. Alongside them, the Orca Sport machine. Driver change there. Everything looks relatively routine, much different to Pro-Am Racing next door, who will find themselves dropping to 2nd already, potentially 3rd, 4th, or even 5th by the time that all the pit stops have played out.
Yeah, and into, of course, in the pits right now. But that means that that Milner Racing will be picking up the lead of the race, of course.
Pro-Am Racing going into the garage there, I think, were they?
Yeah, it did. They looked like quite a bit of play on that front left when the stress test was happening. That was a bit concerning to me.
Race leader, albeit as a result of pit stop fortuity, but definitely in contention for top 3 here. Pro-Am Racing into the garage, which is never good. We'll keep an eye on this, hopefully, because we've got wheel nuts coming off, and we're expecting to see quite a bit of suspension damage inside that, or maybe a toe link, just something causing an unconventional wobble that is evidently feelable for the driver, because we couldn't have spotted that from the outside. The only way that's been picked up is driver feedback over the pit-to-car radio.
And there's a lot of right-hand turns with some fairly sizable curbs at the apex. You know, if you repeatedly bash those curbs hard on that front right, something will eventually give, even if it is just a rocker cover or something. Something's going to go, but things fail. Of course, this is endurance racing. It's kind of the point of endurance racing is to test how far and how long and how deep these cars can run.
Mark Werrell seems to have managed to finally dispatch of NJM Racing just behind. So Burton Power got an advantage of 1.5, almost 2 seconds at the line over their competitors last time through. We've got not just ourselves, but team members on the phone there trying to record what is going on here with Pro-Am Racing. The answer is the race has fallen apart for them, to be honest, because it was going so well. We've got spanners, we've got ratchets, we've got torque wrenches, and none of them are able to fix the problem as quickly as they would like.
Mind you, that mechanic is putting in a shift, isn't he? He's clearly as competitive as the drivers.
3 of 4 limbs are under the car for him there, working on something, which is really quite astonishing.
Friends and family and team support staff are all looking on concerned. They'll be hoping that this will resolve and be fixable, because they are looking at their potential podium under threat.
The 55 car continues to make progress. That is Cash Strap Racing.
These are 2 Hoonigan
yes.
liveries that have been used, and I do appreciate that, especially, of course, as after we sadly lost our great rally and demonstrating driver earlier on in the year.
AFK Racing are there or thereabouts, actually, it should be said, as they make their way up the order. They were about 0.4 of a second away from the next car. It's crept up to half a second behind Original Checkers on that lap. But Original Checkers, with that wonderful black and gold, iconically styled livery, will be putting up quite a good fight, I reckon, in this one, as we see cars. They're beginning to drift and slide just a little bit more now with an hour on the clock, and I reckon it's because the front axle in particular, as you mentioned on that front left corner, is been taking a lot of wear. Now, you would be not silly, but you'd lose out on some of the advantage of a new tyre if you were to change it now. You would have wanted to do that at the previous stop if you're going to make it, which implies everybody's going to the end without a tyre change. But in this last hour, it's going to be very tight in terms of tyre management and who's been taking best care of that front left in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to confirm then, the Pro-Am have now slipped down to 5th as the repairs continue, the attempts on the repairs continue. It's Milner Racing in the lead by 43 seconds at the last count from GM Performance, Darren Stapleton, who has made 3 pit stops to Milner's 2. La Motorsports 2-stopping entry 747 is now back up onto the podium, and they are 1 minute and 2 away from the lead, some 19 seconds away from second place. Wingers and Axiometrics have both been promoted to 4th and 5th, with Pro-Am down in 6th as things stand, but Glory Car, North Motorsport and Autotech Motorsport will be eyeing up that stricken Pro-Am at the moment.
They will indeed. Pro-Am absolutely helpless, it should be said, because they're now down from 5th to 6th. They've got a bit of an advantage there still over Glory Car, but nonetheless they'll be dropping away from them, and it's more the worry that there is no sign of that car coming back out of the garage at this stage, as we get another breach of refueling rules, this time for the 64 car. That's Autotech Motorsports machine. Jonathan Ogden, Toby Owen, and actually Costa Krietsits in that one. Krietsits was out there in the supercarts, I believe, earlier on, so Costa getting his money's worth this weekend. He's been out in the long race and the very frenetic sprint races that we had earlier on. Still work ongoing.
A nice close-up action of our mechanics, really working hard here to try and get the car back running again. Driver's still in the seat, so still hoping, I suppose, to get back out there.
Well, I presume the regulation, of course, if you're in the car and you're leaving the pits having just started your stint, or you're coming back in, that time is included in your driver stint time. So it implies that your stint has begun, and when you step out at the end of a stint, you have to take an hour out.
It's 30 minutes, I think, Jack Wright was telling me earlier on. And there's, it was 2 hour 20 is the maximum driving stint, and 30 minutes is the minimum resting.
So, but you get out the car, you have to take that rest period. I presume that would be the case even if he hadn't gone out on track, which is the interesting thing. So drivers staying in the car as long as possible, because it's their only chance of getting in the car to be out on the circuit as they get very, very close down towards the old hairpin for a moment or two.
Absolutely. We are now just under 1 hour to go, and I think I might take a wander down and be back up for about the last half hour, 20 minutes or so.
Sounds like a good plan. Your order at the hour to go mark then, we are 80% of the way through, looks like this. Millionaire Racing's 46 have regained the lead with Jack Wright back behind the wheel of that one. They're looking for their first victory. That'd be a trio of first-time winners if they can make that one work. Second place is GM Performance's 81 car, and third is the 747 LAR Motorsport on its way back up the order after a bit of a lull at the midpoint. Wingat Racing, they are in fourth, having come from the back, but they're not as high up as they have been at various stages. And then you get the 18 of Axiometrics.com sitting 5th overall. GloryCat and Neil Smith, they are in the pits, but in theory they're sitting in 6th place if they can get back out. North Motorsport, they're 7th ahead of Autotech Motorsport and Boston Racing. Then you get Pro-Am Racing, currently 10th, but also in the garage. So, of course, losing positions every time somebody crosses our timing beam. Then it's KM Racing and Christian Kelly down in the 11th spot. Castrap Racing are 12th ahead of Wolf Motorsport's 5 car in 13th. Burton Power Racing with Mark Werrell at the wheel. They are currently climbing back up the order, actually. They were up, they were down, and now they are in 14th overall ahead of NJM Racing. They had a threat, actually, for a little while on Mark Werrell, but now cannot find a match for the commentator's pace. He's down in 15th, is David Murfitt. AFK Racing, they're currently 16th overall ahead of TCS Motorsport, and Original Checkers Racing is 18th, but in the pit, so keep your eye on that one. In turn, you'll find 19th LDR Performance Tuning and 20th Camel Racing. 21st is JW Motorsport, 22nd Orca Sport, 23rd Catastrophe with Robert Thomas at the wheel ahead of Touring Car Racing, a car that has been very, very much in the wars over the course of the event. Then we get into those that are either out or have been out at some point. You start off with 11 tenths Racing, then you get GMB Finch in 26. Shine Automotive are still running. They were one of the first to have issues in the very early moments of this 5-hour endurance race. They sit 27th overall. Graves Motorsport's 44 car is still out there despite many, many moments of drama. They are down in 28th with your top 30 completed by 77 Racing and Calamity. Race Logic sit 31st overall, and then to those that are really quite genuinely having a bit of problems. The 64 Autotech Motorsport has been in the wars all the way through, and 2 not running anymore, the 33 of Grave Motorsport and the 9 of GM Performance at the back of the field. Fantastic shot there from the pit wall. Thank you for, I believe that'll be Jeremy who went out there and got that one. I love that sort of shot because it shows us just how fast these cars are going. We have been watching this for 5 hours, and we'll be honest, the Ford Cat, it's not the quickest racing machine we've had out over the course of the weekend. You could make a good argument, it's probably the slowest, but even this, when you're stood on the pit lane, you look straight across the circuit, it's through your vision in the matter of a moment as they now find their way back down train of curves and cocking a wheel up as the 747 LAR Motorsport car actually on its way through the old hairpin. That's very aggressive on the front end with an hour to go. A lot of grip clearly on that front left corner. Still the repair operation continues. The one positive of getting this sort of frenetic style of work, if you like, is that it implies they know what they're looking for. They've spotted something that's wrong and they're in the act of doing something about it. When you see puzzled looks, that's more of an issue because it implies that people don't know what it is they actually need to do to get the car back out. Whereas when people are working hard and fast and with great intensity, it means they have a job, they have a purpose, and they have a step-by-step guide to getting the car back out on circuit. Here we're looking at Redgate Corner and crucially the number 3 car, that's Wingat Racing. It has been for much of the race in 3rd overall, however currently sits a minute away from those positions on the podium. The last one occupied by LAR MSVR Motorsport right now, who are having quite a good comeback drive. We're expecting them along the back straight any time, because a minute is the vast majority of the lap here at Donington Park National. We'll whip out another little fact for you, will we? Because I can assure you, when finding these, I had to check the sources on a few occasions because I simply didn't believe them. It's the good way to put it. In 1914, the average factory worker was paid $2.50 a day in America. Henry Ford had the brilliant idea of doubling this in his factories to $5 a day, and he actually shortened the working day as well. Sounds like a great idea, and it sounds like it might cost him a lot of money. Well, it actually didn't cost him much money at all, because it increased morale, it increased productivity, and a lot of workers spent their increased wages on buying a Ford car that they had produced in the factory themselves. So in the end, Henry Ford ended up getting that money back, if you like, in the form of car sales, and he had a very, very happy workforce as well. Up to the start-finish line comes the number 1 car. That is down in the fringes of the top 10. Down 13th at the moment is Burton Power Racing, with quite a lot of effort to do to make it up. Good battle developing between the 49 and the 40. That EnduroKA is immediately recognizable due to the erratic nature of the duct tape on the front of it. In turn, you've got the 49, that's LDR Performance Tuning, another team we haven't spoken about very much, but having a nip and tuck battle, not for position on the timing screen, but the drivers don't care, they just want to be out there and have fun. Make sure you get as much out of your time on circuit as possible. Currently, LDR Performance have the advantage in this one. I'm not sure the 40 EnduroKA behind is the most aerodynamic shape, but it does show commitment and enthusiasm all the way through. We often have a team in this called Hard and Enthusiastic, who unfortunately aren't here today, but I think their spirit has been embodied by the EnduroKA number 40 car. More team managers being called to race control, one of which is quite interesting. The 5 car is Wolf Motorsport. That's further down the order, if you like. They're fighting for a position to get within the top 10 after having dropped down in the middling stages. They run 12th overall. The other team manager summoned to race control, however, is for the 46 car of Milner Racing, your race leaders. Another interesting fact, that is EnduroKA, I believe, straight into the gravel at turn... That might be Redgate, actually. Has he just gone straight on? He has indeed. Down at Redgate. No sign of stopping that one. Front lock up, of course, ABS disabled on these, and he's gone head first into the gravel. The question is going to be, can that get dug back out again? Because the drivers abandoned it due to the fact that it's in a dangerous position. The front axle looks to be somewhat deep in the gravel. Pro-Am Racing, that is a driver out of the car, which is not very good at all, but it might imply that another one is in there. It looks as if we're getting ready to push this car out and checking seatbelts potentially, which will be good to have Pro-Am back out there. They've actually not fallen all the way down. They're still holding on to 20th position right now, our Pro-Am, and this yellow flag may well help them get back underway. We're going to perform a live snatch on the edge of turn 1, a procedure that the marshals are very, very well practiced in, but of course always makes you a little bit nervous when you get circuit vehicles into the racing area, albeit not on the track under race conditions. But we have got double flagged yellows, and here we come, live snatch it being performed by our brilliantly set up British marshals over here in the UK. It's notable that when you get big series like Formula 1 or MotoGP and they go to new circuits, potentially over in the Middle East, you'll often find that the marshalling teams have been flown out from the UK to make sure that everything runs swimmingly, and that says everything you need to know about the brilliant Orange Army over here. The car will be dragged back behind the barriers, actually, because it's very, very close to what used to be where Redgate Quarter came from. We mentioned it earlier. It used to be a left-hander. Well, there's a little bit of tarmac left up there, which originally, many moons ago, would have been used for the circuit. Now, of course, it's been repaved and resurfaced various times, and it's like the broom with 3 new handles and 4 new bristles. Hello, Andy down in pit lane.
Hey Tom, yes, and everybody. Well, fantastic and frantic work being done here by the Pro-Am team. I've managed to collar Louis Harvey. Louis, you were just fresh out of the car?
No, Will was out there just then, and he's gone back out again after the boys have just fixed the issue.
But you had your helmet on, so ready to go yourself, presumably, just in case.
Yeah, just in case. You know, never know what's going to happen.
And what was the actual issue? Was there a clear and clean breakage, or were you just changing parts to be sure?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I'll have to ask the boys when they're all finished, and obviously they've just had a big job on, so I'll ask them in a minute.
Absolutely, yeah. I didn't want to get into it. They're putting all the tools back together again, but you haven't been out yet yourself?
No, I have. I was second stint, so Will did a very short stint, then the safety car came out, and then I jumped in the car. I did a short stint as well, made up some places, and then the safety car came back out again, so we thought perfect time to put Nicole in the car. She was out for 2 hours, and then again the safety car came out again, and we took advantage, and then put Will back in the car.
Fantastic. Okay, so are you waiting to get back in and raring to go again?
I'd love to, but I think Will's going to finish off the stint. It's just a shame about the breakage, but cause I think we were on for the win today, but it is what it is.
Absolutely, this is endurance racing. Well, hopefully the car comes home and you can obviously work out what went down and get a line on it. But hopefully more success next time.
Yeah, well, this is my first time in the KA, but I hope it's not the last, because I've definitely enjoyed myself this weekend. So.
Well, that's always good to see. So thanks so much for your time there, Louis Harvey, and back up to you, Tom, while I try and find a calmer mechanic who might be able to tell me exactly what went down.
Yes, it does always seem to be the case, that one, actually, as you make sure that mechanics, you want to give them a moment to cool down, if you like. There's an interesting squabble on track between two cars of reasonably similar pace. Now, one of them is Wingat Racing, who, of course, profited from Pro-Am ending up in the garage for an extended period. They've just profited again because Lar Motorsport into the pits, which promotes Wingat into third overall. They're trying to get on with this now because they know that they might be due a splash and dash come the finish. They know that every second is going to matter, but just in front of them, they've got the #1 car, Burton Power Racing, with Mark Werrell at the wheel, and he's making his car not wide against the back marker, of course, but he's very, very quick. He takes a nice flowing line, and it doesn't leave an opportunity for somebody from Wingat to get up the inside very easily.
Tom, I've got Scott Thompson here from the Pro-Am team. He is covered in grease and oil, and he's still breathing a little bit heavily, so forgive him for that. But Scott, frantic work there, and I love to see how competitive the mechanics are as well as the drivers, but can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, so Will came on the radio, he was the driver in at the time, and was reporting that the steering felt a little bit odd and it had gone a bit left and down, and we were trying to work out what it was, ask him a few questions, and he said it felt undrivable. So we were like, pit, get in, have a look at the car. Jacked it up, we thought we might have had a puncture, but obviously rolling down the pit lane, it looked fine. Jacked the car up and the right hand side had a bit of play. And we looked, and it looked like the lower ball joint, and started to let go. So easiest way, take the wishbone off, put a new one on. Well, I say easy, it's not. It didn't look easy. And
nothing looked easy about that operation.
Obviously lost us 4 laps. I think where we were probably net P1 with the stops, probably with a 3-minute advantage after it all played out. But unfortunately, that's all gone now. So. We've lost a fair few places, but I think we're still in about P12, and there's a couple of cars left to pit, so hopefully we'll get a top 10 and we'll write that one off and come back again at Snet and go back for another win again. So.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, we appreciate that, and it's great to see such hard work. You've got a fair few minutes of fame on the stream as well during that, but bravo, and yeah, hopefully, as you say, reset and rebuild and come back again next time.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Back to you, Tom.
I'm quite impressed with that. It's not often we get mechanics and get them to keep the language clean, I've noticed, at various stages, so thank you very much for that one. I've had a few nervy experiences, if you like. Particularly there was one which I am never allowed to forget from Knockhill, when I turned on the microphone to speak about a car that was in pieces in front of me and was immediately met by a barrage of words that should not be broadcast, and we had to turn the microphone off as swiftly as humanly possible at that point. The race order is still as it was, with the exception of Wingat Racing gaining themselves up into third after Lar Motorsport's stop. The question is, will Wingat have to pit again? Because remember, they did that driver change stop early on underneath safety car performance, and GM Performance, they were running second. The 81 car has not crossed the line when we would have expected it to. So let's play a game of where is the 81 machine when we look at all the cameras here, because it should have crossed the line as yet, and it's still not to be found anywhere, which means Wingat up yet another position now into second. It's all fallen the way of the #3 car. this is going to be very, very interesting. I'll keep my eyes peeled, as wide as they've been for the past 4 hours and 25 minutes. The other factor that's coming into play, of course, is we're edging ever closer to where the forecast told us to be wary of sudden and heavy rain towards the end of this one. Wingats number 3 has also managed to find a way through on the number 1 of Burton Power Racing, which is great for their setup. And GM Performance continue to drop down the order. They're now off the podium, and it brings axiometrics.com. They've been on the podium at various stages last season. Good to see them putting out a day. They have profited a little bit. They find themselves from 5th up to 3rd as cars ahead retire. Still no sign of where GM Performance is at this point either. They're stranded somewhere out on circuit, out of view of cameras, out of view of the human eye from the commentary box. And as a result, we shall just have to play a patient waiting game and spot where it is that they've ended up. In the pits is Cash Strapped Racing's 55. Looks like a relatively routine stop for them. Usual amount of conversation, get yourself in there, get yourself going. They were for a while up on the podium, but now they find themselves down in 10th place. Of course, losing positions all the time, crucially to Burton Power as well. We've just gone by them on the start-finish straight.
Tom, I'm down here at Axiometrics, and everyone's getting very excited because they've just taken that 3rd position. I'm going to talk with Dominic Jackson, who's had 15 minutes at the start of the race prior to the first safety car, and he's waiting for his turn to get back in. Dominic, it's been quite a while then, and quite a lot has happened since you've been in the car.
Yeah, it has. We started P22, and when we did the first stop, we did a fuel stop as well as a drive change 15 minutes. That dropped us back to P28, I think. We've been battling back all the rest of the afternoon, so it really comes down to this last pit stop now. It's going to be touch and go.
Will you be involved in the pit stop, or will you just be sitting there waiting to get in?
I will let the guys do what they do best. I'll just be ready to get in and drive the car.
Fantastic. Okay, so you're hoping to try and hold on to this potential podium?
Yes, it's tricky. There's another safety car that might help, but we've got a pit, and there's other cars in front of us that don't bother us a bit. So, we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be close though. It's going to be close.
Absolutely. So, coming into the weekend, what kind of result would you have been happy with, do you think?
Well, to be fair, our first race at Silverstone, we didn't do particularly well. I think we ended up finishing P14. It wasn't too bad. A few things didn't quite click for us that race, but this weekend we felt actually, something in the top 5. We always look for a podium. We had a few podiums last year, so we'd certainly like to get there again this race.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully everything will continue on the same vein, and you'll get yourself in the car in a few minutes.
We shall see.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for talking to us, Dominic Jackson from Axiometrics. Back to you, Tom.
I do think that the 81 car is still out there, because it was logged as being 22nd behind Axiometric on that last tour of the circuit, which means that they crossed the start-finish line and they were out there. Issue is they've dropped positions potentially as a result of a mistake. On stream, you're looking at the number 5 on its descent, and actually gives you an indication of just the fact that there is a slight downhill there in towards the Robert Chicane under what's commonly viewed as a flat section of circuit. Very few corners in UK motorsport are actually flat. It's just a few camera angles might tint you one way or the others. Bad news for those guys down at Pro-Am. Their 12 car is back into the pits on this time through. So potentially our wonderful mechanic is going to have a little bit more work to do as they figure themselves out on that front. The 81 car does in fact cross the line and looks to be up at speed, so potentially just a rather large driver error dropping them down the order. Darren Stapleton at the wheel of that one right now. Here's a good shot on stream. In the pits is the number 12. I'm not sure what they're saying, but generally there's quite a bit of conversation going on there. Is off the road at the Robert Chicane is the Autotech Motorsport number 65 car. That one is stranded. It looks like he's just gone in way too hot for the first part. Never got it stopped. Another issue of front locking potentially as those front tyres begin to give up the ghost over the course of this one. They've taken massive punishment over the first 4 hours and 20 minutes of the race. Now beached is that Autotech car, and that's not in a great position, to be honest, because it's at the end of what is a very quick straight. The wipers are still good, which is always good to see, but everything else is in very much a stranded position. It's seized and it's not going anywhere. we'll keep an eye on how that one is. The driver's still in the car, hoping for a little bit of help, I think, to get themselves out of that one. Andy.
Yeah, Tom, just a little bit of information here from a very interested bystander. He wanted to know, just wanted to let me know that 81 did not drop down as a result of driver error. It was just a very recent pit stop. So everything's running smoothly and to plan for the 81.
The usual time of screen taking a good lap and a half to update for us then. I do apologise, but and I apologise particularly to Ian Mitchell, who is standing in at the wheel of that one. Everything gave us about 3 laps, I reckon, there to update. So he is sitting, we reckon, 20 seconds or so off the back. We're going to confirmation for it this time through. Yes, 22 seconds off the back of Chris Weatherall for Axiometrics. They've both made stops, so we're expecting them to go to the finish here. And Ian Mitchell has a big ask, 40 minutes, 20 seconds to close. It's doable, but it has to be, what's that, 7/10 a lap or something like that, which is a big ask. Still, we race with the Autotech car stranded on the effective infield almost beyond the chicane in that gravel trap. Of course, yellow flags mean no overtaking at that section, but they instead just focus on the exit and will try it down into Redgate, which is exactly what's happening here, because that 67 car is making a little bit of progress once more. It's original Checkers Racing. They want through on the current second place car, Wingat, and attempt to take a lap off their score as they progress their way back up the order. And lurking all the time is Mark Werrell for Burton Power Racing. Where's that one car now? He's dragged it from 18th up into 10th. So Mark doing a very good stint. His next target is a long way ahead, but of course with pit stops it may well come back to him because we know that one car is going to the end. That was the plan from the very beginning, and as usual Burton Power stick to the strategy regardless of what's happening all around them. Live snatch ongoing on the Autotech car stranded at the chicane. He should be out the way momentarily because we expect it to drive off once he is no longer embedded in the gravel. If you're looking at the timing tower here on the stream, you may well have noticed as well that you've got various drivers popping up now, a significant portion of the field having a red icon next to them. That means they've had a penalty, and the penalty is actually displayed in the order they're in, so it just implies that if it weren't for, in the case of the one car, 2-lap penalty for a pit stop infringement, and that'll be the case for most of them, they could well be further up the order. However, with that red section, you know that they've been dropped down due to something out of their own accord. And as anticipated, the 65 car gets going once again. Almost does Goddard's actually there, which is a section only used on the international loop, and finds himself back out onto the circuit and immediately into pit lane for the 65 car, implying that something not quite right, and might explain why he went so deep and so hot in towards the Roberts chicane. Orca Sport coming on a little bit of pressure here. 77 Racing have been in the wars at various stages as well. That group coming together, it's Boston Racing just behind them who are applying the pressure all the time. And we've got a little message from Andy down in pit lane.
Car number 65, or Autotech Motorsport, just came in, had opened the door, a quick conflab, dumped a bunch of gravel when they stopped and headed back out. So just a quick check and a reassurance, I think, between driver and team personnel, but back out again, but left a few stones over here.
Yes, you'll spot that does tend to be the case. Milner are taking a few risks here, considering that they are the race leaders. They are going around the outside, or rather Boston is forcing them around the outside at Coppice. This is Boston Racing attempting to take a lap off, but doing it in quite an aggressive way because they know that, relatively speaking, Milner have a lot more to lose than the treble 8 of Boston Racing does. For reference, your race leader, that Milner 46 car, is so far ahead that the lap times don't really matter now unless they drop off catastrophically. All they have to do is keep it out of trouble for the next 35 minutes, and that's why you can see Boston Racing, and in turn 77 Racing, getting very close down the straight. Milner a little bit cautious and hesitant there, actually, almost ending up in the middle of the road, which in terms of keeping it out of trouble is not always the best place to be, because it'll either be somebody squeezes you to the apex or sends one down to the inside, but it's unlikely they'll stay put for very long, which is what the 77 Racing car does on this occasion. But 2 or 3 more occasions of that, and you never know, there might be a lunge coming in against your race leaders as people attempt to unlap themselves. At least on one occasion, we know that several of these cars are several laps down off the lead. If you're interested in those number of laps, we're about to clock up to 150. We're on 149 laps completed thus far. Milner Racing trying to get on with this one in amongst it all, and they want to clock off 150. Now, I reckon we'd have expected to see a few more by this point, potentially up 160 or so, but with the various safety car periods, we have lost some of the running here, and fortunately, the forecast is adapting all the time. It now reckons the shower is going to arrive just after the checkered flag. We can hope and we can pray, but all that we have to do is wait on the weather gods on this occasion, as car 5 picks up another 2-lap penalty for fueling infringement. That's quite a few of them for that team, unfortunately. They'll have to be aware of this one, I reckon, going forwards, because there's clearly something procedurally over at Wolf Motorsport that isn't working for them, because they've never had these problems before, and something must have changed. This is us coming up then to 150 laps completed for their race leader. That is a total of 2,254 laps across the field at that point, and in turn 4,000 miles covered, I think, which is absolutely astonishing. No, it's far higher than that. We refreshed the page. 4,500 laps covered. 8,900 miles is the total distance driven by the drivers out there so far today. We've also experienced almost 120 pit stops, which is quite astonishing, particularly when you consider we have a 30-car grid. If each of them was to make 2 stops in this race, that would be 60 stops. It shows that it's not quite gone to plan for everybody out there, as Burton Power Racing and Mark Webber once again find themselves at the back of a little queue. They'll try and make progress through this one in the same manner that they managed to do in previous attempts. One of these positions, particularly against KM Racing just ahead, is going to be for position, actually, and that's what Mark Werrell's trying to do down the hill in towards the Hold hairpin. He's up the inside. I think he's gained that for now, but the fight back may come along in just a moment.
I'm happy to go to him if you want.
Andy.
Oh, thanks, Tom. Yeah, I'm down here with Deborah McNamara, excuse me, for car number 192 for the Race Logic team. You were just mentioning to me off air that you're just processing a little a snafu, perhaps.
Yeah, driver error. Went in too hot. Steering wheel hit the curb, popped the tyre.
Anything that built up to that, do you think? Were you feeling the car getting a bit loose under you?
I think I just went in too hot, and obviously I'm still a rookie, I'm still learning, and yeah, there was nothing I could do about it because I didn't know what to do.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, it's a shame, obviously, but the car's still running, and hopefully we can keep you running to the end. But did you enjoy the time up until that particular?
I actually done one of my quicker laps, so yes, I did, and I was singing to Wally in the car. So yeah, no, I just got my head down and cracked on and got some quick times out there. I'm just hoping Robin's having a nice time out there.
Well, hopefully it hasn't put you off racing in future. You've got the bug?
Yeah, I can't keep away.
So what's next for you, and when are you next behind the wheel?
So it'll be Snetterton for the next round, which is that about 3 weeks away? About 3 weeks, and that's 12 hours. And I'm going to have my teammates from last year with me again, which is going to be really nice. And I can't wait.
So same car, same entry, but more teammates and ones that you're used to.
Yeah, absolutely. Very supportive teammates.
Hopefully you have a good weekend as well. So thanks so much for talking to us.
Lovely, thank you.
Okay, Tom, thanks. Back to you.
Lovely to hear from Deborah McNamara there. A very difficult name to say, and I feel like I end up overdoing the Mick a bit given where I've grown up in that one. It's always quite aggressive for myself whenever I've said her name over the commentary, so I do apologise for that one. Slipstreaming down the back straight is the name of the game, and this time it is going to be the 67 car, Slipstreaming current second place machine. Wingap Racing, they're in a similar position actually to Milner out front. They have 44 seconds behind them to Axiometrics, which in half an hour would be quite the effort to close down. So all they need to do is keep it out of trouble because they can't catch the car ahead. They're unlikely to be caught by the cars behind. However, as soon as you start to drive that little bit more passively, it leaves yourself open to these not lunges, but slightly more aggressive overtakes, because you leave a gap on the inside and someone goes, oh, I'll have that. And then before you know it, you're slow at the corner and somebody is alongside on the other bit, and you're side by side at the craners, for example, where you really don't need that sort of stuff when your objective is to keep it out of trouble. So often the best plan of action, even when you've got it all to lose and nothing to gain, is to still put in the fastest laps that you feel comfortable with, rather than driving a little bit under the limit and leaving yourself vulnerable to attack. Which is what Wingat Racing are trying to do right now, actually, now that they've recovered from that. Sideways down at the old hairpin, you love to see it. Of course, one rear wheel is completely unloaded there. The inside rear wheel cocked up into the air, reminiscent of the front wheel being cocked up by the likes of Lotus Elans back in the day. Lotus Elans and of course Lotus Cortinas as well, which relates back to Ford once more. Yeah, we're all about the segues here as we continue to talk about this fantastic EnduroKA race. Looking up and down the time screen, again, we're in a bit of a lull here where nobody's particularly close for a position. KM Racing, they did get passed by Burton Power's Mark Werrell, so Mark progresses even further into the top 10. He's up to 8th now, a storming drive from him in this final hour and a half or so of the race. Good little battle developing much further down the order as well, actually, between G&B Finch and Shine Automotive. They were covered by just a second and a half the last time across the line. Shine Automotive, of course, in that really quite standout purple, pink and black livery, compared to G&B Finch's car, which says G&B Finch in massive lettering across the side of it. So nice and easy to spot those two coming together in their squabble over 26th and 25th positions respectively. Everyone else very much driving their own race as we get the last few pit stops in. This is the region where you really don't want to have to stop again, because half an hour to go doesn't leave you much time to claw back up the order again. Now, of course, you can argue that it means you can have a stop earlier or later and all that sort of stuff, but generally, the later you stop, the heavier you've been running for much of the race, which costs you a bit of time. So you want to be extending the stint with the objective of being a maximum stint length at the end, because it implies you've been as light as the car can be for as much of the race as possible, which allows you to be even quicker than those around you. Wingat's still pushing on. They want to try and clear some of the traffic now. Next up for them is the 121 car of Calamity. They'll be up the inside on entry to Coppice, clip the curb, bump over it a little bit actually, as they took a touch more than they were expecting, but before you know it, they're on the power and out the other side once more.
Hi Tom, I'm down at Orca Sport once again, and I'm here to talk to Guy Wilkinson. Guy, how was it out there on the track today for you?
Great fun. I copped for the wet and then rapidly drying stint, which was a bit of a bottom clencher, but it was great fun. It's our first year in the race, and absolutely loving it. We've got some problems with temperatures, so we're kind of having to nurse it a little bit, but yeah, loving it. Great track.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm sure that's echoed up and down the pit lane. A very, very fun track to drive. But where is the car giving you the most satisfaction around here?
Bottom of the Craner curves is an absolute banter fest. Absolutely love it.
Fantastic, especially, I suppose, when it's a little bit wet.
Yeah, in the moist, it was playful, very, very playful, and it's my other drivers. I'll give them full credit. We've got far more skills than me, but. And the times reflect that.
No worries at all. And the Orca Sport, talk to me about the name around the team. Do you know about that?
Yeah. We bought the car from a lovely young woman, and she'd had this little sticker in the back of a little whale. So we were playing with the name and trying to figure out what we were going to call it. So we called it a killer whale, and that's our little motif on the car as well.
Well, you see, for me, I want to see a full killer whale livery.
We'd have to buy a black car for that and then get some white Fablon. But yeah, it's got to be done, hasn't it, at some point?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, thanks so much for talking to us, and hopefully every success in future.
Yeah, we'll see the end, hopefully. Great stuff.
Thanks a lot, and back to you then, Tom.
You knew there was going to be a story behind that one, didn't you? You just simply couldn't help it. An interesting shot there just at turn one for a moment of G&B Finch. We said they were closing in on Shine Automotive. Shine Automotive have responded in that battle and opened up the gap once more, so they're able to push on up the order. They run 25th. And it's becoming more and more comfortable for them. Nice little gaggle of cars on various laps, of course, approach themselves towards the top of the hill. That's going to be Axiometrics involved in that one, along with the 747 car, actually, which is getting increasingly interesting. Closest battle on track has been coming together now for a lap or two. and it suddenly came together very quickly in the recent stages. This is AFK Racing's 22 attacking Autotech Motorsports Silver 65 car. They are separated by just half a second at the line last time through. That one developing for 11th spot, so the chance to inherit a top 10, if you like, as everybody squabbles on the way down towards the Roberts chicane. And crucially, those further up in the race think better of that, including the 747 of LAR Motorsport. They can see ahead of them Axiometrics, but of course there is a lap between them. LAR Motorsport currently running 6th, Axiometrics running 3rd overall. I'm curious about this battle between Autotech and AFK, and actually AFK have made the pass that last time through, so the 22 car making progress. They're down the Craner curves right now, and Autotech are holding themselves back in to try and get the position, but AFK, there they are, they've got that silver livery with a little red and yellow stripes towards the back of it. They look relatively comfortable, it should be said, at this stage at the wheel of their 22 machine. Up the hill they'll come towards Coppice and McLean's rather. Get the car turned in, get on the power as quickly as possible, then you're off towards Coppice, and the 65 car of Autotech is not being dropped here on the run towards Roberts. They are still tucked into the toe, making use of that extra little bit of straight line speed due to the reduction in drag, of course, and showing that they're able to hang in here along with the car that's just passed them in the form of AFK Racing. They'll now find themselves down towards the Roberts chicane, and there's going to be a little pull out the slipstream actually, as thinking about the move is Autotech. Can't quite get there in time, so they tuck back in, find your way onto the pit straight and try that slipstreaming game once again as Autotech attack all the way along the pit straight for us. And looking at turn number 1 for Redgate, is there going to be an opportunity there? The answer is no, not really. So the silver Autotech car cannot find a way to get alongside the silver machine with the red sort of rear fender, if you like, rear mudguard from AFK Racing, but they've shown somewhat of an inclination to get on with it, and you're never going to guess what this is. There's just a hint of rain coming across the circuit now, with 24 minutes left on the clock. A couple of corners are getting that extra splash of damp weather all around the circuit. Pro-Am Racing still getting lovely and sideways at various points around this one as well. They're showing that they look lovely and racy. We'll still keep an eye, or I'll keep an eye rather, on this Autotech Motorsport battle. The pair of them up towards the top of the hill, and I think Autotech have finally had to relent as they approach McLean's. Now they're on the run to Coppice, but it looks as if AFK Racing, now that the toe is broken, is able to try and scamper off up the road. On screen, we are looking at the number 3 of Wingat Racing. In tow, you've got the 87 car, which is trying to make the 67 rather, of original Checkers Racing, and then the 77 of 77 Racing. That's one of our favorite ones here in the commentary box. Any guesses for why? Here we go, the next target for AFK Racing. This is the one thing that could put a spanner in the works for them, because the car behind them, that's Autotech. They've just made the overtake past Autotech, actually have AFK, but the issue is that it could well come back at them as we accelerate through. That's LDR Performance Tuning in the middle, AFK in the 22. They've had to deal with a bit of traffic, and then before you know it, it's all going to be coming together once more for Autotech, who've been up and down the order all the way through today. They just need to try and catch onto a slipstream, use that to drag themselves forward, but I think they're too far back, and that'll be the 22 car up and almost confirmed, if you like, in 11th place. They're only 20 seconds or so away from the next position, which is KM Racing. But, of course, the issue is 20 seconds in 20 minutes is very different to 20 seconds over 5 hours is the problem you're going to have with that one. KM Racing for a moment looked as if they were catching cash strapped as well, but that gap went all the way back up on the previous tour of the circuit, and Cash Strap actually lacking far quicker than Burton Power as well. That was almost 3 seconds taken out on the last lap in their battle for 8th position. The number 1 car of Mark Werrell will be under a lot of pressure very, very quickly, I anticipate, as they tour the circuit once more, because it's the one of Burton Power Racing, being closed in at an incredible rate by the 55 Cash Strap racing car. That's the blue car with the yellow bumper out front. Keep your eye on this one as it develops, I reckon, is going to be the gist of it. Autotech are not being dropped, actually, by the 22 AFK car here, because the back marker comes into play. That's LDR, performance tuning. They are at least a lap down from this battle, but the 22 and the car behind it, Autotech, they are fighting on track 4 position. It's actually already happened because the 22 passed, but they cannot escape up the road as yet. Here's your next one. This is Burton Power Racing's #1 car. They're coming under increasing pressure from Cash Strapped Racing. And in fact, Cash Strapped through and ahead of them on that last tour of the circuit. But Burton Power are looking to claw back onto it now because Mark Werrell has found a bit of pace. There's the Cash Strapped car up ahead. It's the blue one with the yellow bumper. You might even catch it in shot for a moment here. There he goes, all the way streaming across the camera. Mark Werrell has a bit of a slipstream. He knows how to make this car work around here now. But with the weather coming in, it's the one thing he said earlier on in his interview he really did not want to have happen. There's still a couple of corners around the circuit where there's a drop or two in the air, but it's no more than that at this stage with 20 minutes left to go in the race. Autotech Motorsport have not given up on this one, have they? The 64 car is there, but it's the 65 further around the circuit that is looking to apply a little bit of pressure again, because AFK Racing are in trouble. They made the pass, they made it look easy, but they've not been able to escape up the road. And the one thing you do not want to do when you've got Ian Perkins at the wheel is give him a sniff, because Ian Perkins will reel that all the way back in if possible, just as Mark Werrell's actually doing in the #1 car. He hauls himself ever closer, get another piece of the traffic out of the way, move on to the next target, move yourself up the order. Before you know it, Mark Werrell will be challenging the 114 for 9th position. This is your 3rd place car, Pro-Am in that little group. Then we get into this set. It has, crucially, that yellow bumpered Ford car. That is the machine that Mark Werrell is chasing in the #1. He's making good progress on the last couple of laps, though Cash Strap able to respond just recently, as were KM Racing as well, who are there or thereabouts in that squabble as well. I reckon the closest battle on track is going to be actually Autotech against AFK Racing, because it seems like Ian Perkins has got the bit between his teeth now and is trying to get on with that for 11th place overall. Andy, you're back in the commentary box. Was there any hint of weather whilst you were out there? Because we saw for a brief moment it looked as if it was coming in.
Yes, absolutely. I did get a few drops of rain on the old on the head and on the hands as well. I do think we may be in for a bit of a wet finish, potentially. I'm not making any promises, though. That would just be silly with today. But yeah, absolutely. As we dip down into the final third of an hour, and there's still plenty of side-by-side and nose-to-tail action continuing through this race. It's so good to see so many cars still running through what is an endurance event, of course. Really, very, very few cars have actually altogether retired. Just the 33 and the 9 to this point. I think Autotech Motorsports number 32 is so many laps down that it won't be a huge. Hugely rewarding finish, but bringing it home at the end of the day and in one piece without a major fix to action has to be a big achievement.
The question for me, as you say, where is Ian Perkins? He was even closer. You wouldn't think you could get much closer than 4/10 away in one of these, given the fact that 4/10 is not very much space in a Ford car. Yeah. He managed to get it down to 3.5 on the previous tour, so still he closes in all the time. He wants to try and make progress forwards, but of course all of that means you've got to get involved with the cars around you.
Axiometrics having, I think, now done their pit stop while I was on my way up the stairs, potentially. Dropped 2 places in so doing, but have just regained one against Boston Racing's Eduardo Correa, who is has the fastest lap of the race at the moment, that car. Yeah, Axiometrics were hopeful of getting a top 5 out of this one. And who is this coming into the pits? It's Milner with the number 46. So I don't. Is that scheduled? It looks like it's scheduled.
They have 2 laps on the rest of the field, so that would be implicative of them having a pit stop left to do. That's the sort of margin we're looking at. Of course, assuming they've not gone out and dominated, which we've seen teams do on previous occasions. We've got on screen for us now this little battle between Castrap dropping back towards Mark Werrell potentially, along with a couple of other drivers in the mix there. Castrap, the 55 car, they're at that awkward range now whereby if you make a mistake, you will lose positions. There's no other way to put it. In all of that as well is the 114 of KM Racing. You'll see them in that little group that passes through shot at what feels like twice the speed of everybody else. It's because they're in the awkward foreground. That's their sort of 3 cars separated by a little bit, but not much, and they are slowly bringing themselves together over the course of this one. However, it is still, I reckon, Axiometrics versus Lar Motorsport. We really want to try and pick up. They're on the start finish now. Lar Motorsport just about has the edge in the 747 car. He is running 5th. Axiometrics and Dominic Jackson running 6th. They're as they were into Redgate, but with 15 minutes left on the clock, this could get very, very close until the finish.
Yeah, fabulous to see a gap, well, 2 gaps at least, within 1 second of each other. That is the Lar Motorsport 5th versus Axiometrics, and the AFK Racing versus Autotech Motorsport of Ian Perkins, who is 3/4 of a second away from him.
We'll try and stay tuned in on this battle for 5th then. Interestingly, that's Milner out of the pits, and they are sat not too far up the road from this in terms of position on track. Now, I believe there'll still be a lap up. Give the timing screen a moment to update before we confirm that, but they've got a little bit of traffic to deal with. Behind them is this battle for the final position in the top 5. Lar Motorsport have dropped behind, are still there rather, ahead of Axiometrics, and Axiometrics closing in all the time. You're making use of the traffic, that traffic being your race leader, Milner, the side-by-side at Coppice. This might give Axiometrics the opportunity.
Yeah, and Milner actually just been unlapped by Wolf Motorsport, unlapping themselves, I should say. So some pace not quite in the Milner car at this stage. I think Jack Wright is still in the car. They didn't make a driver change. I'm not quite sure what the reason was, because there wasn't time to fuel either.
That's an odd stop then, as we say, no time to fuel. Jack Wright in, Jack Wright out again. Of course, unless the time screen is taking a moment to update with that. It's an interesting system because we used to have tags that were scanned at the end of pit lane to register which driver was in the car. Then we had various instances of drivers driving too quickly past it, other drivers stopping and catching people out to try and scan the tag. So instead now, the team manager updates who's going into the car the next time the car comes into the pits via a mobile app, and that is fed through to race control. So it's all digital now. But of course, it means that you have to set the plan a couple of laps before you're actually going to execute it, which adds in an extra dimension from a strategic point of view.
Yeah, so Milner from Wingate, from GM Performance, your provisional podium here. That does look fairly secured at the moment. There is the Lar Motorsport, who featured so strongly earlier on today. Should be bringing the car home today in 5th, but they do have the Axiometrics car right behind. So we'll be looking out for the 747 and the 18, because that will be the battle for the largest amount of points and the closest battle on that we'll be able to witness today.
This will be the first time, really, where it makes sense to defend. On every other lap, you would have been losing time with hours to go in the race. There's not much sense in that. Oh, I'll just hook up into the toe, save a bit of fuel, that sort of stuff. You got 13 minutes to go. Now you really do need to cover off your position if you are driving for Lar Motorsport and your name is Mike Collins. You've got Dominic Jackson all over the back of him. He's trying to make progress forwards. And of course, Axiometrics, they're used to finishing on the podium. They might not quite get there today, but 5th is a lot better than 6th.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing a car 5 penalty.
That's been there for a long time.
You've already read that one out. That's fine. No new penalty for car 5 then, in that sense. But yeah, it was also interesting to me, I think, is that the top 7 are races that, as a team, have not been penalised in any way, and that keeping a clean sheet, as it were, keeping a clean pair of heels throughout this 5 hour. Not only is it difficult, but it's highly rewarding, as number 18 goes one wheel on the grass on the exit of Redgate and into Hollywood.
That's the pass for 5th position. Axiometric getting aggressive with it, happy to dip a wheel onto the grass in what seems to be a little bit of rain on that section of the circuit once more. Lar Motorsport back out of it, no answer for them by the time they reach the old hairpin. And Axiometrics, they actually carry a huge amount of speed there. Now it will be neutralised by the slipstream, and this has to be the game for 747 Lar Motorsport. They cannot allow that 18 car to break the toe, because then it's game over for 6th and 5th position respectively. Axiometrics, they're almost getting pushed by that 747 car into McLean's because suddenly Mike has got the hurry up behind the wheel of that 747.
Yeah, it's certainly been a key motivator. That bollard has remained exactly where it was through Coppice, but thankfully it's just off the racing line, having been knocked from the apex. But yeah, as you see, coming out of Coppice, 747 got a really good run through there, a little bit of a slipstream, and peels across to the inside. Looks like he might be able to get this position back again. This is the one for fifth place position as Axiometric tried to do a cutback, and we start the next lap as we started the lap prior, but they're certainly incredibly close together. What we have at the moment is 1/4 of a second, which the cars are almost overlapping. Car 121 off the circuit, and this could be interesting. This is that in the final chicane, in fact.
It is indeed. That was a calamity for, you guessed it, the 121 car out there. Will get going again and continues past the pit lane entry, so either a tap or a driver error. The battle for fifth is now side by side. Axiometrics on the outside at first. Of course, that becomes the inside again, their battle against LAR Motorsport. Axiometrics in very hot. How on earth he got that one stopped, I will not know. He was noticeably later on the brakes. The car was squirming around all the time. Of course, he's done all of that for the advantage, but now 747 says, okay, that's nice. I'll just pull myself back alongside in this slipstream, and they'll be playing the game once more through Schwantz curve. The inside at Schwantz, very, very useful, as we've seen at various stages in this, and it's used to put LAR Motorsport back into the top 5.
I wonder whether Axiometrics actually prefer the idea of getting the slipstream down the back straight, and there was a little bit of gamesmanship going on there, potentially. Didn't want history to repeat itself from the previous lap, but number 18 then, Axiometrics, in 6th position, trying to get this 5th place, and this is the main competition that we see. Although, having said that, KM Racing are right behind Mark Werrell at the moment in P9, going for that 9th position.
This is sort of the highest battle, if you like, though, in terms of getting it sorted out. This for the final position in the top 5. Axiometrics this time, brilliant drive out the corner for Dominic Jackson. Issue is, it puts him on the outside of Redgate. Less than 10 minutes to go now, and up to turn 1 we go. The top 5 still not decided, because here comes Dominic Jackson in the 18 car. He's on the outside of LAR Motorsport 747. He's going to hang it out to dry all the way through there. They'll meet the V-Box sponsored Race Logic car. They squirm left, squirm right. Eventually Race Logic realizes what's going on. Your top 5 contenders, they tap wheels, and before you know it, there's side-by-side action, but with somebody who's laps and laps behind these guys. 747's on the inside. That is it. The 67 car is involved in all of this. It is indeed. No, it's the 81.
81 is actually in 3rd position. This is GM Performance. Ian Mitchell's been held up trying to lap these two.
GM Performance then, they've encountered what is the battle just a couple places behind them on the time screen, but of course a lap behind them on the road. Before you know it, a bit of the traffic has been dealt with, a bit of it's yet to come, and it's still neck and neck between 5th and 6th spots. The 747 just about has the advantage from Axiometrics, because Axiometrics had to cover off race leaders Millionaire, who thought, I've had enough of this, I want to try and pass both of you.
This is brilliant. You've got position 1 trying to put a lap on the group, which includes position 3's GM Performance. Position 3 himself is trying to put in a lap on the battle for 5th and 6th, and we get raindrops on the screen with 8 minutes to go.
You couldn't ask for much more, apart from 11/10, showing that they're still causing chaos in this one. In for a late splash and dash. That would have been on the cards. Here comes that GM Performance number 3 positioned car. He's up the inside into the chicane, and he puts himself between this battle for 5th and 6th positions. Milner will look to do the same, and suddenly it's Axiometrics, who don't quite seem to have the initiative they did 2 or 3 laps ago.
No, and actually the blue flag has been waved, I believe, for the 747 to release 3rd place 81. But he will be reluctant to do so at such a point on the track where it may open the door to Axiometrics.
The blue flag in this almost more of an information, if you like. It's the warning that there is a quicker car behind. It's not an instruction to acknowledge the quicker car behind. So he's not allowed to actively defend the position, but he can just stay there. It's closer to the IndyCar rules, if you like, as opposed to the Formula 1 rules. As we get down towards the old hairpin, 747 LAR Motorsport still holds up the car behind, and once again, Axiometrics is fantastic through there. Later on the brakes, earlier on the power, allows them to carry the speed. Now they're going to look to unlap themselves against the 3rd place GM Performance car, because they need to do that in order to attack for 5th.
Yeah, if GM Performance aren't going to get a move on and get past 747, which Axiometrics may have been waiting for, well, You can't wait too long. There's only a few minutes left of the race as we get yet more air traffic over the top of the circuit. But Axiometrics back ahead then of that third place and a lap of GM Performance, and back on the tail of the 747.
Here we go then. It's all about the slipstream and the exit. And I'll be honest, the slipstream doesn't look great for Axiometrics, and the exit definitely wasn't very good for them as they were out wide from Coppice. Will it leave them vulnerable to being attacked and crucially put behind somebody in between themselves and their rival? The answer is no, because at the Robert Chicane, I think actually GM Performance thought, you know what, I don't want to be in the middle of that again. I'm running on the podium, and the last thing I need is a bit of contact from this battle for fifth. Axiometrics get a fantastic exit, but once again, they'll be shown the outside line at Redgate.
Absolutely, although they can switch to the inside. They're trying for the dummy here. Would he have to be super late on the brakes on the way into Redgate? Takes the inside line. The 747 of LAR Motorsport goes around the outside. He tries to do the cutback. 18 skippering array on the loose surface on the exit of the corner and completes the move. What a great move down through the Wheatcross Straight.
Here comes GM Performance again to throw a spanner in the works. They've been looking at this going, maybe this is my opportunity to pass the pair of you, which means Axiometric is compromised down the Carina curves, and what looked like the perfect move to escape up the road. Suddenly, 747 is right back on in their wheel tracks for fifth position. They're thinking about a move to unlap themselves against third again. The simple reality is GM Performance doesn't need to be involved in this, but I'm sure he's having an absolutely fantastic time as Ian Mitchell, as he's scrapping it out as a part of this battle for fifth and sixth, despite being a lap up the road. Here comes Axiometrics now. They rub again, they rub some more. They're almost showing 747 into the grass there, but just about leaving enough room on exit.
I can't believe both wing mirrors are still attached after that particular bit of contact, but here we go, the inevitable situation. A spin, a touch from the rear from Axiometrics, and it's LAR Motorsport turning 360 degrees. So did Axiometrics, but put onto the grass. Milner moves on through and off the circuit. George Wright picks up a penalty. That is our leader, picking up a 2-lap penalty, who was sat behind this for an absolute age, and he's just picked up a 2-lap penalty. Now, he did have a 2-lap advantage, but he's just been demoted by 2 laps. And he's down into 6th place, showing on the timing screen.
Absolute nightmare for George Wright. They had this one completely under control. We spoke to them earlier. They said, we've almost won on various occasions, but we've had something catch us at the very end. A breach of refueling rules is announced 4 minutes from the end of this race. Before you know it, 2 laps puts them all the way down, outside of the top 3, not even on the podium anymore. Suddenly, of course, that makes this battle a little bit more interesting again, because they are essentially running with the Milner car that they're alongside on track. So you've got 3 of them all fighting it out for 5th place.
And I don't know if the driver's concerned, they're actually going to be able to be informed to the extent that they can now fight 100% and at full pelt against Milner Racing.
So Milner Racing, remember, they got off ahead of this battle a little bit in amongst all of this. It does put Wingat Racing. They started on the back row of the grid. They now lead with 3.5 minutes left in this one. Here comes Milner. Milner, that driver, is definitely aware of the penalty, he's been told, because he's already through on Axiometrics and now looking to make progress ahead of LAR Motorsport. These positions are swapping and changing. We got 3 minutes left on the clock. We got 3 cars. All of them want to finish in 5th. At the moment, they might take each other out again, and none of them make it.
5 hours driving, and it boils down to 3 minutes of absolutely frantic action here at Donington Park for the EnduroKA series. As we now have a new leader, Wingat Racing's Mike Marias from GM Performance number 81 that we've seen so often. North Motorsport we haven't seen a lot of in the 148, and then Boston Racing in the 888. Milner appear to have got past. Have they? No, they're slowing.
They got caught on the inside at the chicane. I think that car is actually back up to speed and accelerating again, but was so slow to the chicane because they were sandwiched to the inside against the tyre barrier, which leaves us again with 2 cars now fighting it out for 5th position. Predominantly, it'll be LAR Motorsport ahead of Axiometrics, who with 2 minutes on the clock, trying to reel them in and close them down. Drive-through penalty for car 18. Don't worry about that one, it's further down the order, but it's crucially for avoidable contact, which I think you could name, has already happened 2 or 3 times between these guys on screen, fighting it out as they ascend the hill once more for 5th position.
Car number 18 is Axiometrics. So Axiometrics, with the drive-through penalty, will be out of that battle. So LAR Motorsport in 5th position now, and away from the other rivals around him.
Axiometrics.
A drive-through penalty with less than 2 minutes to go.
They will not be happy with that because they will say that it was 2-1 in a racing incident. So this may yet run and run after the race. They don't have to serve that drive-through penalty on the first time past the pits, of course. So they'll take a time penalty instead when they cross the line and fight with it afterwards, which will be an interesting conversation to have because that was awarded before we saw any in-car footage, which is the normal protocols. So on track, there is still a battle playing out between Axiometrics, Milner and LAR Motorsport. Of course, LAR Motorsport, in theory, should have this done and dusted, but with 1:11 on the clock, it's going to be very, very close, and it could well go to the stewards' room afterwards.
Absolutely. Well, car number 3 is coming through Coppice at the moment, so we'll come down to start his final lap very shortly. In the lead of the race, Wingate Racing's Mike Marias, and as you say, starting on the back of the grid, this is an incredible turnaround in fortune.
It is indeed, and in fact, is that Axiometrics in to serve the drive-through straight away?
Yeah.
If it is, that's incredibly sporting from them, so fair play to the Axiometrics team. They've decided just to serve it and get on with it, and before you know it, they'll be back out onto the circuit, I reckon, in 7th position for them, so they'll only drop 1 to Milner as a consequence of that, which is not the end of the world.
No, absolutely. So the leader, car number 3, Wingate Racing, has started the final lap of our race, of our 5 hours here of EnduroKA around Donington Park.
This has been absolutely fantastic from Wingate so far. They find themselves in the middle of this sandwich, which, to be honest, I'm sure they'd rather not be. And to be honest, the bloke with the checkered flag would rather they weren't as well, because he's going to have to get that one out very, very quickly. Assuming, of course, Wingate Racing can keep this one on the road, because there's been various stages where people thought like they were going to keep it on the road and dropped it of seemingly their own accord with very little warning. So already having navigated the bottom of the circuit, there's just half a lap to go now, and you start by ascending your way in towards Schwantz Curve. Wingate's actually going to go for a pass to try and put a lap on the car ahead of them here. That's not quite so sensible as they reach McLean's, and they've just about managed that, have they? But they're on the outside still fighting against some back markers on this last lap of the race. Mike Marais, he wants to make sure that he takes the checkered flag clear. He wants the good photo opportunity. That's what he's trying to do. They're at Coppice right now, and they'll wind their way to the exit there. Get the steering lock back off. Get your foot flat to the floor for this final time for Mike Marais and Wingate Racing. This 3 car has been absolutely incredible. It took an hour and a half to climb its way through the order, quietly, calmly, controlled, stayed out of trouble, and then let those around him fall apart. The 3 car out of the final corner. He started on the back row of the grid, and it didn't matter at all. Wingate Racing take the checkered flag here in the 5 hours of Donington Park.
Fantastic stuff, and we'll wait to see car number 81, who will hopefully come on through. The 11 tenths has gone through and picked up the checkered flag as well. They've had a real drama, and they'll finish down in 23rd position. So coming towards us then, shortly will be the GM Performance, as several more cars fix their positions down in the order. Waiting, there's Mark Werrell has now crossed the line as well, and he will finish down the order in P11. Still waiting for GM Performance and car number 81, who is down on the back straight at the moment, to just one small braking moment to finish off this 5 hours and secure a podium here potentially for the GM Performance team. Coming through the final chicane, he's trying to get his nose ahead so that he can pick up a good win, and the checkered flag, there he goes. Car 81 for GM Performance picking up 2nd position, and I'm sure that the team will be absolutely thrilled with that, as North Motorsport, Boston Racing pick up the 4th position, so that almost guarantees North Motorsport's position. Now, LAR Motorsport hoping to get this home and pick up the 5th place, as well as a really hard-fought race for LAR Motorsport. Milner Racing come home in 6th position. Axiometrics take the checkered flag to pick up 7th, and we're just waiting now for the for the final 148 North Motorsport entry to come through and complete our podium.
Fantastic effort then from Wingate Racing, who come through to take the victory. It'll be the 3 car that takes position number 1. GM Performance finished 2nd in the 81 ahead of North Motorsport's 148 car. Boston Racing, the treble 8 car, is just behind that in 4th position ahead of LAR Motorsport's 747. Milner Racing, they finish in 6th with their 46 car. Axiometrics.com, Dominic Jackson found himself a little bit further back in 7th ahead of the 8th place Cash Strap Racing. 9th and 10th, that's AFK Racing and KM Racing respectively. Then you get down towards 11th position, and it's where you find Burton Power Racing's Mark Werrell at the line in the number 1 car. Autotech Motorsport, they finished in 12th overall with Ian Perkins at the wheel come the finish. Then it was Wolf Motorsport in 13th, LDR Performance Tuning in 14th, 15th goes the way of Camel Racing, and 16th NJM Racing Limited. Peter Simmons taking the checkered flag in the wheel of that one. Original Checkers Racing, they were involved in various things over the course of the race. They find themselves 17th at the flag, with 18th as TCS Motorsport, top 20 rounded out by JW Motorsport, and in turn, Pro-Am Racing after their lengthy pit stops within the last half hour or so of this race. Orca Sports 21 car, or 74 car finishes in 21st, ahead of the 112 of Catastrophe, and in turn the 11th Racing finish in 23rd. 24th is Shine Automotive, 25th G&B Finch Racing, 26th Touring Car Racing, and then the 77 of 77 Racing finishes in 27th. Nice and poetic there. The 44 car of Graves Motorsport was 28th, top 30 rounded out by Ka Lamity and Race Logic with Robin English at the wheel. And in turn, then the last car to take the checkered flag was Autotech Motorsport's 64 with Jonathan Ogden in the seat at the checkered flag. Finally, Glory Clanios, Graves Motorsport and GM Performance did not reach the finish. We'll pass down to Andy, who's got some very, very happy drivers.
Absolutely, I really have. Mike Marias from Winged Out Racing, you're a little bit out of breath. When did you know you'd won that one?
Now.
So at the checkered flag?
Now when I pulled into the pits, it's the only time I knew. Yeah.
That's amazing. Okay. No comms on the mic at all. So, well, congratulations. What an absolute roller coaster it must have been.
Yeah. Well, we drew 33 on the grid, so we weren't expecting this. That's for sure. Yeah, it was an excellent drive. Yeah, the guys did well. Yeah. Those are the stars. They got us right to the front, and yeah, we carried on from there. Kept it consistent.
Consistent and, of course, staying within the rules at all times. So clearly that's one of the big keys for success around here. I know your team are dying to come and congratulate you, but well done, and what a fantastic day's race.
Thank you.
Tremendous stuff from Winged Out Racing there. So go ahead and talk to your team, of course. Let's have a word then with the Cobra Kai 81. Of Mitchell and Stapleton, and congratulations then on a fantastic podium.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. I knew I was in P2 about 5 minutes ago, so it's fantastic. I knew we were right up there, and the car was awesome today. Mechanics are amazing to keep it on the road. Yeah, great day.
It's the first time I've actually got up close and personal with this car as well, and it's very, very neat and tidy. Very, very beautiful livery as well. So if it looks fast, it goes fast, right?
Absolutely, and I'll get in trouble if I don't say it. He did say we could have come first if we just sweep the leg.
Nice one, okay. Well, congratulations to him. I'm going to try and get to speak to Mr. Jackson here, who has just come home in the 3rd position. We heard just now from Mike Marias is when he heard. 5 minutes ago was from the 81. But how about you? When did you find out this was a podium?
Oh yeah, well the boys let me know over the radio a couple of minutes ago that I think they said the leader has binned it. But so a bit lucky to get the final step, but really happy. Might be the only pot I actually stand on the podium for all year. So.
Oh, fantastic stuff. How was the car? I see a lot of tape on it, and it's blinking a little bit with one dark headlight. Was that a problem when it was dark in the rain?
No, it was fine. I mean, to be honest, I didn't drive it in the rain, but I don't think it ever got dark enough to cause any of the boys a problem. But you know what this racing's like. I think it was a marker bollard, so yeah. But
it was you guys that knocked that marker bollard off a coppice, was it, and put it onto the side of the track?
Well, to be fair, my friend Tommy claimed that it was still there after he hit it, so I think it won against our car. It probably lost against the next one.
Good stuff. Okay, so overall, very, very happy. I'm sure with a podium. What a long race. Of course, it's a preview of something that's going to be more than twice as long in Snetterton. Are you going to be there?
I hope so. Yeah, as long as the timetable works out. I mean, we're a bunch of friends that we started racing Catering Academy together. So, and hopefully we're going to get enough numbers up to do the Snetterton race. But I think yeah. I mean, the car will be there. Hopefully, I'll be there as well.
Tremendous stuff. Well, congratulations to you, to your co-drivers, and of course to North Motorsport. Back to you then, Tom, up in the commentary box to take care of all the final standings.
Yes, thank you very much for the hard work once again, Andy. That rounds out the action for today, and we actually didn't end up too far behind schedule. Thank you very much to everybody who's watched along on stream, anybody who's watching along on a replay as well, and most importantly to everybody at the circuit here today. Peak of all of those, on top of spectators and everybody else, of course, are the marshals. Thank you very much. We could not go racing without the Orange Army, and we plead for anybody who thinks, you know what, I might like that. I can guarantee you will like that. Go and get involved, give it a Google, find a way to get yourself trackside in a bright orange suit. Similarly, we also then give thanks to circuit staff, MSV, MSVR, of course, medical crews, anybody involved in the racing meet. We cannot thank you enough. And for me personally, a big thank you goes out to Nick, Barry, and of course, Andy Webster, who've all been heavily involved in the commentary today, making sure our stream, our comms, our audio, everything is up and running, particularly after such a difficult day. With all that said and done, all that's left to say is have a safe journey home. Make sure you keep yourself nice and happy on the way back. Get the radio on, listen to some good tunes, and we will see you for EnduroKA 3 weeks from now at Snetterton, and at Donington, I'm sure, in the very, very soon future. Have a good one, guys.